Welcome to the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. We're here in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, nestled into western Arizona on the beautiful Lake Havasu. I am Jim Beaver. Here is Matt Martelli. We're here for day number 2 of the UTV World Championship. Matt, yesterday didn't disappoint, but if it's any indication, we're slated for some epic racing today.
No, absolutely. Great battles all day yesterday in both the adult, the pro racing, as well as the youth racing. You know, we saw a lot of race drama, a lot of victories, and a lot of carnage. We're at about a 50% attrition rate for the desert races, and about a 70%. About a 30% attrition rate for the short course racers. So, you know, it's definitely a race that you've got to earn your finish at.
Well, and I think that's one thing, like I've said before, when you're going to call something the World Championship, it's got to be a little bit tougher. It's got to be a little bit more gritty. It's got to make it even that much harder to get to the finish line. I think we saw it yesterday. And I got to tell you, Matt, lining up for today, it's going to be really interesting because we've got some of the biggest, baddest, fastest UTVs in off-road racing here, but the course is going to be a little bit rougher than it was yesterday. So the NA and the Unlimited cars, they had a rough course, but the turbo cars now are going to have to start in the carnage that was left over from yesterday.
Yeah, it's actually going to be really interesting because there's been a little bit of back and forth between the turbo racers and the NA racers as to, you know, if a turbo car is going to be an advantage on this course. So it'll be curious to see that what the difference between the two classes are today as we get into the later races. But as you know, we're about to start with the kids races. So let's talk about the kids, man. Today we have the 170s and the 250s racing with us. Earlier today we actually just finished the rally class, right? Which is a relatively new class designed to bring people into our sport. So it's going to be a full day of racing.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a full day of racing. And, talking about the youth races, I think one of the big, things kind of steamrolling through the industry just this past week was Polaris, obviously highly involved here in the UTV World Championship. But they stepped up in a big way for these youth racers out here.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, 7 years ago when they came out with these vehicles, the engineers didn't think that they didn't think we were serious about racing them. And now we've spawned a whole culture of youth racing, which is creating this beautiful ladder system to bring kids up from 170 to 250 to 570 and to 1000s, right? So it's really cool. So yeah, Polaris has stepped up with support of, more or less like a parts scholarship for young racers.
Yeah, and that's huge, And one thing I'm just in admiration about, some of these kids we're going to be seeing racing in the 170s and the 250s here in a little bit. I mean, when I was a kid and I got started racing, I mean, you really didn't get started until you were 16, 17 years old, and maybe a little bit of pre-running with your parents, things like that, And I think not only me, but you look at the McMillans and drivers like that, but this new generation, I mean, these kids are starting out as young as 5 years old, some of them even younger than that. And, by the time they hit 10 or 11, I mean, they've got almost, half a decade under their belt behind the wheel of a race car, and it's all thanks to this youth movement and Polaris really supporting these young and up and coming athletes. And I think as we've seen some of the products of that, a kid like Ronnie Anderson who took a victory yesterday, he's a product of the ladder system, and this kid he's in his young 20s, and he's an animal, and most people, my generation, they were just getting started at his age. Here he is, a world champion.
Yeah, no, it's really cool to see, and I think that it speaks to the future of off-road racing being very bright. Now we have multiple generations of young kids starting at 5 years old, and they're just now coming of age into their early teens and 20s. I talked about it a little bit yesterday, how fun it was for me personally to be at Dakar this year and be there with two of our guys, Mitch Guthrie Jr. and Blade Hildebrandt, who had come up through this system, and now they're over racing with the big boys at Dakar and really putting the spanking on them.
Yeah, and I think that's really, it's really something with, what not only the manufacturers have done, the energy drinks and this whole ladder system to go globally. I mean, it's just spawned an entire generation of kids who, who have access to race cars. I think that's a big thing. It used to cost so much for somebody to go racing and off-road, and with the UTV industry and the UTV World Championships, what you guys have done through UTV Underground, I mean, it really makes off-roading accessible. I mean, obviously we've got guys like Cowboy Cerrone coming in here today. you don't want to start a guy like that out in a trophy truck, but a Polaris RZR or another UTV manufacturer, perfect opportunity for somebody like that to come in and experience off-road.
No, absolutely, and I can tell you, Donald's already planning on getting his kids involved. The minute he saw 170s, he looked at me and goes, "How old do you have to be to race them?" And I said 5. So he's got a newborn and another son that's a little bit young, but I think he's going to buy one and just start him practicing it. That's a great way to do it. Is buy a 170 for your kids and just start them in the yard, take them out, just get them going, and once they're 5 years old, they can come out and race with us.
Yeah, well, that's definitely going to be exciting. I know we've got youth racing on tap. Like you said, we got 170s and 250s, separate heats today, which I think is going to be really exciting. Kids not intermixed. They're going to have their own time,
Yes.
in the sun, I guess, so to speak. And
well, not just that, but we have so many 170 entries, we're going to have to break those guys into 2 heats, right? Just to make sure that we keep the race course safe. We're racing them all in the infield. We had another plan, but I think the course that we had designed was a little too gnarly for them. You were out there yesterday on the big course. You can speak to the gnarliness of the course.
Yeah, this course, I think that's going to be one of the big storylines we talked about earlier today is, the course, it did go away yesterday. We expected it to go away. Truthfully, it didn't go away as much as I thought it was. I think there's a great layer of rock underneath, the topsoil here, and I think we dug down early on into that rock, and then it really didn't get much worse than that. I think the big thing is the washes, the chatter bumps. A lot of people have been saying it's really an axle killer. I know it was part of the reason, it took me out of the race yesterday, but it just rattles these cars to death. But I completely understand some of the stuff we went through. I don't think it would have been very much fun for these kids in these 170s, and really I don't know that it would have proved much, but I think running on this infield section like we're going to do today, I think we're going to see some really good youth racing, some door-to-door banging and bumping, and I think that's what this is meant to be, and I think really we're going to see the cream rise to the top.
Well, definitely, but in addition to it, this infield course a little bit different than what they're used to. We've got some dust and some silt out there. We've got a sand wash out there, a little rock wash. Combined with sand, and some decent obstacles, because this is not typically what they're used to racing. Is more, typically what they race is more of a moto style course, and this is the desert, so it's still a little bit different, a little bit of a step up for them, but I think they're going to have a blast.
Yeah, well, and I think that's one of the big things too is you've been very dynamic in what you and your brother and the whole team have laid out for this course, and whether it be the youth races or the desert races like the turbo class we're going to see later today, this isn't your typical desert race course. I mean, it takes elements. I went around it in pre-running, and you asked me what I thought, and I said, man, this is a little bit of mix of King of the Hammers, Baja, maybe the Mike Sky Ranch loop, and Parker 425, all kind of thrown into a blender and put out there. And I think that's one of the big things. Whether we're talking youth, whether we're talking, your professional classes, it is definitely different. And I think to walk away with a victory here, regardless of the class, it's going to take, you digging into your quiver of arrows and bringing all of your talent and all these different assets of off-road and really putting it on display out here.
Yeah, look, obviously I agree. This course is just going to be challenging, so that's just good. Like you said, it's going to be a narrative all day as the course changes, how people are driving on the course, if they're making smart decisions, because as we get into the Pro Turbo class, they're going 5 laps. And as we saw yesterday, going 5 laps, there's huge attrition, so, that's part of off-road racing. It should be hard, should be challenging.
No, and I think, one of the big things I think, too, is another storyline is a lot of guys have brought their desert cars here, and everybody did. This is a desert race, but there's always been the 2-seat versus 4-seat debate. And you've got the the Can-Am and the Pro XP platforms that are 2-seaters that are a little bit stretched out. And I think one of the big stories here at the UTV Worlds is a car that say is really good at the Mint 400 might not be quite as good here at the UTV World Championship. So I think we're going to see a mix of different types of platforms of cars, and different seating configurations that all come into play here.
Well, in speaking of that, let's talk about the 2021 Polaris XP. I mean, look, that thing is awesome, and they've made some changes, including lengthening the car. So the car is I think it's 8 inches longer, right? So that makes a big difference in off-road. Generally we want those long wheelbases to help handle the whoops, but there's a sweet spot there, and we've seen over the past couple of years of racing that the Can-Am had that kind of sweet spot. Well, now that 2-seat RZR's right in that same zone, so I think we're going to see a lot more people going to that car rather than a 4-seater. But I think we have some stuff coming from Tiffany. Tiffany, you out there? Take it away.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out right now in the BFG pits. This is where some racers that are on BFGs will be able to come here, pit, be able to change some tires if need be. But yesterday was such a great day. Great epic racing happened. Big congratulations to our overall winners. Day 2 is underway. It's a little bit cooler. The wind has picked up, so the dust should stay down. But what I'm really looking forward to is the Youth 170 race. These guys range from ages 5 to 12 years old, and they're out here to race with the big racers. So exciting, and a big shout out to Polaris for putting so much into this, especially since the youth is going to be the next generation of UTV off-road racing. I am so excited to be here. Lots to go on. I'm very, very excited, like I've been talking about. Can't stop smiling. Great day to be racing. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And yeah, you know, it's going to be a great race today. I'm really looking forward to some of the action. I know, talking about some of the youth movement, Matt, you know, we've got Mia Chapman who's going to be joining us in the booth. But, you know, before we get to Mia, we are going to throw it to a short commercial break. We'll be back with more here at the UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR.
6 years ago, I didn't have enough money to buy a RZR to go race it. I had to finance it. And that hurt, because to make payments on something you're literally going to go race and possibly destroy. I mean, you don't go out there, you're not easy on a race car. So in my mind, I was thinking, wow, I'm going to go out here, finance a brand new machine. The first thing I've ever bought brand new, to be honest, actually, and go tear it up. That was hard. Now, fast forward 6 years later, we're sitting in my shop that I built at my house, and I work, I race for Polaris Factory Racing. It's a full-time job at this point. So yes, the transition from where I started to where I am now has been an extreme difference. It's just amazing to see how my career has progressed over the last 6 years. 100%, yeah, this is definitely a dream come true. I mean, from when I was little growing up, I mean, I think my dad always talked to me about what would I love to do when I grow up, and being a race car driver was always top of the list. Middle of 2019, I picked up the latest and greatest at that time, and it was a 2019 Polaris RZR Turbo S 4-seat chassis. We basically built it to eliminate the rear seats, and that's where my fuel cell goes, and we've kind of moved the seats back. I'm more centered in the car, I'm more comfortable. Everything fits me so much better in this new platform. As soon as I started driving this new car, I thought in my head, wow, I waited too long. I should have done this a year ago. It's a game changer for my program. I'm consistently at the top of the races. I mean, I'm running up front every race now, and I'm not feeling like I'm having to drive the car that hard. It shows this year. I mean, in March, we won, the Mint 400, which is the toughest race of this year. It was the most mileage that we've done. It was the most brutal course, and we went out there with this car and had no problems, and crossed that finish line in first place. I mean, that's a testament in itself right there, showing what this platform helped with my program. It's just changed everything about it. 2020 has been a difficult year. Everybody can agree. I mean, races have been canceled, races have been moved. Now we're coming up to the UTV World Championship 2020. I had good luck there before. I've won it once. It was the very first year of it, and I have not yet had a chance to run the UTV World Championships on my new car. I'm really looking forward to showing what I can do in this new platform. I think basically the past few years when I've been struggling is just a worn out car that I just couldn't keep up with everybody anymore. We've changed locations, so nobody's going to really have this course memorized anymore. We used to do the UTV World Championships at a course that we were all very familiar with, so nobody's going to know the course. We're going to be really looking forward to a course that's a little bit more driver-oriented rather than just being able to, hold it wide open minus a couple, sections. It's going to be more tight, more technical. We've got people coming from all over the United States, actually probably around the world, coming to this one race to battle it out, to see who is the best. And being that is a fantastic feeling. I've done it once. I'd like to do it again. This is basically the race. This is where all the big boys come to hash it out and see who can really do it. We're battling. I mean, you're breaking through the dust. I mean, our platforms are so close to each other as far as the technology, the power, the speed. We're in production class, so I mean, we're coming up in each other. It's a driver's class. I mean, if you can bust through that dust barrier and get right on their bumper, and I mean, we're bumping each other to pass, and nobody's hurt feelings. It's pretty cool to see the amount of talent that's come to our class now. I mean, you've got names like Robbie Gordon. I know the Serapis guys. You've got big names that are racing in higher classes that are coming down because this class is fun. It's competitive. At the end of the race, a 400-something mile race, there could be seconds separating the top 4 drivers, because I'm going to say the top 8 drivers are so good now that we're finishing within minutes of each other. I mean, it's so crazy to get to the end of a race that big and know that you're winning by seconds. And you could be cross the line in first, but you're still waiting to see what, the guy that started in 20th spot, he might be beating you on time. So you're sitting there, stressing, because it's coming down to that at the end of these races. It's just amazing to see how much talent is stacked up in this class now and what it takes to win. You have to drive so hard to be a top guy in this class now. And, the way that they laid out this course this year with qualifying, I mean, I think that's going to be super cool. I mean, it's not going to be a random draw. It's going to be able to put the top guys towards the front, and I think it's going to be a battle towards the front of the pack. It's going to be really wild.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Goodrich, Speed UTV, Venom Rex, VP Racing Fuels, Rigid Industries, and ORW.
Welcome back to the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. Jim Beaver, Matt Martelli here. We are just about 10 minutes out, Matt, from unleashing some 40 RZR 170s onto this course. It's got me excited. I know it's got you excited. We're going to see some of the best youth talent in the world doing battle right here in Lake Havasu City. Man, this is going to be exciting.
You know what? For me, I absolutely love this. You know, when we started youth racing a few years ago, I was super excited to bring the kids back. To start the kids racing, and the 170s are the first stepping stone towards, you know, your off-road racing career, basically.
Yeah, well, and before we get to talking even more about the youth racers, we've got Mia Chapman in the booth. And welcome, Mia. I know you are a product of this ladder system in off-road. You were out here doing battle yesterday. You finished in the naturally aspirated class. I know you've got a lot to add. I know your brother, one of the youth racers, you've come up through the system. So we're going to get to you in a minute. But before we do that, I believe we've got Tiffany Stone standing by. So we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone one more time.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out down here at the Polaris booth with Paul Cron. Paul's going to give me a little intro on the new General that was just released about 2 days ago. Lots of cool things on here. Paul, can you let us know what's a little bit different on the General?
Sure, will do. So this is General XP. It's a custom factory edition vehicle that was just released on Monday. It comes with all the equipment that the standard XP comes with some additional equipment. It's got our Hexler accessory wheels from Pro Armor. It's got also the Pro Armor crawler tires. Comes with the 45-pound Warren winch. Sorry. Comes with custom seating with the colored match tubing. Same with all the RZR XPs. It's a 64-inch stance, 14 inches of travel. And 13 and a half inches of ground clearance. It also comes with the factory installed Pro Armor 10-inch light bar in the front grille.
What I noticed on here that I thought was really cool, it comes with factory standard beadlock wheels. So it's a real true test to the desert and what you can do, especially out being here in Lake Havasu. We have lots of rocks, there's some G-outs, but this is just showcasing that you could pretty much pick up this new General XP, go to your favorite off-road trail and never have to worry.
Right, this vehicle's set up right from the showroom ready for these conditions out here that you guys ride in.
With this just coming out right now, is it available for everybody to go purchase, or do we have a little wait time?
There's a little wait time, but all the dealers are being allocated. Start off with 3 per dealer.
And you know what's really great about this? I love that it has 64 inches of stance, plus 13.5 inches of ground clearance. That is just going to make it so easy to be able to hit any of your favorite trails right from the showroom, exactly like you were talking about. 14 inches of travel. This thing is pretty much stacked. If anybody was new to the UTV world or the off-road world, is this something that everybody should look at?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Paul, for checking out. And if you guys want to check out the General XP, it is an amazing, amazing vehicle. Check that out. It's going to be out in just a little bit. But like Paul was saying, if you want something straight from the showroom and you won't have to do anything, this is going to be the UTV for you. Back up to you guys.
Well, Matt, we are here in studio. We're about 5 minutes out from kicking off the youth races here. Well, I guess we've had some youth races yesterday, but today's version of the youth races, the 170s and the 250s. We're joined in the booth by Mia Chapman, who is a product of the ladder system, raced out here yesterday. Welcome once again, Mia, to the booth. I know, I guess we'll talk about the youth races here in a minute, but tell us about your takeaway from the UTV World Championship. Your first time racing the UTV World Championship this weekend. You know, what are your feelings on this whole thing, the course, you know, the atmosphere, you know, what's your takeaway so far?
Yeah, you know, I always look forward to coming to this race. It's one of the biggest UTV races of the year. So to hear that it was out here in Lake Havasu at a brand new track, like, I was super excited about it. And so, yeah, I just got done racing yesterday. It was a lot of fun. I can definitely say this track is more technical than most of the desert, you know, races tracks that we ran on. So it was a lot of fun. It started to get a little brutal there towards the end, but that's desert racing for you. But overall, it was a lot of fun.
And you did get a finish.
We did, yeah.
Which is a victory in itself, right?
Oh, for sure. It's my first year in desert racing. So the #1 goal for us is when we go out, we want to finish, you know. So we got that yesterday, so it's a good day.
Nice. Well, that's great. Well, let's talk about some of the kids. You know, I know some of the main players, and I'm going to run through those guys. But let's take a deeper dive with some of the kids that you know, that you grew up with racing, and now your brother's racing, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so for sure we got to talk about Chase Mankin. You know, yesterday he won the 570 race. He's racing a 170. He's racing a 250. I mean, this kid's he's doing triple duty. So he's always a front runner and always a threat. At 11 years old, you know, he's already won a world championship. He's won a Mint 400. We brought the youth racing back to the Mint 400, then created the Mini Mint this year. He's a Works Championship and an LEGP Championship. So he's a gamer for sure. I always got to talk also about George Lamosas. You know, the kid's a little savage. A Lucas Oil Championship. He's won the Elsinore Grand Prix and the Winter Nationals as well as Works. So talk about some of the other kids that you know in the 170 class.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. I've watched a lot of these kids grow up throughout their careers, so I got to say TJ Sewers is a big one that we've grown up with in the race world, so it's awesome to see them out here, and he's always been a quick kid. Comes from short course, so it's awesome to see him out here in the desert, and I'm hopefully to see how he does.
Nice. Anybody else in that field that you know? I know it's pretty deep. I mean, we have 40 racers, so we're going to actually have to break the 170s into 2 heats in order to fit them all on the track. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is going to be crazy, you know, and I guess that's my question for you, Matt, is you're the organizer here. We're going to break them into 2 heats. So are we crowning one 170 champion based on time? How is this going to work, and how's this going to play out? Because I know this was a call that, it's just kind of made recently. So how's this all going to play out today with breaking that 170 into 2 groups?
Yeah, we're going to do it based on time. Fortunately, we have an amazing timing and scoring system, so it's super accurate. So basically, you know, it's the fastest guys.
Yeah. Well, and here's a question for you, Mia, because you've been around this. I mean, obviously you started out in a mod cart. 170s kind of come in a little bit after you kind of started your career, but you've seen the 170s, you've seen the racers, you've seen them race desert setups, you've seen them race short course. I know you're really familiar with the short course setup. Some of these kids are very accomplished, like we said, in the short course side. They're bringing their cars out here to the desert. I know this is a little bit different terrain with the washes, things like that, maybe a little bit rougher. How do you think those cars and, you know, the kids that are used to short course, how do you think they're going to adapt here to the desert? And what are the biggest changes you think they're going to have to make the cars to make them competitive?
Yeah, and a lot of these kids come from short course, like you said. So they always set up the cars to be, you know, last for more than like a 15-minute race or so. So now they come out here and they're running, you know, a 30-minute plus race. So they gotta beef up some of the parts on those cars to make sure they can last through that whole race, you know, go over all the rough terrain. So I gotta say that's a big one. And these kids are in the cars for a lot longer than they're used to. So just, you know, pacing themselves is a big one. All they want to do is go, go, go. So I know you see a lot of the kids out here kind of take it easy in the beginning and then start to come in towards the end and see what they can do.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be it's going to be interesting, Matt, and I think you're throwing a course at them that they're probably not really familiar with, and I think that's what's going to be exciting. I think these kids, you know, we talked about the pro classes, and, you know, everybody's going to have to dig into their bag of tricks and bring a little of everything to the table, and I think it's no different here with the youth races than 170s. I think these kids are really going to have to dig deep, and you know, especially I think that wash is going to be an interesting part because lines are going to start to form and rocks are going to start to come up and things like that. And these kids, you know, when you're running short course, you don't have to worry about boulders in the way. You're running here, well, it's going to happen.
Yes, and we have an either or there, right? So throughout this course, we've purposely created areas that create passing zones, right? And so in the wash, there's a left or a right, either or, right? So it gives the kids a chance to get around other kids and not just do what I call baby duck racing when they all get in a line and follow each other, right? So no, it's a step up, and you know, part of what these kids are doing is they're learning about off-road racing, and what our goal is to teach them about desert as well as short course, right? So, you know, back in the day, the two were married together with Mickey Thompson when Mickey was around, and that's how we all grew up is having short course and having desert racing connected to each other. And we aim to bring that back.
Yeah, well, and I think, you look now, and like you said, there's almost been a disconnect between desert and short course, not only UTVs, but, in the truck and buggy classes and things like that. And I think, UTV racing really has, and what you've assembled here is kind of brought everything full circle, and it really allows us to see who's the best in any discipline, and I think I'm looking later on in the day at a guy like Doug Fortin, who qualified on the pole, and a lot of these young kids probably don't even know who Doug is or what he's accomplished. I know we're going to dive into that when we get into the turbo race, but a guy like that, I got a lot of respect for somebody because he's gone out, he's done it in the desert. He's now done it in short course in Pro 4. Now he's in a UTV doing it. And, I think some of these kids, as we talked about, you talked about, Yamosas, he's raced, short course. He's raced desert. He's done a lot in a 170. He's been good at all of them. And I think that's one thing that's great about, the UTV platform in general. It allows drivers, to do a lot of different things. I know Mia Chapman won. Obviously, she's done short course. Now she's doing desert. You look at Ronnie Anderson. He's done a little bit of everything. There's a lot of people, and I think that's one thing that's awesome, whether we're talking 170s or we're talking, turbos. It really allows drivers to get their hands in a bunch of different types of racing.
Well, yeah, I mean, back in the day, I was hanging out with Doug a little while ago, and he was, we were doing his origin story for offroadracer.com, and he was talking about how he got started racing. So back in the day, it was a 16 car. It was a Cheneth 16 car that he had to build himself and go out and race. So the barrier to entry was a lot higher then. Now you can go out and put your kid in one of these 170s and just start them out. And whether it's competition or you're just going to have them go tool around the desert, it's a great way to get them acclimated. Now, if you want to throw them into the competition's here, and it gives the kids a way to begin to get that driving knowledge. And, perfect example, it's really cool to see a young woman like yourself come out of short course and start making her way in desert racing, and I have no doubt you're going to be successful there.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, and here's a question, Mia. I mean, obviously you're highly successful in short course, 120 career podiums, like 7 championships. I mean, you're one of the most accomplished female drivers in history, and you're only 18 years old, but you're making the transition to desert now, out of short course, out of your element, into desert. What's the biggest learning curve you've had this year? I mean, we're going to see some of these, these young kids in 170s making their first desert, kind of transition into desert racing. What's the biggest, change you've had to do this year to make that transition?
Yeah, no, short course is definitely a lot different from desert. So going into it, when you're in short course racing and you're racing, it's always go, go, go. Like, get as many positions as you can in the beginning of the race. And in desert, it's more about pacing yourself so you can actually finish the race. It's about making the car last, getting you through all those long laps, and that's been a challenge for me to learn to figure out like my own pace, what works for me to get my car to the finish. But it's a lot of fun. I like the challenge of starting something new and learning all that I can. But so far, I'm definitely liking desert racing.
That's great. That's great.
Awesome. So, Matt, I think we got to be getting really close to these 170s being kicked off. I know I don't know. I'm just looking at this. 40 kids. We're going to have 2 heats, and then we're going to turn around after the 170s. We're going to have the 250 race, which has got another, I believe, 9-10 entries in that. So we've got a stacked field, almost 50 kids showing up here for the UTV World Championship.
Well, not only that, but there's a few of these kids doing double duty. So as soon as they're done racing their 170, they're going to hop out and get into their 250. Now, just to explain to everybody, the difference between those two classes is it's essentially the same car, just one is modified to go quite a bit faster.
Yeah, well, and I think that's kind of one of the key points is is it going to be hard? Because you got to have a different approach in a 170, than you do in the 250. A lot about momentum, the way you carry your speed through the corners. I mean, you make one small mistake there and you lose a whole lot of time. The 250, you got a little bit more power there to bail yourself out. It's going to be an interesting approach for these drivers. I think it might be a little bit easier for them to go 170 to 250 than 250 to 170. So maybe that's going to play into their favor with the kids doing double duty and also getting a little bit of pre-running,
Yeah, and I think, to your point about the course, look, this is a different course. I mean, there's some soft stuff out there, right, that they have to carry their momentum through, and they're about to find that out. Now, we gave the kids a little bit of a preview of the course, so they've looked at it a little bit, and lap by lap, I think they'll go out there and figure it out. I'm really impressed and amazed with the skill level of these kids at such a young age.
Yeah, it truly is. truly is remarkable what these kids are able to accomplish. I know we've got a whole lot more. We're going to have racing starting momentarily, but we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have RZR 170 racing on track here at the 2020 UTV World Championship, presented by Polaris RZR.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Forden Racing, AZ West, Sea Devil Lights, JMR Performance, and Shock Therapy.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and cushion every landing. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Introducing Rigid's new SRL Series light bar, featuring a sleek 20-inch curved housing, ultra-wide forward projecting beam pattern, and a unique halo backlight feature offered in 4 color options. The SRL Series light bar's new optic combination projects light over 70 degrees wide, with more than enough distance to safely drive in low visibility conditions, making it the perfect lighting solution for most applications. The halo backlight feature is offered in red, white, blue, or amber, and is wired independently from the forward projecting light. Instantly transition from style to function with the flip of a switch, making it easier than ever to own the night.
Welcome back to Lake Havasu City, Arizona, just outside in a place called Standard Wash. We're here for the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. Jim Beaver, Matt Martelli, Mia Chapman. We're going to be calling some RZR 170 action. We've got, I guess, what is about 40 of the best RZR 170 drivers in the world right here in Lake Havasu City, getting ready to do battle. And they got some epic prizes from Polaris RZR on the line, Matt.
Listen, I'm probably more excited about this than I am the adult racing, right? It's just really cool. I mean, when we first saw these vehicles and knew that parents were going to want to race them, we're excited, and I love how it's grown and you know, all over the country, really. And I've even seen this in foreign countries, and believe it or not, you know. So it's really cool. I'm really excited to see the day of racing and see how it goes.
Well, and I know, Mia, you've been around these 170s before. You've done a little bit of driver coaching and some spotting for some of these 170 kids. You know, we say kids, but I got to say, I think we're going to see some fireworks out on course. Elbows start to get really wide with these kids, and we're going to see some bumping and banging, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. These kids are fearless. Like, they're pedal to the metal all the time. They're not afraid to go all out. So I think it's going to be an interesting race for sure.
So what we have is, I guess it's two 25-minute heats. This course is 2.33 miles long, and I think that's interesting. A lot of these kids that race short course are used to about a mile course. You know, they race Crandon, maybe a little bit longer than that. You know, you go to the mid-400, that's probably one of the longest ones to date, but it was under 2 miles. This is 2.33 miles, Matt. That's something in itself, because these kids are going to see a longer, you know, track than they've seen in a long time, and at 25 minutes, it's a lot of time on course.
Yeah, it's like we said before, it's going to be a bit of a challenge for them. And, you know, this is a step up in what they're used to racing, but I think they can handle it. And, you know, we've got a great course laid out for them.
Yeah, and I think one of the exciting things here that I'm excited to see is we got a little bit of a land rush start going on with these kids.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It's, you know, again, this is racing. Racing is passing, and, you know, a little bit of contact here and there, too, you know.
Yeah, well, Mia, you have done land rush starts before. I know, you know, even recently as Crandon a few weeks ago in the UTV division. I mean, how do you approach a land rush start, especially when you're a kid in a RZR 170? Some of them probably experiencing their very first ever land rush start today.
Yeah, no, land rush starts are crazy for sure. You don't really know what to do. You kind of just hope for the best and hope that you get the whole shot out of there, because if not, there's definitely going to be some contact. But it's a lot of fun. I think it's a really fun way to start, because you're all starting equally, and it's whoever, you know, is on it and gets the fastest out of the hole.
It's a little bit of a game of chicken too, right? Who's going to back out first? And I think a lot of these kids don't want to be deemed chicken, so I think that's probably the biggest storyline of this whole race to me is going to be that turn number one.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. So tell me what your turn number one experience was at Crandon, because obviously that turn one is legendary, right?
Oh yeah, it was crazy. That was my first year racing in the turbo class. I was filling in for a driver. So it was already a little intimidating going into it, and I started second row, and they waved the green flag and we all go, and everybody just pedaled to the metal around this first corner. And you don't want to lift, because you lift, you know, you could get stuck out there, lose some spots. So we're all just going like super fast through this turn one, and then it's still like 5 wide going to the next turn. It's just crazy.
Yeah, that turn one is probably one of my favorite things in all of motorsports. The very first time I went to Crandon, they didn't really have much in terms of media management, and I show up and I go, hey, do you want me to wear a vest? Where do I sign, you know, paperwork? And they just looked at me and go, don't die. Right? And I'm like, oh, okay. And I went and I stood right on the inside corner, completely unsafe, but it was a scary and a cool experience nonetheless.
I got to tell you, yeah, you're right. If nobody's been to Crandon before, turn number one, especially when Pro Force hit, that is something for the senses, man. I mean, if that doesn't get you excited about racing and get you hooked, I mean, nothing does. But, you know, I think on a smaller scale, we're going to see that with these RZR 170s here going into turn number one. And who knows what's going to happen. But I don't know. I'm just hoping they all get through clean. But I think elbows are going to get wide. We're going to see some bashing. And, you know, I think that this race really, I mean, just like the bigger races later on today, I think a bit of it's going to be a little bit about survival. You know, getting these 170s to the finish line, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, we've got some finisher medals, some amazing trophies for these guys. But the one thing I love the most is the sparkling cider we have for them at the end. So, you know, a little too young for the champagne, but we've got sparkling cider nonetheless.
Yeah. As my daughter says, she calls it kid wine. Kid wine. I want some kid wine, Dad. So awesome. we got some kid wine for the winners out here, and
yes, we do.
It's gonna be exciting, and you know, a lot of that's probably the first time they've ever popped the quote unquote kid champagne.
Well, we started doing it, you know, with the youth racing, just because we wanted these kids to be hyped up and excited about racing and excited about winning. You know, just like with off-road, we were one of the guys who, we didn't start it, but we brought it back.
Yeah, well, and I think that's something that's important to key in on here, because obviously a lot of people are going to be tuning in to the live stream later today. They really want to watch the turbo divisions. You know, they probably tuned in yesterday for some of the bigger classes. But what you and your brother and the team here have done is you've really elevated youth racing, and you've made these kids feel special, and you've made it not as a sideshow. Right. You know, what a lot of promoters do, but you guys have integrated it into the show, into the live stream, and you've put it on a platform that elevates these kids, and it gets them excited and makes them feel like equals to, you know, the unlimited cars.
Yeah, no, but we're taking notes from Mickey Thompson. We're taking notes from Sal Fish. I mean, our predecessors really showed us how to do things, and we're just making sure that people remember that off-road racing is a family sport, and the kids are part of that. We want them involved, on this level. We want to give them the props and give them really the energy to keep going, the excitement, and just make it cool for everybody.
Yeah. Well, and with more on what's about ready to go down on track, we got Tiffany Stone standing by.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out down here with Clayton Matlock. You've probably heard the Matlock name before with Kristen and Wayne, and we talked to Wyatt yesterday. But when you're out here, Clayton, this is your first race. You're super excited. What has your mom and dad told you?
They told me to go fast and just have fun and don't roll it.
And don't roll it. Well, many people know your parents as Super Baja champions, and they're going to Dakar later on for 2021. When you're out here and you're thinking about the race course, what do you think is going to be a difficult part for you?
Everything.
Everything. Well, I know that you're in a stat class of 40 racers. You're the first one out here all ready to stage and go. Does that mean you're really, really excited?
Yeah.
And then I also have one more question for you. How old are you?
I'm 8 years old.
So you're 8 years old. There's probably some 4-year-olds that look up to you. If you wanted to tell a 4 or 5-year-old if they wanted to come out and race, what's some advice you'd give them?
Have fun, don't worry, and just get out there and win.
Have fun, don't worry, just get out there and win. Well, some great advice from an 8-year-old whose parents are champions in the UTV world. And don't roll, right?
Yeah.
And don't roll. Well, thank you so much. I'll let you get back inside, get ready for the race. Back up to you guys.
Well, and, we got one of the young Matlock kids there, Matt. Obviously, we talk about families, you talk about off-road, and, you got to talk about the Matlocks, both Wayne and Kristen, just phenomenal ambassadors for the sport. I know we're actually going to see the Matlocks at Dakar later this year, or I guess the start of next year.
Listen, that is so cool. I mean, Wayne's father was an off-road racer. He's an off-road racer, raced quads. His wife raced quads. She's kicking everybody's butt in UTVs right now. I mean, she just won the 500 in a naturally aspirated car, beat all the turbos, and they're headed to Dakar later this year. Yeah, it's going to be really cool with Craig Scanlon. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I actually plan on going to do some cheerleading for them, at least for the first part. Great family, 3 generations of off-road racing, and now they've got both their boys racing.
Yeah, definitely some exciting stuff coming up. RZR 170s will be hitting track here in a little bit, but before that, we are going to throw it to a commercial break, and we'll be back with more here at the 2020 UTV World Championship, presented by Polaris RZR.
The father and son team of Chad and Larry Ragland have a deep love of off-road racing. Larry has been racing for over 50 years and is one of the oldest active off-road racers, with more career wins than any other racer in the sport's history. Chad has followed in his father's footsteps and has raced professionally for over a decade. When the sport of desert UTV racing began to take off, the two built a new business called CageWorks, a design and manufacturing group that specializes in making custom UTV parts and accessories and race-ready vehicles.
I got into UTV racing really by an invitation from Mad Media and UTVUnderground.com. I was approached to come to an event for the unveiling of the XP1000. It was in Oregon, and the public hadn't even seen the vehicle, so I was asked to kind of come participate and help in the promotion of that, and that was really my first experience in a UTV ever. I've been real fortunate that I've been able to drive trophy trucks and race some of the best equipment on the planet, but it's never been, under my control where I was the one that could afford to pay the bills and to race that stuff. But now the UTV racing's really presented me with a whole new opportunity to have a much more affordable, form of racing. Yeah, we would all love to drive trophy trucks. I'd still love to be driving trophy trucks. I hope I still can. But at the end of the day, do we do it for show? Or do we do it because we love to race? If your answer is you love to race, UTV makes tons of sense because they're fun, they're competitive. You still get to go through the same race courses. So we have a great group of guys that have helped us get this vehicle ready for the UTV World Championships and really for the entire Best in the Desert series, being number one led by my dad, who it's great to, that's really why I'm doing this. I mean, it's nice to still get out in the desert and race, but to be able to do it with my dad is just the icing on the cake.
UTV has provided a whole different way of racing. It's a lot more fun and not quite as serious as what I've been accustomed to. I can enjoy the racing more and without the pressure. My son Chad got into it and said, "Dad, you got to come out and go with me on a trip in the UTV." So I did and fell in love with it. Within a few weeks, I had my own new RZR. We're probably not competitive yet because we have a lot to learn and we're getting into the racing part of it a little bit late compared to the people that we're racing against. So our learning curve has been, is got to ramp up a little bit so we can get up to speed, which we will. For some people, it's going to be their first time. Their heart's going to be beating when they're on that start line.
To be able to still do this, my dad's, older, and he wants to win just as bad as he did when he was younger. So it's great. I still get to go out there, talk about the race course. We're involved in the same team, the prep of the vehicle, and we get to race, and it's just great. I mean, I love it. Would not trade it for the world. I think that any son, you always have that desire to, to live up to your dad's expectations and to show him that, your appreciation for him. And for me, certainly that's been true, watching my father have such success in off-road racing. The first time that I heard about the UTV World Championships was from UTVUnderground.com. And it was really just a concept when I heard of it. Hey, this class is growing, the UTVs are becoming, more and more popular. Why don't we have our own race focused on just that vehicle, just that class, that we can go out there and put on a great show over, a great weekend here in Laughlin, Nevada, and that's exactly what they've done. So, 2 years now for this event, and it's just growing. I can't even imagine what it'll be like in a decade. So we chose the Polaris platform because we really think it's the most competitive, UTV out there right now. We have the most experience with it, seems to be the most reliable, and for my company, we provide a lot of parts that fit that model. So for us, it was really a no-brainer. So I'll be racing a Polaris RZR XP1000 in the pro production class, which means normally aspirated. You are allowed to make some pretty significant changes and additions to the vehicle. Most everything we've done with off-the-shelf parts. That was kind of our goal. Use a lot of CageWorks parts, the company that I own, and then various aftermarket parts on the vehicle that we've obtained from sponsors. So, it's obviously not a stock vehicle, but again, most of the parts we got are just off-the-shelf parts to prove that you can go and be competitive with a vehicle like that.
It's 5,000 miles, day after day after day.
Not allowed to use GPS.
There's no map you follow.
Dakar will really test the mind.
Welcome back to the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR here just outside of the beautiful Lake Havasu City, Arizona. And Matt, it is the month of October. That means it's UTV World Championship month, but it also means it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And I know you and the boys at Dirt Co. got a little something special up your sleeve for the month of October.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, we've all been affected by cancer. We know somebody who's, we all know somebody who's been affected by cancer. Me personally, you know, I lost my mom to cancer, and a clip earlier that showed Chad Ragland, one of my best friends, that lost to cancer. So it's personal, it hits home. So, you know, just a way to raise awareness for Breast Cancer Month. We teamed up with the Save a Breast Foundation, and we have these really cool pink socks from Dirt Co. And $5 from every sock goes to the foundation to help raise awareness for breast cancer. So really cool, easy thing to do to show your support for all the people that are battling breast cancer out there, and you know, show them a little bit of love.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome, you know, and I know, you know, I think, like you said, cancer, all of us have had somebody affected by cancer, and really cool you guys are doing something for the month of October. I know I got my pink socks on right now.
Yeah, I do too.
So, yes, and
we're gonna have to get Mia
a set of pink socks, right? Too. Yeah, we're going to have to get her dialed in with pink socks. But one thing I like about your socks, I said it before, I know you guys got the pink ones now for October, but I don't know what you guys put in these socks, but they are absolutely my favorite pair of socks. I've worn, I don't know how many different brands, and these, hands down, there's something, I don't know what it is, but it just makes your feet feel good, dude.
They're actually antimicrobial because they're made from bamboo, which helps when you're on those long pre-runs with a bunch of dudes in the car, and, you know, things can get a little funky. So they're not just super soft, but they're purpose-built for off-roaders.
She's laughing over there like her feet don't stink after a race or something.
Well, just wait. You spend a week pre-running Baja with us, and there's going to be some smells.
I've seen your vans. Like, don't tell me those things don't stink, Mia.
They don't. I don't have stinky feet.
Oh,
it's
whatever.
Just like the guys thing.
No, it's
not. We're gonna do one of those. You know, they got like the have like shoes lined up, and everybody sniff them blind and find out who smell the worst. Bet hers are going to be number one, the stinkiest.
Well, yeah, especially after battling in the desert all day, right?
Okay, those ones are pretty bad.
We got her to own up to it right here on camera.
The truth comes out. Well, you know, talk a little bit about, you know, the on-the-road life that you know, it required for you to win all the races that you won in short course.
Yeah, so I've been racing since I was about 6 years old. So since then, we've kind of always been on the road. And my little brother, Ryder, actually races too. So it's a full family thing, and we're always traveling to races. So it's been a little tough. We live in a small town, so we're always traveling. And through high school, I actually did online school just so I could, you know, make it easier on me. I could do more race stuff, do more media stuff. So it's been awesome, and honestly, I wouldn't trade it for the world. I definitely love this life.
That's really cool.
Yeah, well, and I know too, you know, it's one of those we see out here. We see all the RVs, we see the families. I know you talked about Cerrone earlier, wanting to get his kids involved, and I mean, it really is like, you know, Mia, like when you guys are traveling, I mean, you guys have your family, but then your family's traveling all these other families, and it becomes almost like this road family. And I think we're seeing that out here with the campgrounds, things like that, Matt and Mia. I mean, you can chime in on that, but you guys have, like, you know, this family on the road, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think all the families out here definitely do. We're all kind of each other's race family. You know, all of us pretty much know each other for the most part, so it's awesome to have that kind of support out here. Everybody's, you know, pretty much family and friendly, so it's awesome.
That's one of my favorite things about the youth racing is, you know, obviously it's competition and you guys are trying to beat each other, but everybody's friends out here. You know, they're all smiles, they're high-fiving each other. You know, for the most part, it's just, there's very little drama. It's just a big family-friendly race environment.
Yeah, well, and I know this is one of those too. Like, there was an instance yesterday in the 570 race. I know Mia's brother was involved in it, but one of his friends rolled in front of him. You know, his first lap of a 570 race, Ryder actually pulled over, got out of his car, went and checked on his friend to make sure he was all right. And, you know, right off the start of the race, you know, pulls out his strap, pulls his friend over. His friend goes back and podiums, and, you know, and Ryder ended up breaking. And, you know what I mean? It's one of those, but you see these kids at this young age, you know, doing things like that, and it's, you know, it's because of that friendly atmosphere that they have. And these are all their buddies, and they want to beat them, but they don't want to see them hurt either.
Well, I mean, think about that level of sportsmanship. And at that, how old is your brother?
He's 11 years old.
He's 11 years old, and he's already doing that. The kid's going to undoubtedly be a champion, not just on the track, but, you know, you take all the things that you learn here, and you become a champion in life, too.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, we got, I guess, RZR 170 racing here coming up momentarily. You know, I know we've got a guest from BF Goodrich Tires going to chime in, and I believe we've got something with Tiffany Stone standing by.
Well, let's go to her.
Thanks, guys. Hanging down here for the start of the Youth 170 race. We've talked about how Polaris stepped up huge because this is the next generation of UTV racers. The age group is anywhere between 5 and 12 years old. Earlier, we got to talk to Clayton Matlock, an 8-year-old who's been here. This is his first race, and it gives me kind of like goosebumps to know that they are going to be able to go out there, race some of the same course as the bigger racers that will be out there later today. This is going to be the start. A lot of them, this is their first race. So, like I said, a big shout out to Polaris for giving them this opportunity, and of course UTV World Championships. Can't wait to see what happens. Back up to you guys.
Welcome back to the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR here in Lake Havasu City, Arizona. We are day number 2 of racing. I guess as far as festivities go, we're day number 3 into this, Matt. But you know, we've got some of the biggest, baddest drivers you know, on the planet doing action later today. We got Youth 170 racing going to be coming up momentarily. But I know we got a special guest in the booth here and a good friend of yours.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to talk about tire technology. You know, tires are probably the most important thing on your off-road vehicle, especially when you're out there in a competition where you just cannot get any flats. And one of the cool things about BF Goodrich Tires is they bring 45 years plus of desert racing all into what they're making for UTVs, off-road race vehicles, and your trucks, and Jeeps, and I think trailers and a few other things like that. So we have my good friend Carl here. He's going to talk through some of the tech that goes into especially the new KM3 UTV tire.
Yeah, that's right. So we launched a new range of tires, a version of our BF Goodrich Mud Terrain TA KM3, but it's designed especially for UTVs, right? The sizes are kind of similar to the smallest Jeep sizes, but these are totally designed for UTVs, for the lighter loads that UTVs see, for the kind of usages that people do with their UTVs and so on. So we really think that's a much better solution than trying to use like a truck tire on your UTV.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can speak to it because I actually use those tires on my UTV, and you're right. It needs a specific tire.
That's right.
One of the interesting things that's happened with UTVs is that they've grown so quickly from 30, 40 mile an hour cars to now we're 80, 90, even 100 mile an hour cars. So subsequently, we have to have a tire that can take that type of abuse.
Yeah, that's right. And you've also seen the growth in the size of the tire, right? I mean, when this thing started, there was a lot of 26s, right? Now we're 32, 33 inch tires on the vehicles now. That in itself brings a lot of speed. But there is one big advantage there, and we at BF Goodrich we like to say that the bigger the tire, the smaller the desert.
Yes.
So that definitely helps us manage the total performance of the vehicle. As these vehicles get faster and faster, the bigger tires are a big help.
Yeah, and we were talking about it the other day. Somebody asked me, well, you know, BFG is a sponsor, so that's why you love them, and that is part of it, right? I love that they support off-road racing, just like Polaris RZR does. But, you know, truthfully, it's a simple thing to me. You know, it's like you go look at who is the greatest off-road racer of all time, and that's Rob McCachran, right? And what tires is he using? He's using BF Goodrich tires. So you're talking about one of the greatest, or not one of the greatest off-road racer of all time, still at the top of his game, racing trophy trucks and racing. He's running a 42 right now.
40.
He's running a 40.
The most popular trophy truck tire today is our 40-inch KR3. And we brought that out a couple of years ago, and of course, you know, we're continuing to develop all the time. At that level of racing, if you stand still, you're going backwards.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we're working all the time on making our tires better.
So again, that's one of the cool things is that tire technology that they create for trophy trucks, which there is really nothing more extreme than that, in terms of tire abuse. You talk about you being a trophy truck racer, it's a 6,000 pound truck, and the G loads that are going into that suspension when you're smashing it into holes at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even do that math.
Yeah. And the speeds are absolutely phenomenal now.
Yes.
Right. These races that used to be about managing the truck, managing the tires, managing the gearbox, managing the rear axle. It's managing how fast you can go now. They're wide open sprint races. It's amazing.
Yeah. It's a very good point. Tires used to be a limitation. You used to have to go lay out your pit program by where your tires are going to wear out. That's no longer the case now. Now we're looking at it and we're going, how much fuel can we load in the truck? Which is crazy.
Yeah, well, and even now, I mean, with the all-wheel drives, it's actually made, tire wear even better. And most people would think, going the extreme like that with the more horsepower, four wheels biting, it would put more abuse on the tires. But it does, but it spreads the load. And I think, like we said, it's actually made the tire wear better. And, and it's, and what have you guys had to do have you had to change anything to adapt to the all-wheel drives?
So we continue to tweak it a little bit. You're exactly right. When you have 850 horsepower going through 2 tires, now you have 1,000 horsepower going through 4 tires. Actually, it's a little easier on the tires, right? So we can take advantage of that and use that to try to find some more speed, or like Matt was saying, extend the tire change intervals by running those and using bigger fuel tank. Less time in the pits is more time racing. It's faster.
Yeah, the level of competition has gotten so high. Everybody's got really good equipment. But it's interesting to me how that correlates back to UTV racing, because UTVs are a four-wheel drive vehicle, right? And so very similar to what the evolution of trophy trucks is happening, right? And so, now the pressure that we're putting on these tires and the sidewalls, and yesterday we were talking a little bit about beadlocks, and why we need beadlocks in this style of racing, because of how hard we're pushing on the sidewalls of the tires. It's also the tire and the tire compound. So, talk a little bit about your tire compound strategy, hard versus soft, and how that affects us in UTV racing.
Yeah, so we actually compound for each class of vehicle. We have a variation from soft to hard, of course, and the vehicles use the tires differently. Four-wheel drive vehicles use tires differently than two-wheel drive vehicles. The overall speed and a little bit the driving style and the weight distribution of the vehicle comes into play also. And so you sometimes have some interesting stuff like we have going on right now, where trophy trucks are in a way becoming easier on tires, but at the same time UTVs, which traditionally were like really easy on tires, lightweight vehicles, big tires, four-wheel drive, they're going so fast now, they're getting harder and harder on tires. So we're like maybe going in the opposite direction, trying to always find exactly the right balance between durability and performance.
Sure.
So, and then, throw in a class 10, throw in some class 1s, throw in some 1600s, and, it's quite the puzzle to solve.
And that's a very good point, that you're talking about different car platforms. So different car platforms are going to have different requirements on tires. So, there isn't a one tire fits all scenario.
No, definitely not. And I think, and speaking to that, I mean, every single race is different, and I know you guys work constantly. A tire looks the same, but the compounds, depending on where you're racing and things like that, you guys can, do a few adjustments and make the compound so it hooks up a little bit better, grabs in certain types of conditions and things like that. I think a lot of people see a 40-inch tire and they don't realize that you guys behind the scenes can do a lot of tweaking on your end before the race and make a tire really adapted, key made for that track.
Yeah, for instance, the difference between a trophy truck that's running a classic, long desert race versus one that's doing some rock racing.
Sure.
Right, very different demands. So different tire solution, and we can adjust some stuff also with pressure recommendations, just like the racers would adjust their their shocks or their engine mapping and so on. So we have some ability to tweak it.
And what always impresses me about you guys is you keep coming with innovation, you know, and frankly you keep winning races. I mean, you guys just had another big win at the Baja 500 with my boy Dan McMillan. That was a big win for Dan.
Yes,
I was super excited for him. But again, he's rocking BF Goodrich tires. You know, that was a big key in victory. A real rocky course, so no flats, no problems.
Yeah. Well, and here's a question. I mean, you know, you guys have to be excited. For the longest time, you dominated desert racing. There was no competitors at all. And now we've seen, you know, both in UTV and in the unlimited truck divisions, we've got 2 or 3 tire companies supporting racers coming in, developing tires. That's got to have you guys excited, because it's like, hey, we've got somebody bringing a fight to us now. We get to really do our homework and bring out some really good stuff.
Yeah. I can't tell you how much we love having competition. I mean, we really do. And in a way, we're kind of we're the latecomer to the UTV world, right? You know, when all that started, we didn't have the tires for it. So, you know, we got out our sketch pad, did our homework, and got some good partners. And now we have at least a tire that's competitive. But we really enjoy having the competition. You know, if it weren't for the other guys, the victories wouldn't be nearly as sweet.
Sure.
And, you know, we really believe competition makes us all better. You know, the tires today are capable of doing things that we couldn't dream of 15, 20 years ago. Same with the trucks, same with the shocks, same with the engines, same with the transmissions, same with the brakes. You know, all of this is about parts development, about advancing the state of the art, and ultimately that lets us take some of those understandings, innovations, technologies, whatever you want to call them, and ultimately make better highway tires for pickup trucks or for your run-around UTV.
Sure, and let's talk about that, because you make a race UTV tire, but you also make what should we call it, a consumer UTV tire?
Yeah, it's the you know, the recreational, let's call it a recreational UTV tire for you know, your trail riding, your camping, your hunting and fishing, and
more
whatnot.
of a casual use.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A tire that's a little more durable, and you know, just works a little better when you don't need that last, you know, half a tenth.
I know. Well, I know for me, you know, I did, like we were talking about it yesterday on the live stream, but I do about probably 5,000 miles a year, and a lot of it's in Baja, and I don't really know the slow pace stuff.
Right.
So I prefer to have the race tires on.
Sure.
So especially when I'm cornering, that's when I think about it the most. I'm cornering in rocky situations, and I've got the car leaned over, and I know that the tire's folding under. BF Goodrich just gives me that peace of mind to go, okay, I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried about where the car's going and how I'm setting up the car.
Put it where you need it.
But and it's, you know, that goes back to the whole UTV thing. I mean, these UTVs are so, you know, you can take them in so many diverse conditions, I guess, whether it be the rocks, whether it be the mud, whether it be the sand. You know, how tough is it to develop a really good UTV tire that's good in all these different things? Because a lot of these consumers are buying the one tire, and you know it's going to hit rocks, it's going to hit mud, it's going to hit sand, it's going to hit silt, the desert. You know, your tires have to be good in so many different aspects for these casual users.
Well, I don't know that it's that good. It can always be better, right? But you know, we have a large base of knowledge from, like you said, more than 40 years of developing off-road tires. You know, we kind of started the all-terrain market way back in the day with the all-terrain tire, same with the mud terrain. So, you know, we understand a few things about the trade-offs, about how to get good grip in mud, about how to get good grip in sand, and so on. Of course, it's a compromise. There's no such thing as a perfect, well, you know, you can make a tire which is fantastic in one very narrow condition. Like, think about a racing slick, right? Absolutely terrific on asphalt. It's not going to do you much good out here.
No.
Okay.
No.
So
that'd be about a mile of this course,
yeah,
and it'd be done.
You'd be high centered and stuck.
Exactly.
Right? So we take some of that understanding about how the tread pattern, the compound, and the construction all work together. Try to come up with a combination that works, or we think will work. We have some simulation tools with some some supercomputer stuff, and we test it some.
Yep.
You know, we've got test drivers, we have a proving ground, we have terrific partners who can test our product for us. We roll that feedback in, tweak it a little bit, and then when it's ready and not before, we put it on the market.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate all the knowledge, as usual. And we're going to take it down. Tiffany Stone, she's got somebody lined up for us.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out with the top qualifier in the Youth 170 race, Ryder Barnaby. Ryder, you took the top spot in qualifying. You got the inside. Pretty much you're going to have a dust-free ride out there. Walk us through the game plan.
I just want to be fast and finish good.
Well, I know that you're out here with a stack field of 40, taking that top spot. Did your parents, did anybody out here tell you what to do or how the course was going to be? Did you do any pre-running?
Not really out here. I just tested in Barstow. That's about it.
Talking about Barstow and whatnot, obviously the terrain's going to be like this. You're going to see some rock. You're going to see some dust. There's a little G-outs out there. Walk us what your game plan is and how you prepared for the weekend.
We went out testing and we got drop-off, so we see how the suspension and bottoming out.
Well, one last thing, just because I want to know, what'd you eat for breakfast today, or what was your go-to for breakfast?
I didn't really have breakfast.
So you're just going on enthusiasm? That is going to be the breakfast of champions, riders on enthusiasm. I kind of want to eat what he's eating this morning. Back up to you guys.
All right, well, Tiffany's catching up with some of our RZR 170 drivers, Matt, and that means looks like we're starting to get these kids grooted up. We're going to get ready to go racing here pretty soon.
Yeah, it's about time. But, hey, you got to give these kids style points because they're already rocking shades and they've got all their stuff, you know, their signature cards and everything. So it's really cool to see them get into this.
It's all about the image, right? And I got to tell you, somebody's got a really good image and bragging rights after today with a lot on the line here at the UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. We are going to take a short commercial break. I promise you, we are going to get to racing here in just a few minutes. It will be well worth the wait. But until then, we're going to take a short commercial break. We'll be back after this at the 2020 UTV World Championship powered by Polaris RZR here in Lake Havasu City.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Kudrich, Onyx Off-Road, PCI, Raceline, Assault Industries, and Surface Sunscreen.
There's nothing wrong with looking good, but when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
city of Lake Havasu, right here on the lake, Matt. Most people out there want to ride jet skis and do a little wake surfing, but today it's all about the UTVs because we're here for the 2020 UTV World Championship powered by Polaris RZR. Town has been taken over by power sports this weekend. There's more UTVs than I think I've seen in a long time at one place at one time. I think things are kind of rivaling Glamis over Thanksgiving weekend out here in Lake Havasu today.
Yeah, it's really cool, and Lake Havasu is an off-road town. We've been coming here to put this track together over the last couple months, and every time we're out here, there's people out here riding, and here in Arizona, UTVs are street legal, so a lot of people just use them as their transportation around town.
Yeah, that is definitely the truth, and I think this event's something that I think the industry needed. There's been a lot of racing happening, and I think truthfully, this is the biggest event in the Southwest. I think that's been happening with fans, since the pandemic. I know obviously Crandon happened. That was a big event. I think people are starting to turn up for these events, because people want to get back to normal, and I feel like this is such a huge shot in the arm for the industry. I feel like this is what we needed this weekend.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy here. When I walk around and talk to people, everybody's just glad to be out, and it's really cool. It's one of these things, when this whole pandemic came up, I just kind of looked at it and went, well, we're already social distancing. That's what we do as off-road. Outdoor events, and it's pretty safe. We're recommending everybody wear their masks and just wash your hands and follow all the protocols. But more importantly, let's go racing. The kids are getting a little preview lap right now, as we said earlier. We're breaking the heats, and we're breaking the class into 2 heats because there's 40 vehicles, and we don't want to put them all out on the track at once.
Yeah, we don't want to put them all out on the track at once. I think it's going to be exciting enough with 20 cars on track. I know we're going to have a guest hopping into the booth here in a few moments. We're just getting a look at what you had talked about, some of these wash areas in this track, and obviously we're going to have a split lane. Going to be a little bit different feel here, and like we said before, land rush start. So a lot of excitement going to happen here shortly. It's going to be slated for 25 minutes around this 2.33 mile course. How's that work, Matt? 25 minutes? Is it 25 plus 1? Is that the way it works?
Yeah, basically it's a 25-minute moto, and whoever comes out at that end is, basically the winner. So it's the format that they're used to racing.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting here. I think it's going to be a bit of survival. We're going to see, who can bring their A game here and be crowned world champion at the end of this. Awaits the winner. A little prize package from Polaris RZR, a little support from them. I think that's going to be huge for these kids. Most have been, with the Polaris platform through most of their careers, and I think that's one thing that's great about Polaris. They start these kids out young, and as they come up through the ranks, they're used to the Polaris platform. They graduate from 170s up into the 570 division, and then we start seeing them on RS1s, 1000s, and I feel like Polaris has really created a true ladder system for these drivers, from a young age.
Definitely, and I think there's more cars to come from Polaris. So I'm excited about the future, and and again, these new generation of off-road racers, that's just beginning. The first wave has hit their teens and their early 20s. The guys like R.J. Anderson and Mitch Guthrie Jr., and they're starting to compete, on a global level, with Dakar and the Mint 400 and Baja 1000, etc., and kind of move up to other vehicles. I know we've seen RJ do a little bit of trophy truck time or 6100 time, and I know Mitchie's eyeing those vehicles as well. So, it's just exciting, to have the youth movement happening. It really makes me excited for the future of off-road racing.
Yeah, well, it looks like we've got some of these drivers gridding up. I believe we're going to be doing a land rush start. It's going to be 8 cars wide, so we're going to release them in groups of 8, I believe. So we're going to have, I guess, a couple of rows here being released in groups of 8. They're going to go into that turn number 1 side by side. Probably the first land rush start a lot of these kids have ever done. I think it's going to add a level of excitement here to this RZR 170 race.
It's so cool, man. I really dig the kids racing, man, and it's just fun for us to put these races on, and watch these kids come up, and get better and better. It's like off-road school almost.
Yeah, definitely off-road school, and I know, it's kind of exciting to see. We've seen over the course of the years, you see some of these kids start out in this division, work their way up, become the future stars of the sport, and I got a feeling that whoever comes out victorious here today probably going to see him in a couple of years down the line, winning UTV World Championships, possibly in an NA car or a turbo car.
Yeah, it was really funny, when we were planning this event, because we kept changing things, based on what the short course guys wanted to do. They're used to land rush starts, and us in the desert, we usually start 2x2. So, this is a kind of a hybrid format. It looks like they're starting 5 wide so that they can fit under the start truss.
Yeah, 5 wide to start under the start truss. Makes a lot of sense to me. It looks like these kids are ready to go. They got to be amped up here. Looks like can't really see behind that face shield. He's getting pumped up, getting ready. Probably a little bit of butterflies. I feel like this first lap, everything's going to be feeling it out a little bit, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. And like we said, there's going to be some things that they're not used to. This is a little bit different track, but it's going to be exciting.
So starting 5 wide here, we've got looks like 20 in each heat. So we're going to have 4 groups of 5 leave the start line for this first heat, and then we're going to turn around. We're going to have a second heat that's 25 minutes long with another group of RZR 170s. They're going to be 5 wide, 4 groups of 5, and then the overall victor from the 2 heats will be determined by time. So you're actually racing against the kids in the other group, even though they're not racing directly against you. Adds a little bit, even if you're in the lead, you can't really lay up because you don't know what the guy in the next heat's going to run.
Definitely. This is about who is the fastest on time around this course. So, going to be exciting.
Looks like our flag man is getting ready to drop the flag, and it is almost go time here. Hear him revved up.
And we're off.
Talked about earlier, this turn number 1 is going to be the most interesting part. It's RZR 170, the youth class here. Never really thought about talking about the dust coming into play with this division, Matt, but I think as this course goes on, these kids, a lot of them used to short course where it's kind of groomed tracks and mud. This dust might throw an added element.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we definitely, dust is going to be a factor here. Fortunately, we've got the wind moving pretty good, so it's clearing pretty well.
So we got our second group of 5 off the line. We're going to have 4 groups of 5 here. Definitely going to make it tough for the kids starting that 3rd or 4th heat, man. They're going to have to really push hard to make their way up through the traffic.
Yeah, and you really never know. I mean, you've had rear starts before, and it's played into your favor. So it just depends on what the wind's doing and what the guys in front of you are doing.
Yeah, you kind of get a glimpse here of this ridge. It's something a little bit different for these kids. A lot of kids used to those groomed tracks. This one definitely not that. Running a little bit of ridges, throwing a little bit of different different elements at these kids. We've got the 3rd group of 5 now out on the track. Should have 1 more as they head into turn number 1.
Yeah, and look at all the spectators out here. That's really cool. One of the things that I love about this setup is we have the UTV festival right next to where the start finish is. So all the vendors are here and all the fans are here, and they can spectate either there or up on the ridges. There's a lot of really good spectating, and you can actually ride your UTV out with your family and just spectate on the ridges, because this is open OHV land.
Yeah, and that was one thing I thought it was yesterday. We were in the car and we got into some of the canyons, and here's a group of spectators with an easy up out in the middle of nowhere, and I'm like, they had to really plan to get back here early on in the morning to get out here before the race, but I had to give them a lot of credit. There's some creative spots and some really good places to watch if you wanted to do your homework and get out early.
Oh, definitely. And this area of the Mojave Desert is just beautiful. Lots of mountains and hills and little canyons and rock, and of course the mighty Colorado River right here with us.
Yeah. So as our last wave of 5 goes off the line here, we've got all 20-some racers out on track. Right now, though, our current leader at the end of lap number 1 is Jake Hill, followed by Clayton Matlock, Ryder Barnaberry, Tanner Thompson, and Cruz Worley. That's going to be your top 5 as they sit here in RZR 170 heat number 1. So Jake Hill out front, followed by Clayton Matlock, trying to I don't know, I guess add some hardware to the Matlock family mantle, and tell you what, there's not a whole lot of room left on that, Matt.
Well, talk about pressure. I would not want to be that kid. Especially considering your mom is spanking everybody in UTV racing right now.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. You know, you ask people who would you rather face, you know, Kristen or Wayne, and you never would have thought people would say Kristen, but I got to tell you, a lot of people right now, no offense to Wayne, but I think they fear his wife a little more than him, you know, and he's as accomplished as anybody in the industry.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about Baja. They absolutely love Baja, and they really, you know, understand the ins and outs of everything in Baja. It gives them a big advantage up down there. They do come up here and race. They were actually trying to make this race. Wayne ran out of time to get a vehicle caged for this race, and you know he'll be leaving immediately after this to go do more Dakar training.
Look at that dust starting to set in. Look at that whoop section, Matt. I mean, for these RZR 170s, as we see them come through some of this rough, I mean, this is probably a little tougher than a lot of the tracks they're used to. I mean, not just running the ridges, and you talked about that wash, but I mean, I look at that whoop section and go, man, that's an element a lot of these kids probably haven't seen before.
Well, you know, I mean, this is all stuff that we integrated in because we wanted to make it a little bit challenging, you know. But yeah, whoops is part of it, off-road racing, right? They're like mini San Felipe whoops, right?
Mini San Felipe whoops. I like that. If anybody's seen the whoops in San Felipe, they know exactly what we're talking about, because probably one of those iconic sections in all of off-road is that start at San Felipe in about, what, the first 30 miles, you know, where you cross Zoo Road? How long is that? 20, 30 miles? Those whoops just constant.
Brutal whoops. So these are not nearly as brutal as those, you know. Nice little rhythm section basically for them.
Yeah, so we got 2 laps in now. Jake Hill continuing to lead. Clayton Matlock looks to be about 2 seconds, 3 seconds back. You know, from Jake Hill, Ryder Barnaberry there in the 3rd spot. Tanner Thompson and Cruz Worley still rounding out your top 5. Then we go back to 6. It looks like Landon Poppert, Dylan Carter, and then TJ Sewers in the 8th spot. I know he was one to watch. Mia Chapman had mentioned earlier. We're going to see if he can start picking his way through the field. I think he was back there in that 2nd row. But right now it is Jake Hill up front in the 170. Yes, not only 170 division. He is race number 170, but he is out there up front right now. So the one to catch, Jake Hill out on track.
They're just battling. It's just awesome, man. And this is a really cool course because you have visual of them the entire time.
Well, I think this track too, it's tight enough that it keeps them kind of bunched together. I think you get those really long stretches and with the Youth 170 racing, allows them to stretch out, and sometimes probably not only for the fans but for the drivers it gets a little bit boring. But I think, you know, the technicalities of this course and the tight corners, things like that, it's really adding some elements. It's keeping these kids nice and tight, and it's, you know, it's going to make for some great racing as this 25-minute moto kind of plays out.
Yeah, it's cool. One of the other things though too is the parents can keep an eye on them the entire time, which makes the parents calm, because somebody asked me the other day, what's the most difficult thing about youth racing? I said, it's controlling the parents.
Yes, you talk about soccer moms and soccer dads. I got to tell you, we got off-road moms and dads out here too, and sometimes they get very passionate.
Oh, I understand it. It's their children, right? And in many cases, it's 1 or 2 of their children. I'm sorry, more than 2 of their children. So yeah, trust me, I get the phone calls all the time, and you know, the way my brother and I look at this, we treat this as if these kids are our family. We want to make sure that they're safe and they're having a good time.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, we do have some hot pits set up for these kids. If they end up having a problem, a flat out on track, got their parents there ready to wrench on these cars, get them out on track in a hurry. But, you know, we're going to have to keep it clean out here to take the victory. No pit stops are going to, you know, happen for the winner. Definitely, you know, we got a really heated battle starting to brew there up front. You know, Clayton Matlock followed by Jake Hill now in the 2nd spot. So Clayton able to get around Jake Hill for the lead. Excuse me. I'm getting a little bit of timing and scoring hiccups here, but it looks like those two battling back and forth. I don't know quite who is out on, you know, in the lead out front. It looks like Jake Hill, yes, he is in the lead, but we got a battle happening out front. Jake Hill continuing to lead there. Looked like Clayton Matlock may have got around just momentarily, but Jake Hill able to take it back.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the cool things about these timing gates is every time they hit the gate, it's giving us adjusted time. So it's changing the order on adjusted time, not just physical.
Got a little bit of dust starting to linger there, and you know, that's one of the things we look later in the day. Obviously, we're starting to get a little dust this 170 track, and I know yesterday all the racers were saying, you know, the dust wasn't as bad as we thought. Right off the start it was bad, then it kind of, everybody kind of set their pace, and the dust really out on course wasn't bad at all. We didn't really have much of it, but you wonder if that was yesterday. Today, maybe it's going to be a little bit worse, you know, with the conditions and being that the track's been run on, you know, for a full day. I don't know, but that's definitely one of the storylines we look later in the day, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, dust is part of off-road racing. Yesterday, I told the story, you know, I'm always looking for any little piece of knowledge that I can get, and fortunately I have access to, you know, all kinds of off-road racing champions. So I went to Rob Mack and I said, Rob, you know, what do you do when you're charging somebody, trying to chase them down the dust? And he looked at me and he goes, I slow down. Not the answer I wanted. I wanted some Jedi stuff, but he's right. You know, you've just got to charge as fast as you can, but based on what you can see.
Well, I think that was one of the, you know, one of the things with the whole GPS era of off-road. And I started out, I was pre-GPS era. So I learned to race in Baja without a GPS. And, you know, that was old school pre-run and do your notes, you know, and take mental notes, you know, but I think, you know, a lot of these drivers now have grown up in this GPS era, so you can basically see blind in the dust and know where you're going. And I think it's, you know, Rob Mack is a little old school, so he's got that slow down when you can't see in the dust. But I think, you know, we've seen, you know, a lot of drivers that GPS is, you know, an aid in helping see through the dust and, you know, push a little bit harder. But these 170s obviously don't have dust. We see them bunched up there through the whoops. Look at that, Matt. I mean, talk about a great battle.
Yeah, no, it's so awesome to see these guys battling and passing each other. And, you know, again, for the age that we're talking about here, they're very advanced. They're going inside, they're going outside, they're setting people up. And, you know, it's just great racing.
So we are approaching the halfway point, a little over 10 minutes into heat number 1 of the Youth 170 racing. This slated for 25 minutes. So we're about halfway home here. It looks like we got one of our guests getting mic'd up, going to help us call through this race, talk a little bit about it. But got on a Polaris Razor Factory Racing shirt. Dallas Gonzalez, welcome to the show, my friend.
Hi.
Man, you had a big day yesterday. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, it was a crazy race. The course was amazing. I drive this course like it's like my backyard. I drive it every day. I drive it like the last week I've been driving. I've been pre-running this, and I knew it all, and I pretty much knew all through the dust and all that.
That's awesome. You know, as funny as when we were you know, building this race course and talking about this race, in the back of my head, I'm like, oh, Dallas is going to love this course because you live in Bullhead City, which is right down the road from here, and it's very similar terrain. So was there anything out there that surprised you?
No, not really. I loved how going up the wash is just wide open. You don't have to lift. But there was a lot of cars that were broke, or there was not that many. There was quite a few, but it was a little sketchy coming around the corners, and they were just broken down right there. But it was an amazing course.
Yeah, nice. Well, I'm glad you liked it. So talk a little bit about, like, you came from this class. So you started here and you've climbed your way up. Talk a little bit about what it was like to race in a 170.
It was crazy. So the 170s are, like, they don't have that much travel. They're a little rough, but it's crazy that the 170 classes went from 20 cars to now 50 cars. Now it's, you get to separate the races twice. So now I'm in the bigger cars, and now there's only like 20-ish, 11.
Right.
And now the RS1 class is going to grow up to like be the 170 class. They'll have all these little cars moving up to the 1000s.
And also, you're racing some of the same guys you've been racing over the years. What's that like? I mean, a lot of these guys are your friends.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, I've grown up with like all of them, like Casey Sims and like Ethan Groom and all of them. We came from 170s. We've all grown up, gotten better from driving with each other, and weighed our way up from 570s to 1000s now.
So here's a question to you, and then no pressure, right? You got plenty of time to continue to race in the 1000 class, but when do you think you're ready to go step into those adult classes?
I was talking to my mom. I want to race desert next year.
Nice.
I want to get in like I was thinking a turbo car.
Wow.
But my mom still wants me to stay in the short course for a little bit longer. But
well, I'm sure, and I know your dad really well, yeah. and he wants you to be successful going up, but you got all the time in the world. How old are you right now?
14.
Yeah, 14, so you got a few years.
Yeah.
But that's really cool, man. So anybody here that you know that we should be looking at in the 170 class?
I know the kid right there in the SDR car, Cruz Worley, and I know for the first race, I don't know that many for the first one, but I know for the next one, I know quite a more.
Sure. And who in the second race do you have your eye on? Your brother's out there racing, right?
Yeah, my brother races 130. He races in the mod class, I think.
Nice.
I think at 130.
Fantastic. So now you've got, you know, basically now all we have to do is get your mom and dad racing.
Yeah.
It's a family affair, right?
Oh, look at that little contact there.
Yeah. Racing is rubbing, right?
Rubbing is racing, definitely. And like we said, elbows are going to be out in these RZR 170s, Matt. But Dallas, I mean, you know, what do you think? Obviously, you ran the course yesterday. What do you think we're going to see today out on track? You know, as we stretch in, start doing some of the longer races. Obviously, course went away a little bit yesterday. What do you think drivers are going to expect out there today?
I think the drivers are going to see a lot. Like it's going to be like rutted out. And like up the washes, it's going to be a lot of ruts. There's going to be some braking bumps and all that. It's going to be a little rougher than yesterday, but that's pretty much all.
Nice.
So what's next for you on the race program? Obviously wrapping up UTV World Championship. What's the rest of the year look like for you?
I'm racing the Works racing. I race that, and I'm racing the Best in the Desert.
Okay, so you got a couple of races coming up here pretty quick.
Yeah, I got a race next weekend in Blythe. Yeah, I think Blythe for Works.
Nice. Well, you're going there with some hardware. That's really cool, man. Yeah, we have one of these custom trophies we're going to ship off to you, as well as a finisher medal. We've got these really cool finisher medals, but due to COVID, rather than handing them to everybody, we're shipping them out.
Well, I think if they're anything like the mid 400 finisher medals, these things are awesome. It's definitely something you want to hold on to. I think that's one thing that's cool. You guys have created trophies and medals that are a little bit different, Matt, and you know it's something that not only some of the kids want to win, but the adults as well.
Well, we want to show a little bit of respect to these guys. I mean, you had a legit hard race yesterday, so we want the hardware to reflect that. This is the World Championship after all. And how many of these have you won now? I lost count, honestly.
This is my 5th. I've won 3 in the 250. I won last year in the 570, and then this year in the 1000.
So 5-time world champion.
Yes.
It's gonna be tough to follow that up.
How many people can say they're a 5-time world champion in anything?
Yeah, exactly, in anything. No, that's awesome. I'm super stoked for you. You did a great job yesterday, and I'm looking forward to your future in off-road racing.
Thank you.
All right, so we are about 16 minutes into this 25-minute moto. It looks like now we are 6 laps in. Going back to our leaderboard, it looks like TJ Sewers now leading. Jake Hill now dropping back into the 2nd spot, and Cruz Worley in the 3rd spot. So new leader out there, Matt. TJ Sewers, I know Mia Chapman said earlier, one to watch. You may have called this thing.
Yeah, that's really cool. You know, I mean, again, that's what this championship, the UTV World Championship, is all about. It's not just the mainstay guys winning, it's new guys coming up and winning, and just, creating a platform for people to start their careers in off-road racing.
Well, and talk about that, Dallas. How was running in the 170 platform? How's that transition up into the 570 and then the 1000? I mean, this ladder system, we talked about it. Polaris has a stepping stone for your young drivers, to go from one to the other. How was that for you? I mean, obviously the big step was going from the small cars into the 570, but how was that step? What did you learn in the 170s and the mods that you could take up into the 570?
I learned a lot, like in corners, corner speed and all that. Like in the 170s are 2-wheel drive, so they like to slide a lot. And in the 570s, I just learned that you can just rip right through the corners like the 250s. Like, you could throw right in the corners and like that, and it's like just like the 570s.
Nice. Yeah, so momentum is a big thing.
Yes.
Yeah, how was it when you went from the 570 to the 1000 and you had all that power at your, at your disposal?
Yeah, the first race was a little sketchy. I didn't notice I was in my RS1 yet, so I 2-wheeled it, and then I did a front flip in it, and...
So it took you a minute to get used to that.
Yeah. So you're saying they need to punt R.J. Anderson? You need to slot in the next XP1K full of front flip?
Yeah. Nice. Hey, we're taking resumes as we speak. But, one of the cool things, I got to ride with you over at your house when you were still racing 570, and I remember that day I spent with you guys, and you did a couple hot laps with me, and I was like, wow, this kid can drive. And that was 1,000, right? Remember that?
Yeah, that was my dad's car.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, this kid needs to move up. He's too fast for these small cars. So, again, it's really cool to, see these kids build their skill sets and be able to apply them to the next level and more horsepower and bigger cars and so on and so forth.
So we are about 18 minutes in. We are going to take a short commercial break. We come back, we will have the winners here of heat number 1 of the Polaris Youth 170 race here at the 2020 UTV World Championship, presented by Polaris RZR.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Vision Wheel, Rockford Fosgate, Dirt Company, and UTV Underground.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
RJ, you got the green light.
Following Rigid's legendary quality, the all-new Adapt E-Series has a seamless beam transition and an integrated active power management system that will constantly monitor your vehicle's battery state. The Adapt E-Series will make adjustments to the light output, maximizing performance based on the vehicle's capacity. Designed with 3 unique optic combinations for close-range, slow-speed driving, moderate speeds, and long-range, high-speed driving, a seamless beam transition is achieved through an internal GPS, automatically adjusting optic zones and beam paths based upon the vehicle's speed. The Adapt E-Series, the next evolution in off-road lighting.
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Welcome back here to beautiful Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Standard Wash. We are here with the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. Jim Beaver, Matt Martelli here calling the action. We got Mia Chapman back in the booth to finish off this first heat in the Youth 170 division. We're 22 minutes in. We got 3 minutes left, Matt. It is go time for these kids. TJ Sewers currently leading. Then we got Cruz Worley and Jake Hill. Mia, you called it. You said TJ Sewers one to watch. Kid's out front right now. What do you think? You think he's got enough to bring it home?
I think so. That kid is pretty consistent with most of the races that he does. So it's awesome to see him up there. He's definitely a fast kid, you know, along with all these other kids in this class. They're all fearless. So it's just about, you know, who is out front, and we'll see how it plays out.
Well, I think it was a good call. He wasn't somebody that I was looking at. So, you know, again, it's cool to have you here and have some of your knowledge of this class and these kids racing.
Yeah, one of the things I think is interesting too, Matt, he didn't start in the first row. He started back in the second row. So he had to make, you know, had a delayed start and to work his way through traffic to get up front. I mean, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, so they're 5 wide. He probably passed like almost 10 cars, right? Like 9 at least, right? So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so yeah, we got a couple of minutes left. It's a 25-minute moto, 2.33 miles long. TJ Sewers currently leading. Cruz Worley, Jake Hill, your top 3. And don't forget, immediately following this, we got another heat of RZR 170s. Another 20 cars going to take the track. So even if TJ Sewers clinches the win here, doesn't mean he's the overall victor, because his time has to stack up against the kids who are racing in that next heat. Whoever has the top time, then they get crowned world champion in the RZR 170 division.
Yeah, if we had unlimited time here, we'd probably do another heat of the top guys, you know, like motocross, but we're a little bit limited on time. We've got to actually get the adult race started here, the Pro Turbo race, around 2 o'clock. You know, like we saw yesterday, we got done just before dark for the leaders, and then some of the stragglers were finishing at dark, and I think the same thing's going to happen today. But curious to see if the turbos can beat the times for the NAs, especially now that the track is rougher.
No, and I think I called it, you know, 2 weeks ago. I said, I don't know that the turbo's a big advantage here. I think the NA cars, you know, turbos take a little bit of time to spool up, and I said, I just don't know. There's a couple long wash runs where you can definitely use the power of a turbo, but, you know, you get in those tight, twisty canyons and things, that NA, that on-demand power, I think it might actually be an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is about flow. You know, it's like, how are you carrying your momentum, and what's your rhythm? You know, and if you're not off track, you're not smashing, you know, the side walls of your tires, or you're smashing axles and things like that. That's what we saw yesterday, is a lot of people doing damaged axles and arms and so on.
Well, and Mia, I mean, you know, how is that? You know, especially a race as long as yesterday. You obviously, you've done short course where, you know, run some pretty decent, you know, length races, but how is it getting into a rhythm? I mean, how important is that right out of the get-go to get into a rhythm? Because if you don't, I feel like you're kind of fighting an uphill battle the entire race, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, right off the start of the race, you got all this adrenaline going, and you really just want to go all out. But it's really about finding your pace and finding that happy medium to save the car for the rest of the race.
So it looks like we are at the time mark, so I believe the checkered flag is going to be flying here for RZR 170 heat number 1. Right now it looks like TJ Sewers leading. It looks like quite a bit of lead over the second spot, so it looks like we're looking for a checkered flag here, Matt.
Yeah, it's really cool. I think these guys are about to come in, and if you want to see the live timing, you could go to our website and get split times of every time these guys hit one of the race line wheels timing gates.
Yeah, and that website, for those of you tuning in at home, you want to watch the live timing and scoring in addition to the live stream. It is, I believe it's UTVworlds.livemotorsports.com/live scoring, but I believe if you go to UTVUnderground.com, all the links are right there on the front page. The easiest way to get there is kind of a list of you know, everything that we're bringing to you, both the live stream, the live timing and scoring. Just hit those links. It's going to take you exactly where you want to be. Right now, though, it looks like TJ Sewers, there's going to be a little bit of waiting game here. He's going to win, but not know that he's the winner yet. He's going to have to wait for another moto. I mean, Mia, what do you think about that? What do you think? Taking a victory, but having to wait another half hour to find out if you're actually the winner.
Oh man, that would kill me. Like, all the nerves would just get bundled up even more. But I think it's definitely going to be a close one between this, you know, A and B group.
So just a little bit of added drama here to the UTV World Championship, Matt. Oh.
Yeah, it's great. I'm excited to see, you know, the compared times, right? And the second heat, they're going to have to go out, and the course will be a little bit more deteriorated, so they might be a bit slower.
Yeah, driver's going to have to push a little bit harder. You know, that second heat. One thing I like about this too, you know, you got kids, and you know, as we've seen, you know, UTVs, Mia, you can speak to this, and I know you've kind of been, you know, kind of somebody that's looked up to by a lot of these young, up-and-coming female drivers. But you know, not only the 170 platform, you know, the carts that you came up through, but it's really lent itself well to kids, you know, not only of all ages, but both boys and girls. And I know, you know, you were kind of one of the first female drivers that kind of came up through the ranks. Now you're looked at, you know, I think, you know, a lot of these kids look up to not only you, but somebody like Sierra Romo. I think you guys have kind of been, you know, these young girls look up to you guys and see that. But I mean, how has it been, you know, you as a girl coming up through the ranks and things like that, you know, and battling with the boys? It's kind of, you know, you've proven yourself. I mean, how has that been?
Yeah, no, when I'm out on the racetrack, you know, I get that question a lot, like, how does it feel being a girl racing out there? And I'm just like a driver like any other person out there. You know, I do the same thing as they do, but it is awesome to see all these little girls come up to you and tell you, you know, they look up to you and you're an inspiration to them. So that's awesome that they can have, you know, the kind of the girl role model in the race world, and it makes you feel even better about, you know, your career and how you're doing it, and just to know you have people looking up on you, it's a great feeling.
Yeah, and how is it, you know, looking at this lineup, I know we got a few girls in here in the 170 division. You look at the kart stuff, and, you know, in short course, there's a lot of girls there, and you look at the UTV divisions, both in desert and short course. I mean, how does that make you feel to know that you've been a part of that movement?
Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome to see, you know, all the youth classes grow, especially to see all these young girls getting into it. I feel like each year there's just more and more.
Was there a particular female racer that influenced you, that kind of showed you that this is something that you could do?
Oh, there was quite a few. I think the main one was definitely Sarah Price and Kristen Matlock. I looked up to them when I, you know, was in the younger days, and I still do. They're awesome people. They're awesome women doing great things in the industry, so it's awesome to see.
Yeah, it's funny, like, one of my favorite female hero stories is Michelle Moton, which you could go look her up if you don't know who she is, but she was a WRC level driver who went out and spanked all the guys for a couple of years, and then she retired. Now she's actually still actively works for the FIA in Europe.
That's amazing, you know, and I know that, you know, FIA is really pushed. They've got an entire, you know, female motorsports series, but, you know, I love, you know, Extreme E, that new series, you know, with electrics, and they've, you know, they've made it where it's got to be a tandem, both a male and a female driver, you know, and I know she mentioned Sarah Price is going to be teaming up with, Kyle LeDuc, but I think it's pretty awesome that, you know, on a global scale, we've seen this huge movement of women, and I think off-road in the Southwest, I mean, we've, you know, proven that, you know, they've got a home, and they, you know, just as competitive as the guys. And I think it's one thing I love, you know, about what we've done in our sport. You know, we haven't segregated it out. It's one of those where everybody races against each other, and we've seen the women, you know, be just as competitive, if not better than the men in a lot of regards.
No, you know, and truthfully, I mean, you know, I just speak honestly. It's like when I get past, I kind of lose it, you know, and men tend to get a little bit more testosterone driven, right, and not be cool and collected. You know, one of the guys I'm close with, you know, who's an absolute hero in off-road racing, Lightning Larry Ragland. You know, he was one of the coolest, most collected guys in the sport, right? And it taught me a lot. Watching him taught me a lot about, you know, how you had to wheel a car and be there for the finish and not be, you know, blowing your top, you know, early on and reacting to people passing you, because, you know, he would always say, you know, did anybody remember where you started? No. They remember where you finished, and that's all that counts.
Absolutely. So it looks like we got results, official results from heat number 1. It was TJ Sewers walking away with the victory. Cruz Worley in second, Dylan Carter in third. Like we said, those times, we'll see how they stack up against this heat number 2, who is now out on their parade lap, Matt. So 170s back-to-back, 2 heats. Will determine here after this next 25-minute moto who is, in fact, the 170 world champion. But, you know, big storylines, lots of good stuff, and a lot of racing yet to come today.
Yeah, and like back to talking about the format, you know, we have 2 heats here. The best times in these heats are going to take it, and what they're doing right now is they're giving them a little course preview, basically a pre-run of that course, so they know what they're getting into. So there's really no surprises for them.
So we're going to see these drivers kind of cycle through on their parade lap, then we're going to grid them up. We're going to have a couple of you know, I guess a couple of waves of drivers go off the start line. We'll have, I guess, 4 groups of 5 like we saw in the last one. And, you know, it's an interesting note. You know, I thought it was going to be a real disadvantage to come from the back. And, you know, we saw the winner of, you know, the first heat come out of the second group. So, you know, I think...
Yeah, I think one of the things, though, too, that we're seeing is, you know, the anxiety of racing, you know, and we could probably talk about it as all this stuff goes through your head. And the kids, I think it's a little bit worse because they've got their parents, and I think their parents are more worried about the racing than the kid is. The kid's just like, hey, look, let's just do this, right? And, you know, I get all the phone calls from the parents going, oh my God, there's going to be dust. They're not going to be able to see. They're going to hit each other. But as you can see, this course has come together. And there is dust, but it's not too bad. We've got some nice wind movement, and everybody's seems to be racing relatively clean. There's a little bit of touching there, but that is part of off-road racing. Let's take a breather. Let's go throw it to break and pay some bills.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Goodrich, Speed UTV, Venom Rex, VP Racing Fuels, Rigid Industries, and ORW.
No fear. Okay, my head's up. I stay strong. Forever young. May you live long. I'm an overcomer. I overcame it, y'all. I conquered every mountain. I've been through it all. I am fearless. You know, I am fearless. I'm fearless.
Welcome back here to the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. Jim Beaver, Matt Martelli joined in the booth by a big winner yesterday, Mr. Ethan Groom. Welcome to the show, my friend.
Nice to see you guys.
So talk about that. I mean, you getting crowned world champion. I know you're no stranger to winning, but take us through yesterday's race and what it took to finish on top of the box.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. We knew that we had the car, so if we could just get out front and get a good pace going and just finish the race, we knew we'd do well. So that's exactly what we did. We got the whole shot and never looked back. We kept it clean, ran a good race, and came home with the win.
Yeah, so how does this race compare to a lot of the other races? I mean, you've won a lot of races in your career so far, but this is a little bit different track. Things are a little bit different. I mean, how does this one stack up?
Yeah, this one's a lot different compared to some, like, I'd normally do work series, and it's just a lot of motocross stuff. This is a lot. I like this a lot better, just the desert, and your open washes, and tight technical stuff, terrain. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I know your dad really well, obviously, and he raced in the desert and kind of passed his passion on to you. So it's really cool to see this thing happen over multi-generations where they're passing on their love for desert racing to their son.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I'm pretty blessed. Some amazing family that decided to show up and support me, and my uncle Eric co-drove for me today in the rally class, and we had a blast.
Yeah, tell us about, that was a fun little ride around, right?
Yeah, we were doing good. We were leading for a little bit, and then we had some car issues. We broke a couple belts and then got a flat, and I think we ended up somewhere around 8th.
Well, that's still not bad.
We finished.
That's not bad at all.
Still not bad. Out of how many cars did we have start?
I think there was 40 something
yeah, 40
in our class.
And to talk about that class really quick, I mean, that was a class we started a couple of years ago as a entry-level class for new UTV users to come in, you know, and basically take a stock car, put a cage on it, put doors and seats and belts, all the safety equipment, and to come out and really try their hand at off-road racing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I hope to someday go to the Pro Turbo class that's going to be racing later today, and I think this is a good foot in the door to get into those classes.
I totally agree. Don't be in a hurry. You got plenty of time. Although we were talking about the fact that you're getting a little too big for that 570, so you're going to have to move up.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be our last year. Head's banging off the top of the roof. It's getting a little tight in there, so we're going to be moving. I have an RS1 that I race in the Work Series, and we're going to be racing that next year. And yeah.
Right on. Well, you know, these guys are about to start. You watched the last moto. What do you think of all these kids out here? I mean, we've got, you know, we had to break them up because there's 40 racers here.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know it's crazy how fast this class has grown. I know 2016 was my first ever race. It was here, and I think there was maybe 20 cars.
Yep.
And it's grown so much to the point where this year there's 40, 50 cars, and you guys have to split them up. It's pretty cool to watch, and especially all these kids are going to be growing up and moving up into our classes, and it's going to be awesome to see everyone progress.
Nice. Well, hey, I have a good question for you, and I know your dad's going to get mad at this one because he'll end up having to pay for it somehow. But let's throw money out the table, or off the table right now. Where do you want to end up with your off-road racing career?
I definitely want to end up somewhere in the desert. Desert's just doing this race is so much fun, and just getting to go wide out, and it's so technical because you're never hitting the same part twice. You're hitting the same track because it's the same lap. The track's always changing because after 40 cars come through it, it's a totally different terrain. It's awesome.
And what did you think of the pre-run format?
Pre-run's pretty cool, just getting out there. This is my first time getting a pre-run a track. All the tracks are going to be 3 miles long, so you know, there's no need for a pre-run. So we went out and pre-runned last weekend for a good 12 hours, I think, and we got the track dialed.
Nice, nice. Well, congratulations again.
Thank you.
It looks like we're lining up and getting ready to race here, Jimmy.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting ready to go. Like we said before, we're going to have about 4 groups of 5, you know, getting ready to take the green flag. I know last time, you know, the winner came out of the second group. So we'll see if we can get somebody come charge from the back to the front. I think right there, that number 88 of Georgia Moses, definitely one to watch in this heat, Matt.
Especially if he's on the front row, which was what it appears to be. So yeah, this is going to be great. Second heat of the RZR 170, of the youth RZR 170s, and we're about to start.
Gonna be looking for that green flag. Looks like we got some camera people and media people. Trying to get some last-minute shots before we go green flag, but yeah, like Matt said, Georgia Moses, one to watch here on the front row as we've got 20 kids slated to do battle. Don't forget, we just had one of the races previously, so we're going to have the winner, TJ Sewers, who he's got his time, and it's sitting up there, and we're going to see if one of these drivers can match the time or beat the time, and then they'll be crowned UTV World Championships. It's a waiting game for TJ Sewers right now to see if somebody's got something in the tank that can take him off that top spot.
Yeah, pretty cool format in the way this is working out. I think there's a lot of excitement as to see who can pull this one off, because like for you guys earlier on in your career, you know, this really gave you a boost by the wins that you had at the World Championship, right?
Yeah, this is definitely the biggest race of the year. Everyone's here. All the sponsors are watching. This is the place you want to be winning at.
Definitely. And right in front of BF Goodrich right there. Again, really cool that you can come out and spectate and participate in the UTV festival for free, watch all the racing for free. So come on out and bring your friends and family and watch some good off-road racing action.
So it looks like moments away, 2.33 mile loop. We've got a 25-minute moto here. Winner last time did 12 laps, was able to get 12 laps in, so we're averaging right around 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes a lap. So we're going to have 4 groups of 5 unleashed on this 2.33 mile course. A little mix of short course, a little wash, some rocks, some whoops. Throwing a lot at these kids, Matt.
Definitely. It's a fun course with a lot of variations. So as we saw in the earlier race, you know, a couple guys got stuck in spots.
And we are off and racing here.
That's so cool. You know, it's interesting too, and like, you look at the line choice, some guys are going inside, some guys are going outside. They're trying to find the fast lines, and usually 3 or 4 laps into it, they'll really found their groove.
Yeah, then you find your groove, and then everybody finds that groove, and then you got to adjust your line to another line because that one, the quick line, gets torn up. But I love this here. You know, it starts out, looks like it's going to be a short course race, then you get into running these ridge backs, and it's something completely different.
Yeah, and that I love that little sweeper on the hill. Like when we cut that, I was like, oh, they're gonna love this. So Ethan, when you're in, you know, when you were in the 170 class, and even earlier in your 570 race, you know, if you got a guy in front of you, are you on his bumper, or are you going to give him a little bit of gap and hope he makes a mistake? What's your strategy?
It depends on the terrain, especially if you're going in some gnarly, sharp turns with rocks and bushes on the other side of you. You're gonna let them get back a little. You don't want to be sitting in their dust and just run into a wall, because that'll end your race real quick. So, but if you're more flat out, like how they are a little bit right now, then you're definitely gonna want to try to make the pass as soon as possible. Especially how it's timed. It's going to be important to get out front and get clean air and run a fast lap.
Yeah, and how tough do you think that would be? You know, you're leading this, but you don't really know on time if you're leading because you got somebody else that won, so your time's like, you can't, you know, a lot of times when you lead, you can kind of lift a little because you know second place a couple minutes behind you. If something like this, you can't check up even if you're in the lead because you're competing against somebody that's not even in your race.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty cool format that UTV World Championships is running this year for the 170s. It's definitely going to keep action packed. Everyone's going to have to be running 100% the entire race. I know when I ran 170s, I knew for a fact I couldn't run 100% the whole race because just attrition. These cars are courses are hard on them, and you got to make them last. But for this, they don't have that option because they're all gunning for that top spot, and this isn't a points race, so I know they all want to go for that top spot and get that #1 plate.
Well, I think that's a key thing too. These RZR 170s, you know, they're really tuned, you know, for racing, and that's the thing. You know, you don't want to say that they're, you know, they're ticking time bombs by any means because they're very reliable. But you know, like he said, you know, I guess there is a little bit of, you know, you got to keep the car there at the finish, right?
Yeah, especially I know 170s. Things can happen, and the suspension isn't as big as the big cars. So if you hit a rock that's a couple inches big in the 170, it's going to hurt, whereas in the 1000s you're not going to feel a thing. So it's definitely different coming from the 170s into the 570s and into the RS1s. There's difference in power, but especially suspension. The chassis are different, and suspension works a lot better.
Yeah, it's funny. Again, I keep telling the story of the first time the Polaris engineers showed us these vehicles, and there was no intent for these to be race vehicles, but I looked right at the engineer and I said, look, it's not up to us. It's the kids and the parents, and they're definitely going to be racing in these. So it's been really cool to see this develop, and really some of the aftermarket companies that have developed to build these into actual race cars. You've been a long time with one of the builders, right?
Yeah, I've been a long time. GSP, Got Same Performance, and Pete Corwin. He builds amazing cars. They're light, they're fast, and they're reliable, and they always get to the finish.
Nice. So then where's your 570 go? Will you park that and leave that for your brother to go up into?
We have a couple more races this year left in the Work Series. I'm leading points there, so I think we have 3 races left, and then after that, we'll probably park it and save it for my brother Jacob. He's going to be start racing next year, so we'll see.
Nice. Well, I bet your parents are stoked about that.
Yeah, he's funny. He's very excited, but at the same time, he's a little timid of the car, which he should be, because these things, they're definitely, every time you get in there, it's not the most safe thing, but they have all the safety features, but it's definitely dangerous. I've gotten a couple scratches and bruised up pretty good before. It's definitely a little dangerous.
Definitely. Well, and especially when you talk about the level of competition, you know, it's not like it used to be. If you had a good car, you know, and you were a halfway good driver, you were there, you were winning. Now, you know, as you can see, we're 40 cars deep, and the level of competition is a lot higher. Plus, you know, you have to also factor in age. You know, in 170, it's 5 to 12, right? So that's a pretty big difference between a 12-year-old and a 5-year-old, right? And then going up to the next level in the class that you're in, I mean, some of the guys that you're racing against are, what, 17?
17, yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. You get that big age separation, and it's interesting the way this UTV division has really developed these drivers from all different ages competing against each other. And so it's kind of crazy because unlike you get into high school sports, and you got freshmen playing against freshmen, you got seniors playing against seniors. UTV racing now, it's the best of the best against the best of the best.
Right. And even the other way, where you have 12-year-old Max Gordon racing with all the adults, right?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I think the thing I like to see is, giving the kids time to mature as a race car driver and become confident in their skill set before they jump into the deep end of the pool. Because, and I've seen it actually more with adults than I have with kids, where they get pushed to a level very quickly and they're over their head, and then it's just not fun for them.
Yeah, this 170 class is a great learning start because it's all about carrying momentum and just hitting smooth, fast lines, because these cars don't have much power. So if you mess up in a corner, you're losing time because the person behind you is going to hit it smoother than you, and they're going to make up seconds. And on a track, seconds don't sound like a lot, but a second every corner is on a 15-corner lap is 15 seconds. That's a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah, and for me, I love racing any type of vehicle in off-road. One of the ones that I've had the most fun in, believe it or not, is Class 11, Clase 11, right? That's a stock VW bug. I've been fortunate to race some of those all over Baja and even in the States. And it teaches you a lot. It teaches you a lot about momentum. They don't have very much suspension at all. So you really have to drive that vehicle. It's the same with the 16-car class. Even into the 10 cars, they have more horsepower, but you've got to drive them accordingly. So it's really cool to watch kids develop their skill set here, beginning with the bottom tier or step number 1 with the RZR 170s.
Well, giving you a rundown of the leaderboard currently, looks like Chase Mencken in the top spot. We got Jacob Williamson in the second. Looks like Chase Worley third, George Moses in the fourth spot.
Those are some names we were talking about earlier.
Definitely some names we were talking about earlier. I think it's gonna be interesting the way to see this plays out. Don't forget, we had a 170 race happen earlier in the day for those of you just tuning in. TJ Sewers won that, so his time is sitting there. Everybody else is hunting that time in the second group. Whoever ends up on top of the box, they're going to have to beat Sewers' time from the last race to be crowned UTV World Champion. I'm looking at those ruts, though, Matt. We're starting to see some rocks emerge, some ruts. I think is this, we're only about 3 laps in. That last one went 12 laps. I think this course is going to get interesting, and I think lines are going to start shifting here.
Well, and after this race, we still have one more moto with the 250s, right?
Yeah, those 250 cars are pretty cool. It's a modified 170. They're a little bit lighter than these 170s. They got a lot more power. They got almost double the horsepower. These 170s, I think the good ones have 11 or 12, and I know the good 250s got anywhere from 20 to 25, so those things are definitely fast.
Yeah, and it's an interesting storyline, and off-road racing, everybody wants to modify vehicles and make them faster and make them, have more suspension. But we've always got to keep a limit on stuff because otherwise costs will get out of control. And one of the great things about this 170 class is a very affordable class to come race, as opposed to what was its predecessor, which was mod carts, right? Trophy carts. And those very quickly became $40, $50, $60, even $100,000 vehicles. And what that did is it pushed a lot of people out of that form of racing because of the costs. 170s are very economical. You put your kid in them, and what do the stock 170s run with a race setup, you think, Ethan?
I don't know. The good ones maybe around $15,000, or compared to a good trophy cart that is race winning, you're $50,000 deep into that, and then another $1,000, $2,000 for every race in prep compared to these 170s where it's maybe $500 in prep, because Polaris RZR does a great job of supporting some of these kids and helping them out with parts and stuff.
Yeah, that's a big cost difference there.
Yeah, Well, and I think there's even, these things run around right around $5,000 brand new from the factory, and there's actually some series that are bringing in basically a stock class 170 with just safety upgrades. I know in the Midwest they've got some of that, where it's basically some safety upgrades, and it has to be a stock 170 with very minor modifications. So it's allowing kids to get into racing for as little as $5,000 plus probably $1,000 in safety upgrades, which we're talking really young kids because they don't move real quick. But man, it's a great starting point.
Well, and that's something that we saw early on is growing up racing motorcycles and motocross. I mean, we've seen the explosion of youth moto. And you go to Loretta Lynn, and now it's like generations upon generations of kids who've grown up racing moto. So I see the same thing developing for UTV racing, and specifically with this class, because these are very safe vehicles when it comes to once all the safety equipment's on them, and you can start kids earlier than 5. Just tooling around, cruising. I actually have a good friend, and he went to go buy his 3-year-old, a toy car, and I'm like, don't get him that. Let's get him a 570. I'll pitch in. Get him a 170. I'll pitch in, and maybe he ends up going off-road racing at some point.
Well, one thing I've really, kind of looked at, and I know, obviously we've got Ethan here is one of the young up-and-coming stars of the sport, but Polaris and what they built with this ladder system, it's actually allowed, and especially now with UTVs, but it's allowed drivers to come up through the ranks and then actually make a career out of racing UTVs, where you don't have to be looking at trophy truck or 6100, things like that. I mean, you can actually make a career racing UTVs. I mean, we've seen it with a guy such as Mitch Guthrie so far, and he's having a phenomenal career there and things like that. I think that's one thing that's really special about what you guys have helped build with the UTV World Championship and with just UTVs in general is, it is a logical career path now, and you don't have to eye those bigger trucks, Matt.
Well, it's the race on Sunday, sell on Monday mentality, and that's what's cool about UTV racing is like these are actually products that you can buy, right? So I feel that that's very crucial to our future of off-road racing. We want to race products that people can actually go buy.
Well, with that, we've got heat number 2 of the Youth 170 racing out on track. We are going to take a short commercial break. We come back, we are going to crown some winners here in Youth 170 racing at the 2020 UTV World Championship, presented by Polaris RZR.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Forden Racing, AZ West, Sea Devil Lights, JMR Performance, and Shot Therapy.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and cushion every landing. Confidence and control for those who live the ride. Polaris, think outside.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Introducing Rigid's new SRL Series light bar, featuring a sleek 20-inch curved housing, ultra-wide forward projecting beam pattern, and a unique halo backlight feature offered in 4 color options. The SRL Series light bar's new optic combination projects light over 70 degrees wide, with more than enough distance to safely drive in low visibility conditions, making it the perfect lighting solution for most applications. The halo backlight feature is offered in red, white, blue, or amber, and is wired independently from the forward projecting light. Instantly transition from style to function with the flip of a switch, making it easier than ever to own the night.
Welcome back to the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. Jim Beaver, Matt Martelli here. We're in the middle of heat number 2, RZR 170 action. We are looking to crown a world champion 170 racer. We got TJ Sewers waiting in the wings, winner of heat number 1. We've got Chase Mencken leading heat number 2, and man, it is crunch time, Matt. We're about halfway through the second heat, and you know, I don't know, TJ Sewers, I would not want to be in his position, sitting there just waiting on pins and needles.
Well, no, but you know, he had a nice gap, you know, so he was out front. So I think he's in a really good position. We'll see how this all shakes out. You know, let's see who ends up spraying the sparkling cider, right?
Spraying the sparkling cider, going to have the kid wine popping, as I like to say. But yeah, we are about halfway home in this course. I think the interesting note is you know, the first heat definitely had a distinct advantage, had a little bit more groomed course. We're starting to see some lines burn in, some rocks starting to come to the surface, a little bit of ruts starting to happen. So these drivers in the second heat going to have a little bit more to contend with than drivers in heat number 1. And you know, there's a little luck in off-road racing, and I think you know, obviously probably would have been a bit luckier to draw heat number 1, but these kids in heat number 2, we got some heavy hitters in here, and we're going to see them bring it.
Yeah, it's really great to see these kids out there just battling it out, you know. Exciting racing. We've seen a lot of passing. We've seen a lot of, you know, we're asking Ethan earlier what his passing technique is on a track like this, and it's really cool.
Yeah, it is, and I think you know, these race cars lend themselves really, really well to passing, because it is kind of a, you know, a spec platform. Obviously they're allowed to modify the engines, do a little bit, but the 170s are relatively, you know, aside from some suspension and some upgrades, close to stock. We get into the 250s that we're going to see next, and that's when things get a little bit rowdy. But I think, you know, these 170s, it's really all about technique and finding that fine line, carrying the momentum through the corners, you know, because they are so evenly matched.
Yeah, and like we were talking about earlier, this is such a great platform for kids to learn off-road racing.
And, you know, it's safe. I've seen kids tumble these things, and, you know, they're so durable, you know, that, you know, generally you just push them back over and they keep going again.
Well, yeah, and, you know, like we're talking about the comparison between motocross, you know, the small PW50s, you know, and these, and, you know, it's a cage, right? So you've got your kid in there. He's protected. He's got a helmet on, neck braces. They're strapped in, you know, so they're pretty protected.
So as we get a glimpse here of the track, a little bit of lingering dust, but not bad. I think, you know, that's one of the big storylines. We look later into the turbo race, the dust not becoming an issue like a lot of people expected today. I know me personally getting out on track, I was very surprised. I think after the first couple of miles off the start, things cleared up, and I really didn't have any dust for most of the rest of the lap. So, you know, I think it's going to lend itself to even better racing later on today, but it's lending itself some great racing here in the 170s. So Chase Mencken currently in the lead. Second in this group, it looks like it's Chase Worley. So Mencken and Worley, the top two, and they are in process of chasing TJ Sewers, your winner from the first heat. Immediately following 170s, though, we're going to go into 250 racing, and then later on today, Matt, we got the big show. We got Pro Production Turbo on track on the desert course, and you know, we got a lot of storylines. I know you and I don't want to jump the gun because we got a lot to talk about as we get closer to that, but I got to tell you, there is so many stories that are culminating in this afternoon's race that it's got me really excited.
Oh, it's going to get rowdy. I can tell you right now, it's going to get rowdy because we've got new school versus old school, some younger guys and older guys, you know, and just different driving styles and different vehicle setups. So it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, Yeah, it is definitely going to be exciting. We got a battle of the manufacturers, like you said, youth versus age. We've got Sierra Romo in the mix in that second spot. So she's one of the prodigies of UTV racing, and I think she's really wanting to have that statement win. She hasn't really had it yet. She's been right around the top 5 a lot. She's very consistent, but she hasn't had that breakthrough victory yet. Is it going to come today at the UTV World Championship? She's in that second spot. We will find out later today. But right now, it's all about RZR 170 action out on track. Chase Mencken currently leading, continue to stretch his lead over Chase Worley in the second spot here in heat number 2. So we are a few minutes away from capping off a winner here, and we're going to see if Mencken can hold on, and if his time's going to be good enough to clip TJ Sewers.
Well, one of the things that's going to happen here, and I'm not sure if he's caught lap traffic yet, but he may catch lap traffic. That might affect him.
Yeah, definitely. You get those lappers, mixed in, and even if they're getting lapped, I think kids, they don't want to be passed. So they become, those RZR 170s really aren't that wide, but they can become really wide if you don't want to get passed.
Well, that's a technique, right? Wagging your tail, we call it, right, to try and block passing. So, for sure.
Yeah. So look at that, a little bit of dust there as we get a glimpse. And look at that ridgeline. Fans starting to pack in, Matt. Beautiful weather out here. It's a little bit warmer than normally Octobers are. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but definitely a great weather for some racing. Slight breeze starting to come in, which is going to help things.
Yeah, absolutely. You're starting to see the spectators pack into that AZ West spectating area. And one of the other cool things that's going on today up there is they're cooking free hamburgers and hot dogs. The Stay Classy Meat guys are up there with a grill, handing out some free samples of their products. So what more could you want?
Yeah, definitely couldn't want much more. And I know, like you said, it's open spectating. I will tell you, if you're tuned in and you're in, Western Arizona area, Bullhead City, Lake Havasu, Parker, what are you doing watching the live stream? Get on out here. We got free spectating. You need to make your way up here. We still got a couple hours for the big show this afternoon. We'd love to have you out on site here. But those of you tuning in around the country, around the globe, thank you for tuning in to the broadcast. We'll be here for the duration until we crown a Turbo UTV World Champion later today. But right now, it's all about this racing out on track. And we're starting to see some slicing and dicing going on in the RZR 170 division.
Yeah, this is great racing. It's really cool to see these kids just battle.
So it looks like 9 laps under his belt. Chase Mencken leading. We got Chase Worley in the second spot. So it is Mencken and Worley here in this heat number 2, sitting 1 and 2. We got TJ Sewers in the mix. His time, seeing if it can hold up from heat number 1. Almost like a draft, like you see in NASCAR there.
Totally. Yeah, I'm liking the style. He's rocking the flags and just charging. It's really cool. And again, these are little rock star racers. It's great to see them develop their style.
Yeah, like you said earlier, all the kids wearing the shades in the pre-race interviews and things like that. And one thing I appreciate about these kids too, there's some pretty big jumps on this track. They just send it. There's no checking up. None of these kids are checking up. They are just flat on it, sending it, Matt.
Well, it's funny because it reminds me of another young prodigy who actually, he didn't start in this style of racing, but he started in a 16 car. I remember the day he got his first 16 car. I actually took a photo of him, and he did like the Steve McQueen pose, and I remember thinking like, oh, this kid's going to be great, and that was Luke McMillan. Recently he just won the Mint 400, so it was a huge win for him and his family, and he was the second. I believe the second. His father won the race, of course, and second McMillan to win. No, third, because his cousin won it. He's won it, and so is his father, Mark.
And it's funny you mentioned Luke McMillan. I just had Dan on my radio show here about a week ago after his big victory down there in Baja, and we were talking about that, talking about the ladder system, and and there's a lot of kids with the right funding that are able to skip a lot of steps, but talking with Dan and Luke, and I've talked to them independently about that, they're a product of the off-road ladder system, and their ladder system was different than the ladder system of today, because we've got UTVs, and when they started out, really UTV racing wasn't a thing quite yet. But, they talked about what they learned in 1600 cars and how that carried them through Class 1 and now into Trophy Truck, and they said, they go, that was why we're as good as we are, and they didn't say that because they're humble, But the takeaway is the reason why they're successful as they are today is because they spent the time in some of the limited classes and some of the slower classes and learning proper off-road technique and momentum, in the 1600 cars. And I think these kids, they're getting the basis of that in these 170s.
Listen, I think you have to. I think you have to learn the fundamentals. I'm a longtime practitioner of martial arts, and I love jiu-jitsu, right? And I've been practicing jiu-jitsu for a long time. You have to get your white belt. You have to get your blue belt. You have to get your purple belt. You don't go just the black belt. And I think the same is true of off-road racing, especially when you get into the higher horsepower vehicles. You need to get comfortable with your capabilities and the vehicle's capabilities. And it also changes. There's a big difference between driving, a four-wheel drive UTV and a two-wheel drive trophy truck or a two-wheel drive car, right? That's a different vehicle dynamic altogether. And you're one of the people that can really speak to that because you still race trophy trucks. And so you go from racing UTV like you just did here yesterday to hopping back in your trophy truck and racing a two-wheel drive vehicle.
Well, and I think that's it's different. It's definitely different, And I've the last couple of years I've spent more time in the UTV than I have in the trophy truck for many different reasons. But last race I hopped in the trophy truck. I hadn't been in it in about 8 months and did like 5 UTV races and then jumping back in there. And the techniques carry over. And truthfully, I think driving the UTV and then jumping into the trophy truck makes me a better trophy truck driver because UTV, you have to earn everything. You have to earn it. Every inch, every second. Trophy trucks, you can be a sloppy driver and still be very fast. UTVs, you can't. So I think, you fine-tune your skills in a UTV and then you make that transition. I think it keeps you honest in a trophy truck and it really makes you a better driver because, you're looking after those inches where, if you don't have that, you can still be sloppy and be ridiculously quick because, trophy trucks are so capable.
And forgiving, right?
Yeah, and forgiving, absolutely.
When you have 36 inches of travel and 1,000 horsepower, and that much durability, there's a lot of forgiveness. UTVs, not quite so much.
No, not at all. And I look at the legend, and I call him the legend, Rob McCaffrey. Like you'd said, he's the GOAT. He's the greatest of all time. Nobody's going to argue that. Hands down, you talk about off-road racing. Rob Mack, he's up on the Mount Rushmore. And he's a guy who, up until recently, still had a 1600 car, and he'd still jump in it once a year and go and wheel. And, you ask Rob why he does it, and he goes, man, you learn so much. And he's like, it's so hard to be so fast in 1600. He's like, I feel like it keeps me honest.
I'll never forget, it was the Mint 400. It was the second year it was brought back, and we were on the North Course. And he raced a 1600 car. And I was at the finish line waiting for the trophy trucks to finish. And, the trophy trucks had just finished 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then here comes Rob. And I'm looking at him going, oh, yeah, cool. He's got another lap to do. He's in a 16 car. But no, he finished top 10 in a 16 car at the Mint 400. Like, this is the craziest thing ever, right? It just shows you, the level of his skill.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I watch in-car, and, when you want to talk about it, it's just like watching an artist at work, the way he is behind the wheel and the way things dance, and it's, he's utmost professional, and honestly, I see that with a lot of these kids behind the wheel here and, in the UTV division, and you're definitely going to see it, later on today, but you look at some of the past world champions, I think some of the drivers today, that we're going to see in action, Doug Fortin, here's a guy who, very much, accomplished in both short course and desert racing, probably a future Hall of Famer, I think, the only reason why he's not there yet is he's still got a lot of gas left in the tank. And, but I think we're going to see him in action today. And I think it's going to be, much like Rob Mack. I think a lot of these kids who haven't seen Doug Fortin race before, I think they're going to get a lesson today.
Well, and I just think it's cool that Doug's not just here racing, but he's super passionate about, building off-road parts and, second generation off-road racer, walked away from a career in engineering and decided to take the family business, Fortin Racing, which builds amazing products for Class 1 cars, trophy trucks, and now UTVs. One of the interesting things, we'll get into it later, but he's racing an Orion car, which is a vehicle that's based on a Can-Am chassis, but pretty much all the parts are parts that he built, other than the drivetrain. So I kind of think that vehicle is perfect for out here, and you're going to be able to drive that thing deeper and harder than the stock vehicles.
Yeah, well, and I know we talked about that, and I think that's another storyline too. Is we've got some of the drivers. I think Ryan Piplick, another one. He's got that kind of that special length car, the new Pro XP chassis, and you talked about the Can-Am that I think is really going to be tailor made to this course, and that's going to be one of the interesting storylines we go on later on. 2-seat versus 4-seat. These. Almost like a 2-seat plus, I like to consider the Can-Am and the Pro XP. But we got a lot of storylines heading in later today. But before we get to those, we do have to crown a RZR 170 World Champion, and we're going to do that when we return here to the 2020 UTV World Championship, presented by Polaris RZR.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Goodrich, OnX Off-Road, PCI, Raceline, Assault Industries, and Surface Sunscreen.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
Welcome back here to Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. Looks like, Matt, it's time to crown some RZR 170 champions.
Yeah, that was a great race, man. Lots of battling. Really cool to see these kids just go toe-to-toe out here, and a little bit different, a little bit longer race than they're used to.
Yeah, definitely a little bit different, a little bit longer race. Different format as well, 2.33 mile course, 25 minutes long, but we broke it into 2 different heats. And the way it happened was you had to win your heat, but you also had to have the fastest time. And it looks like Mr. TJ Sewers walked away with the big victory today.
That's what I think. They're going to confirm with timing and scoring, and we'll have some results here shortly.
What do they call it? The unofficial or tentative winner there?
Well, fortunately, we have a great, quick timing and scoring system, and as you're seeing on the website, it's all live, right? So there's nothing we could hide, right? So they're just going to make sure all the tallies are right, and we'll decide some winners here in a minute.
Yeah, so RZR 170 is wrapping up. Just to give those of you at home tuning in, you kind of the run of show today. After this race wraps up, we crown some champions. We're going to roll into RZR, 250. It's modified 170s, RZR 250 action. And then once that wraps up, then it is time for the main event of the weekend, Matt. We got Pro Turbos out on track. And it's going to be a slugfest.
Listen, it's time to get rowdy, right? We've had some great racing over the past couple of days, great qualifying, but this is the race, right? This is the race. We have the fastest vehicles, we have the deepest field, and we've got the biggest chunk of talent, especially some of the stuff we're talking about. One guy that's a sleeper and qualified really well, qualified in the top 10, I want to talk about is Brett Serapis. He's also driving one of the Orion cars, so I think it's going to be a really cool race.
Yeah, I know I talked with Christian Serapis earlier in the weekend. I think Brett's going to be wheeling the thing the entire race. I thought, at one point maybe they'd switch out. Christian said, no, we're going for the win here. We're going for the W. We don't want to take that extra 15 seconds to swap drivers. So it's going to be Brett all the way from mile 1 to the finish line. So I think they're bringing their A game. Those Serapis boys, they want to win this thing.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely capable, and they're looking forward to doing a lot of racing in UTVs, and again, cool storyline that we have trophy truck racers here racing in the UTV class. It just shows you, how relevant UTV racing is in off-road.
Well, and I think that's, kind of a key point there. You talked about the Serapis brothers. I mean, you've got, Doug Fortin, who's short course and trophy truck and Class 1 winner. I mean,
that other guy, Robbie Gordon,
yeah,
right?
Who's he?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we got Robbie Gordon out here. I mean, he's throwing the gauntlet down. He's... I give Robbie credit. Robbie puts himself into some predicaments, and we'll see. But he said, hey, our cars are the best. Nobody can hold a candle to us. We're here to win. We've got the best equipment. It's the fastest equipment. I mean, he's thrown money up for qualifying. He's on his Instagram going live all the time talking trash. I mean, Robbie, I got a feeling he's kind of backed himself into a corner, Matt. He's got to show up and win this thing.
Well, look, the talent, the pool is so deep here. I think the testament to it is Robbie not qualifying first and Robbie not necessarily winning the race yesterday with his son. So, really anything can happen. It's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, so I agree with you. That race, obviously, we're going to get to after this RZR 250 race. Still waiting to confirm results for the RZR 170 division and world champion for that. But we got a lot coming at you today here from Lake Havasu City. What is this? A 29-mile course awaits our turbo drivers. We've got the 2.33 mile course though that is going to await our 250 drivers coming up here. And what a great weekend. The breeze starting to pick up here, which is obviously a great thing. I think it's going to make some great racing conditions, blow that dust off the course, and I think it's going to add to some really quick lap times.
Definitely is going to make it very interesting here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Matt, I know we got a lot of our partners here, that have supported this. I know you got a list of partners there. And, man, this event, it's some great, huge infrastructure. We built a city out here in the desert around Lake Havasu, but there's some partners that made this thing happen.
Listen, we have a big list of partners who contributed to this, and I want to thank everybody first, for backing us up during these trying times. A lot of people can't travel right now. They're under certain travel restrictions from their companies, but they still supported us. So, I'm going to go down the list. I mean, first off, Polaris RZR, BF Goodrich, of course, Speed UTV, Venom Rex Wheels, VP Racing Fuels, Rigid Industries, Off-Road Warehouse, Fortin Racing. Doug put some of his own money up to support us. AZ West, of course, Sea Devil Lights, Jamar Performance, Shock Therapy, OnX Off-Road, PCI Radios, Raceline Wheels, Assault Industries, Surface Sunscreen, Vision Wheel, Rockford Fosgate, of course, Dirtco and UTV Underground as well, just to name a few. And we've got lots of other people that we need to thank as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that, you know, and brands and companies that really rallied around this event. I got to tell you, everybody I've talked to is stoked on everything. And I think, you know, this venue here in Lake Havasu City, you know, obviously UTV World Championship has, you know, become one of the marquee events in the industry. But I think this is, you don't want to say breathe new life into it, because it wasn't like it was ever not, you know, not doing well in the previous venue, but I feel like this is an added element here in Lake Havasu that really took this to another level.
Oh, look, I'm stoked to be here in Lake Havasu. I've been jumping in the river every night and cooling down. And you know, I grew up coming out here, and we've been off-roading out here since we were kids. So this is definitely the right venue. We feel Havasu is a great city to work with. You know, and it's really just a destination that is part of the DNA of off-roading. We all love coming here, whether it's to the river or to off-road, and the city continues to grow. So, no, we're stoked to be here. We plan on being here for a long time.
Yeah, well, that's one thing great about the area, especially Lake Havasu City. You know, you can take your Polaris RZR out, you know, and in the morning time, go and get some nice, you know, trips out through the trails, and then drive it right down to the lake in the afternoon when weather heats up. Jump on in and go out on your boat in the afternoon. It's kind of power sports enthusiast dream is what I like to call this area of the state.
Well, not just that, but UTVs are street legal here, so you can take it down to the store. It's so cool to drive around and see people cruising UTVs throughout the city.
Yeah, well, in Lake Havasu, I mean, this place lends itself to, I don't know, a lot of people have this as a vacation home, you know, second homes, you know, not only living here full time. I mean, you know, obviously, you know, I know the Romo's got a place here. There's a lot of, you know, drivers in the area. You know, even, you know, top fuel driver, Leah Pruitt, she's based here.
That's
so,
right.
You know, it's, I don't know, a lot of people like to call Lake Havasu City home.
Well, you should call Leah and tell her to come out and watch this race, because man, it's going to be good.
I'll have to see the calendar, because I'm sure she's out here if the NHRA isn't in action this weekend, because I know she's got a couple of UTVs in her garage. She bought one of my old ones, so I know she's got some hot tickets out there. But she told me we were supposed to have her a part of our Star Car program, and she always had some conflicts. But ever since then, she told me she's jonesing to come out and race a UTV. So maybe that's one of those, you know, I need to work on for next year for this event and get her out in one.
Well, definitely. I mean, the Star Car program that you put together was really cool. What it was an opportunity for different athletes and celebrities to come out and race a UTV with you. So hopefully we can keep that going, bring it back, maybe even make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah, well, and I mean, talking about that, I know we talked about it earlier, but you know, one of the baddest dudes on the planet here is Matt, and I think that's the easiest way to put it. Cowboy Cerrone, Donald Cerrone is here. He's going to be in action this afternoon in Pro Turbo. I mean, this dude, like I said, he is, I don't care. He's one of the baddest men on the planet. And he's here, and he's such a nice guy. That's the thing. Like, I'm excited to see him here. You told us earlier he wants to get his kids at racing. He's all in on the UTV movement. But I got to tell you, I watched his qualifying run. He's here to play.
Yeah. No, he's serious. It's been really fun for me. You know, we brought him in to drive a leg of the Mint in the 01 Celebrity car, and he did great. But got out of the car and was like, "Hey, I don't want to get out. Can I go another lap?" And I'm like, "Well, this guy's driving the next lap." So immediately after the Mint, he called me and he said, "Look, I already bought cars. We're going racing. We need to figure this out." And he hooked up with Brian from Long Travel Industries and built him a really nice car. The funny thing is the whole time I'm like, yeah, so the next thing you should do is enter the rally class. And he goes, "Well, what class does Phil Blurton race? Because I want to beat that guy." And I'm like, whoa. Next thing I know, he has a Pro Turbo on order. And, you know, he's been testing and, you know, doing his pre-running and everything. So, no, it's good. It's good. And this is exactly what we want. We want celebrities and athletes to come race with us, have a good time, and help us spread the gospel of off-road racing.
Well, and I think that's one thing that's great is the UTV platform has lent itself to allow a guy like Cowboy Cerrone to come in and compete and have a good time. And, you know, the barrier to entry, while, you know, to run in turbo is not cheap, it's not, you know, trophy truck money either.
No, it's actually very economical. And again, it's cool. You know, that's always been our goal with the 01 Celebrity car in the Mint, is to bring more celebrities back into off-road racing to help us promote it. You know, back in the day, we were talking about it before, guys like Chuck Norris, Steve McQueen, lots of actors, lots of musicians, all raced, not just the Mint 400, but a lot of different off-road races. There's a little bit of experience with that, of some famous people racing Parker as well, right?
Yeah, we've had a lot of famous people over the years race Parker. You know, that's always been kind of the, you know, I guess the kickoff to the off-road season every January. And, you know, we got some good stuff happening there after the start of the year. Really excited to have Parker kind of in the calendar where it should be, back in its original date from the 70s and 80s. So that's definitely a good thing.
Yeah, that's cool. And Parker's just, what, how many miles from here? 60?
It takes me exactly, the last couple days, taken me 30 minutes to get from my house in Parker to Standard Wash here. So
Yep.
30-minute drive.
So 30-minute drive. Parker's just right down the road. A lot of history of off-road racing. In fact, I was talking to Sal Fish on the phone the other day. He called me to wish us well for this race and see, you know, how everything was going. And, you know, we had a nice chat, and he's just blown away by how big UTV racing has got.
Yeah, well, and I know Sal, he's got to be really excited too, because I know we're going deep into the archives here, but I know Sal Fish and Jim Connor back in the day were working on a race here in Lake Havasu.
Yep.
It was very close, and they were never able to actually get the race to happen. So, you know, I think Sal's probably a little excited to see some racing happen in Lake Havasu.
Yeah, it looks like we have the 250s already on the line, ready to go here. So this is our last youth race, and same format. Will be a 25-minute moto.
I think, you know, one of the things that I think is interesting here, Matt, is I'm just listening, and you can just hear the rumble of these engines. They just sound a little bit rowdier in those 170s also. So giving you a list of the rundown here, 25-minute race, Youth 250. Paxton Schindel is going to be in the #1 spot. We got Chase Menken pulling multiple duty today. He's going to be in the 2nd spot. Becker Chase, Landon Poppert, Cruz Richard, Deegan Gonzalez, Chaden Zainminder, Georgia Moses, RJ Tremblay, Brooklyn Singleton, Declan Shields, and Jack Gonzalez going to be the top 12 here. So 250s on the line, getting some last-minute instructions from our starters.
Well, you know, and one thing to note, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but, you know, some of the kids that just race just got out of the race car and hopped into these cars, like Chase Menken.
Talk about some endurance to do that. You know, that's, you got the adrenaline cranking, adrenaline dump. You got the adrenaline cranking. It's like a roller coaster of emotions for these kids. And trust me, to do motos like that back to back, that is not easy. These kids' fitness level is a whole lot better than mine.
But, you know, you got to love it, man. They just want to do it. They want to race everything. They want to get as much experience and have as much fun as possible. I mean, you know, imagine being a, you know, 10-year-old kid and being out here, how fun this is for you, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, all kids dream of doing this, and I got to tell you, what an affordable, great way to go racing. So you got to look there at that PAX 121. That is Paxton Schindel sitting in the pole position there. Got them all lined up. Got a drag race start here. Going to be let off in waves of 5. Houston's going to be a little bit quicker than we saw in the last group. Lap time should be a little bit faster.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I mean, it's funny how this class was born because, you know, when we first started the 125 racing, or sorry, the 150 racing, they quickly modified the cars. It's like you got to control them right away, or all of a sudden it's like they're putting big blocks into these little cars, right? Or modify the engines anyways. So, I'm sorry, 170s. So, you know, now these are modified 170s that are a little bit faster, a little bit more suspension, and just, you know, all around better cars, right?
Yeah, definitely. So we are on the line here, 2 groups of 5. I guess I think the other 2, we're going to have a group of 5 and probably a group of 7 go off the line here. Slated for a 25-minute moto, and we are going to crown a world champion. Looks like we are off and racing here. Remember this track, a little mix of whoops, sand wash, some tight technical stuff, a little ridge line thrown in the mix, some short course. Got that second group getting ready to go. Second group off the line.
Yeah. Man, look at these guys go. They're definitely faster than the 170s. Little rocket ships.
Making their way through this course, getting a look at some of the terrain they're going to be going through the next 25 minutes. 2.33 miles long is this course. Got all 12 drivers out on track now.
Yeah, bringing up the back there is Ethan's brother.
Part of the Groom family.
So he's going to have his work cut out for him, battling up through the field.
Yeah, and the dust, looks like dust starting to form a little bit. We do have that breeze picking up that's blowing things off, so shouldn't be too bad. But you can see this course definitely getting some rutted up and a little bit rougher than it was earlier for that first 170 race. This car's a little bit more horsepower, should be able to take it pretty easily. Current leader Paxton Schindel, the end of lap number 1. Second spot is Becker Chase and Cruz Burchard in the third spot, excuse me. So Schindel, Chase, Burchard, 1, 2, 3 in this 250 division after the first lap. Got Poppert there in the 4th spot.
They're racing pretty tight. I mean, it's not spreading out that much. Got a couple gaps forming, but overall they're right on each other.
Yeah, definitely. I gotta say, Matt, this is, these aerial shots are pretty amazing. Gives you a really good idea what these kids are racing on.
Yeah, when was the last time you saw an aerial shot of a kid's race?
Yeah, not very often, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure never. Yeah, well, that's part of what we do at Mad Media is bring all the racing action to you, and we're using a lot of new technology. You know, part of the reason we can link to the drone, that's what you're seeing, is this drone footage, is new compression technology that we've helped develop for specifically for off-road racing coverage. And as our cellular networks and future networks get better, we're going to be able to bring you more off-road racing action from the most remote part of the world.
Well, and I think, you know, obviously we saw that drone footage. You see the kids come through the hot pit area. You know, one of the big things you guys brought in, it was earlier this year at the Mint 400, and I think it was really revolutionary, was that live in-car that we saw, you know, at the Mint. That was really something that nobody'd really seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, it was really cool. I mean, we've been working on that for a couple of years, and we were able to put it in Rob Mack's truck and basically stream live from his truck the entire race. And unfortunately, Rob didn't have the greatest days, but it was rad because we got to catch all the drama and really see what's going on inside the truck. The future, we'll be able to do that with all the vehicles, and we're not far off of that.
Well,
even UTVs.
I think going back to you know, the Mint and seeing that with Rob Mack and that in-car, you know, he didn't have the greatest days, but it showed such emotion because you could see the frustration at times in him just hitting the steering wheel and things like that, you know. And looks like we got to bottle up out on course.
Yep, part of the deal. We got safety over in the corner waving kids around.
It's like that glimpse back, just getting tangled up a bit.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, these are open wheel cars, so when they get tangled up, it usually causes some damage.
So we're getting a glimpse at the hot pit. That'll definitely be used later today in the turbo race, but right now in the Youth 250, kids will do the whole moto without pitting. They do have some parents and some pit support there in case they get a flat tire or have a little mechanical issue, but generally if it's anything major, your day is done here in the U250 division. And look at those ruts, the cars just banging through. It's getting pretty brutal out there, Matt.
Yeah, that's that little corner coming out of the hot pits. I saw that getting torn up earlier.
You know, I know there was a little bit of give and take, too, on how long you should make these 170 and this 250 division race and the length of the track. And I'm telling you, after seeing what I'm seeing, I think you guys hit the nail on the head and got the right mixture here.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to go a little bit longer, mainly for the 170 class because of how many vehicles there were in. And, oh, Mr. Groom getting turned over there. Let's get him back going. You know, again, speaks to the durability of these vehicles. You know, these kids get flipped over and you turn them right back over and get them going just like turtles.
Looks like we got a glimpse back of what happened there. Just coming in a little hot.
Yep. It's that BFG corner right there going out.
I almost saved it, and then it looked like it hooked the other way on him.
We'll have to give him some bike lessons later, right? How to bring it back around, but.
You know, but that's what makes this division and the 170 division so special. Is the kids can learn. They can make those mistakes. Yeah. And the speeds are fast where they're racy, but the speeds are fast where the kids generally, I say generally, aren't going to get hurt. But the cars are so durable, you can flip them back over, then go and do it again. And that's what makes this such a great learning platform.
Yeah, definitely. But you can see how much faster these cars are than the 170s, you know? It's pretty significant.
Definitely significant. Oh.
Yeah, it's getting rowdy in there.
Rut's starting to form. Drivers going to have to shift up their lines and, you know, maybe you're going to have to start checking up a bit in some of these corners.
Yeah, one of the things, too, is like we have a group that we work with and both at the Mint 400 and at the UTV World Championship, Motorsport Safety Solutions. So they're also doing our retrieval. So when you see these rollovers and then you see the big trucks with American flags roll in, that's who that is. David and his team. I'm not going to say his last name because I butchered it the other day. I'm just going to call him Big D, right?
Big D. Oh, look at that big boulder. Looks like they went over.
Back moving again.
Back moving. So going up to our leaderboard right now, looks like Paxton Schendel currently leading out front in the 221. Looks like we got Burchard in the second spot. Starting to get some separation from the leaders to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, like I was going to talk a little bit about earlier. Originally we were going to do a bigger loop, but after going and looking at it and how difficult it was for the cars to get over some of the obstacles, we opted for the smaller loop. We broke the 170s down into two motos, and then this is the final moto of the 250s. So we're going to come back here shortly and pay some bills for the meantime.
Year-old Bo Barron is a six-time production UTV and ATV short course champion who began riding motorcycles at the age of 13. Bo is a threat and spends almost every weekend either competing or riding with friends.
Hey, I'm Bo Barron. I'm out here in Barstow getting ready for the UTV World Championship, just shaking my car down, trying to get everything in line for this awesome race. I'm from Atascadero, California. I got into UTV racing about 4 years ago. I borrowed a loaner unit and won a race in Soboba, California. Yeah, I started off racing bikes real young, dirt bikes. I always wanted to be a dirt bike kid, and then got into the pro ranks and kind of got pushed aside, and I just kept doing it, you know, out of my own pocket, never really had the funding for it. I shortly got into ATV racing after that, and that kind of carried me on along with my testing at Honda. Until now, I'm racing UTVs. UTV racing and ATV dirt bike racing, it's all pretty similar as far as being able to pick lines and stuff like that and hit the jumps the same speed basically, just with different form, you know. Yeah, short course is just like motocross, I mean, in a sense, because it's real fast, it's very aggressive. You start off the line and try to get to the first corner as fast as you possibly can, because it's not a staggered start or anything. It's off of one row, and you're just trying to get the job done, and that's it, you know? You basically moto a tank of gas, and it's over. Yeah, I have a Holtz-built car. You know, I've known Holtz for a while, and he's always done a good job with ATV stuff. Kind of transferred over in a relationship, you know. He builds a bitchin' car. I mean, everything about it, dude. He puts so much effort into detail, it makes everything turn out cherry. The UTV World Championship is a great idea because it's going to bring all the guys from the desert and all the guys from short course together and let them hash it out. I think the hardest part is to get your equipment to stick together. You hit guys in the first corner, there's a lot of battling going on, and then just trying to make it to the finish line. You know, we pump up these cars so that they can win races, and when you do that, you know, you alter some things, and then you're looking at a possible DNF, but you know what? At the end of the day, if you want to win, you've got to do it.
Randy Romo's introduction to off-roading began with riding bikes and quads in the Dumont Dunes with his family and friends just outside of his hometown of Henderson, Nevada.
We started going to the sand dunes in 1992. Some friends took us out there to Dumont sand dunes, and we were immediately hooked. Of course, every year, you know, we had to have the latest and greatest quad and dirt bike or whatever was available, and it's all kind of led up to racing. For 17, I'm running a 2017 non-turbo 1000 and a 17 turbo for Works. Both of them are done by Holes Racing. We bought the 900 from Cody Bradbury. Sierra ended up racing it, her first race at Prim in the women's class. Very first race out, she took third place. She decided to make it a full-time thing, so we ended up contacting GSP Performance and had them build her a brand new center seat. Watching her race out there, I was a little jealous, so I said, let's go ahead and build another car for me. And then the wife got into it, and she's like, well, if you guys are out there racing, I want to have some of the fun too. So we ended up having Pete build us another car.
I had been wanting to race with them the whole time, and it was kind of fun. You know, I kind of felt left out when they'd come off the track and they're like, oh, we hit this jump and then this turn in the back, and you know, you weren't in the conversation, and I knew I could do it, but they both did not want me to race because they're like, you're the mom, like we need to know where you are all the time. And so finally I was like, okay, well, if I get a car and I promise not to jump and I won't go fast, can I do it? And they're like, yeah, that's fine. So then my first race, I get out there and they have pictures of me jumping and going fast. The funnest part is just all of us being together. I mean, our daughter, our friends, everything just as one unit. So everything we do is as a family.
My first race, it was very nerve-wracking because I have had zero race, background at all. I've only had the dunes and that was it. So I was very nervous going into it. I mean, I started out in a women's class and I was dominating the girls, and it was a little too easy, so I decided to give myself a big challenge and go up with the big dogs. I first heard about the UTV World Championship when my dad raced it last year. I think the race course is going to be really rough and brutal, and it's going to be a matter of keeping your car together. This year is going to be my first year, so I don't have any high expectations of coming out on top. I mean, that'd be amazing, but you have the best of the best. So I just want to finish because UTV World Championships is one race that is very hard to finish.
Justin Lambert is no stranger to off-road racing and the rigors of off-road fabrication. Hailing from Bakersfield, California, he is the founder of Cognito Motorsports, an industry leader in the manufacture and installation of innovative lift kits, suspension systems, and steering components.
I'm Justin Lambert with Cognito Motorsports from Bakersfield, California. Today I'm out in the desert testing for the UTV World Championship, dialing in some shocks, dialing in some suspension, making sure tires are where we want them. I got into UTV racing in about 2010. Started racing go-karts when I was about 6 years old. Since day one, grew up around my dad building drag cars, drag boats, racing engines. So, I really grew up around racing with my dad. Currently, we're preparing for the UTV World Championship. The prize is probably the biggest prize that's ever been at a UTV race. To win a Polaris RZR XP1000 is clutch. To win that first inaugural race for the World Championship would be huge for Cognito. My race car is a purpose-built desert race car to race with the highest level of competition in UTV desert racing. We've taken the RZR platform, the XP1000 platform, and basically read the rule book front to back for best in the desert and score. And we made sure that we're abiding by all the rules and doing everything that we could to make this car the most competitive that it could be. We started racing back in 2010 in a Kawasaki Teryx. That was a pretty good platform at that point. The Polaris RZR just upped the game. Every year they were upping the game, so we decided to change over to the Polaris RZR platform. I've never raced at Laughlin. I've never been to Laughlin in the last 10 years. All I know is what I've heard. I've heard Laughlin is a very rough course. I hear that it's raced on a lot. It's only a 17-mile loop, which tells me it's going to be pretty tore up. I think by 100 miles in, it's going to be a race of attrition. And all these guys that are racing to win this new Polaris RZR XP1000. This is off-road racing. On any given day, anybody can win. Fast guy can break something. Anything can happen. You just never know.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Vision Wheel, Rockford Fosgate, Dirt Company, and UTV Underground.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
RJ, you got the green light.
Following Rigid's legendary quality, the all-new Adapt E-Series has a seamless beam transition and an integrated active power management system that will constantly monitor your vehicle's battery state. The Adapt E-Series will make adjustments to the light output, maximizing performance based on the vehicle's capacity. Designed with 3 unique optic combinations for close-range, slow-speed driving, moderate speeds, and long-range, high-speed driving, a seamless beam transition is achieved through an internal GPS, automatically adjusting optic zones and beam patterns based upon the vehicle's speed. The Adapt E-Series, the next evolution in off-road lighting. We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. Jim Beaver, Matt Martelli here calling the action, and we're getting ready to wrap up this Youth 250 race out here. We are about 10 laps in, probably slated to go about I think 12 or 13 laps. We're about 20 minutes in here, Matt, but Paxton Schindel still currently leading.
Yeah, it's awesome. We're seeing lots of battles in the front and the back, and lots of drama too. A couple rollovers, a couple little crashes, but no injuries, of course.
Yeah, that 221's currently leading yet again, and you know, I think we've seen some interesting stories here in this one. These cars quite a bit quicker than the 170s. As Matt said, quite a few more rollovers than we'd seen previously. Cars carrying a lot more speed around this track, and rut's starting to get bad. And look at that! Whoa!
Oh. Attempt to pass turned to a little rollover. But again, we were talking about it earlier. These are very safe vehicles. Kids are all strapped in with the latest safety equipment.
And so durable. They're going to flip that car back over, going to be back out on track like nothing even happened.
Yep, most likely.
Got one, looks like dead in the water.
Yeah, it sucks.
Almost, oh, it looked like flipped that car up, broke a suspension part almost. Got bottlenecks starting to happen, and it's going to be interesting to see him drag race down through the hot pit area.
Yeah, this is proving to be a really cool course for these kids.
So we're going to wrap this race up, and then immediately after that, we are going to roll into our Pro Turbo race, the big one on the weekend, the culmination of the 2020 UTV World Championship. The big one, that is left. That one's slated to go 5 laps, about 29 and some change miles a lap, so about 150 miles in total, Matt, and man, it's going to bring out the big guns.
Yeah, definitely, and I think we're going to be finishing a little bit into the dark too, so get a little flavor of a full off-road desert race.
Definitely, as we saw yesterday, finishing under the lights that last lap with the Unlimiteds and the naturally aspirated race. So Turbo's definitely going to finish under the lights. You know, we're going to jump into those storylines, the starting grid, after we wrap up here with a 250. But we got about 2 minutes left in this race. Right now, young Paxton Schindel currently leading, trying to crown himself world champion. About 2 minutes away from being able to do that. Getting a little pressure from Cruz Burchard in the second spot. Chaden Zainminder in the third spot. So that's your running order. Schindel, Burchard, Minder, or Zainminder, excuse me, 1, 2, and 3 here in the Youth 250 division. Truthfully, this is a course that I'd like to just go out and run in my RZR. It looks like it'd be kind of fun.
Well, I got to run in my RZR, and it was fun. Of course, I was not in a 170 or 250. I don't think I'd fit.
Yeah. Remember a couple of years ago, Polaris actually did that. They had like a celebrity race at Camp RZR. It was a 170 race, but they put guys like Pastrana and Menzies behind the wheel of 170s. Their heads were sticking out the side window, and it was quite funny watching these big guys trying to pack into a 170.
Oh, we had a blast. It was a lot of fun. There's a little bit of sand throwing and lots of different obstacles. It was a blast.
So those of you tuning in at home, we are getting word that the Turbo race, and a lot of you probably tuning in, wanting to go and watch that Turbo race. So we're hearing a hard 2:45 Pacific start time for that race. So we are about right at 20 minutes out from the start of that Turbo race. We got to wrap up this RZR 250 or Youth 250 race. Then we're going to roll into that. So hard 2:45 start for the Turbo race. So that is still to come here yet today. But right now it is all about this 250 race out on track. We're about 30 seconds remaining. And Paxton Schindel currently leading.
Yeah, as you can see, the course is deteriorating, and it's making it a little bit challenging for these guys. You know, the holes are getting bigger. Definitely the corners are getting rutted, and as we saw earlier, you can't go flying into those rutted corners and turn. You're going to put the car up on the bike and potentially roll.
You know, and I think this is really, seeing the way this course went away under the 250s, I think it's actually a really good, you know, view of what's going to happen here in the you know, in the turbo class, I think, you know, first lap, couple of laps are going to be really quick, and then I think things are really going to start getting rutted and nasty, and I think it's going to make an interesting story to survive, you know, those final couple of laps out here in our next race. But, you know, definitely looking forward to that, and, you know, some of those stories. But right now, the story of the day is Paxton Schendel in the U250 division, trying to take this thing wire to wire, starting on the pole, and led all 12 laps so far. And looks like he is going to walk away, if he can finish this lap, a UTV world champion.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to compare the times of this class against the 170 class and see how much faster they were. But you could do that all on our website, UTVUnderground.com.
Yeah, live timing and scoring there, as well as results from the weekend so far. Also, the live stream available on numerous places. So thanks to everybody tuning in at home, around the world. Like I said, if you're in the Western Arizona area, though, you're in Parker, you're in Lake Havasu City, you're in Bullhead, and you are watching this, I know you're only about a 30-minute drive away. If you're even Needles, make your drive over here. You can still make the start of the turbo race, open spectating at the UTV festival going on. Matt, I know that's been a great, you know, I guess greatly attended by all the fans. I know we've seen a lot of people cycling in and out of there over the last couple of days, and lots of great vendors and partners with the, you know, with the event there, with all their wares on display. So yeah, definitely a good place to come and watch if you're in Lake Havasu, Parker, or Needles.
Yeah, lots of cool aftermarket UTV companies, as well as some manufacturers as well. Some of the new Polaris RZRs on display, as well as Robbie Gordon's new Speed UTV.
Checkered flag is flying here for the Youth 250 division. Tentative, I guess, unofficial winner right now. We'll wait for the official results, but it looks like Paxton Schendel going to walk away with a UTV World Championship crown if that holds up. Which, you know, I'm guessing it is going to be, but as Matt said earlier, we got some great timing and scoring and officials, and they're going to look over things, make everything, sure everything checks out, and then Paxton is going to walk away a UTV World Champion. I know you said we got some great trophies and some finisher medals, and those are all going to be mailed out to all of our victors.
Yeah, absolutely, and how cool is it for those kids to take that VP Fuels checkered flag right there?
Pretty awesome, and I got to tell you, it wasn't easy to finish this one. We saw a lot of carnage in this kids race.
Oh, definitely. I mean, look, this is the one, it's going to be harder than all of them. This is the UTV World Championship. So awesome. Super stoked for these kids. You know, every time they do a race, they get better and better and better.
Kids are going to pull off, and that means it is just about go time for Pro Turbo, Matt. And I don't know, we got a lot of stories with this lineup. I mean, best in the business here, ready to do battle. Some guys like Doug Fortin, who we don't see in a UTV very often, but I got to tell you, he made his presence known in qualifying.
Well, you know, let's talk about that. I mean, you know, off-road racing doesn't necessarily favor youth, right? So when you get into the longer races, you've got to have patience, you know, you've got to have discipline, and you've got to have all the knowledge that you've acquired over years of racing. So, you know, those, we were talking about it yesterday, we were calling them the championship rounds, which is the last two laps of the race. You've got to really have your wits about you. Your car still has to be good. So the number one qualifier here is Doug Fortin, and he's won the Baja 1000 twice overall in a buggy, an open wheel car. And one of them was basically a 10 car. It was a fast 10 car, right? And he beat everybody. So he definitely has the skill set to race the longer races. He's racing his own custom-built car. Is one of the Orion cars. All the different parts on that were built by him. He's taken his knowledge of Class 1 and trophy truck racing and built hubs and built front diff and kind of improved the car all the way around. Now it still is the geometry is still a Can-Am chassis. And the drivetrain is still a Can-Am, but everything else is Fortin parts. So both him and Brett Serapis are driving the same type of cars, so it's going to be interesting to see if that gives them an advantage later on as the course deteriorates and everything gets rougher. But the field is stacked. Let's run through some of these guys that we know in the field are just killers. I mean, number 2, Sierra Romo, she's fantastic. She qualified second. You know, my good friend PJ Jones is out there. He has a ton of racing knowledge. He's raced everything from NASCAR to rally and SST, and he's here racing UTVs. We've got Justin Lambert out there. You know, he had a couple of years ago where he basically swept every race he went to. Andrew Carlson, Christopher Pavordi, Jake Carver's out there. Like I said, Brett Serapis. Mike Caffro's out there. He's won the Baja 1000 like 6 times in a quad. Chris Blaze is out there, and of course Donald Cerrone.
Yeah, Donald Cerrone, I gave him a lot of credit. His qualifying run was a lot better than a lot of people thought. I said, yeah, going back to, you know, looking at this lineup, Matt, I mean, you know, I'm just going down and going, you know, I think obviously we talked about Doug Fortin, you know, one of the most accomplished off-road drivers, his resume, you know, I would put him up, you know, his resume against many in the sport. Very accomplished in short course and desert, but I got to tell you, this girl sitting in the number 2 spot, 991, Sierra Romo, I feel like this is her race. I've said it for a couple of years. I've watched her get faster and faster and faster. I watched this girl race when she was like 15 years old. She was a wicked talent behind the wheel. And I feel like she's been right in the top 10 conversation the last 2 years in Pro Turbo, but she hasn't had a victory yet. And I got to think, maybe her breakthrough comes today. And that's what this girl needs. I think everybody knows she's fast, but she hasn't had that big marquee statement win yet, Matt. Could come today.
That'd be huge for her. That'd be a career maker for her, you know, and especially if she you know, comes out on top after 5 laps of this course.
Yeah. You know, and looking down, I know my dark horse, and I hate to call him a dark horse because I think it doesn't do him justice, but I'd say my pick for this thing right now is he's wicked fast. I think his car is perfect, tailor-made for this course. I'm looking at Ryan Pivlik in that 4th spot going, man, Pivlik is tough, and anybody that knows him, I mean, this guy is a beast of a driver. He can drive just about anything, but his car, a lot of these drivers have 4 seats. He's got the Pro XP chassis, that shorter 2-seat chassis. I really think Pivlik's going to be a factor.
Yeah, definitely. He has a lot of experience. He took a little bit of time off, and he's back. And, you know, I talked to him after qualifying. He wasn't too happy with the qualifying results, but he's charged up. I mean, this guy, he definitely has a skill set. I remember going and doing a world record jump with him in Utah. So he's definitely not afraid. I agree. I think and I agree, not calling him a dark horse because he's definitely a top contender, but he's been out of the mix for a little while. So it'd be nice to see him come back and make a big statement here at the UTV World Championship.
Yeah, and then just, I mean, continue to look down this list. You talk about stacked field. I mean, gosh, we go to number 6, Brandon Schuler. The Schuler family, Jagged X, some of the most accomplished, I mean, these are OGs, and they're still around, and they're still dominating.
And they definitely, I mean, these were the guys that, you know, helped create this sport. You know, they were in it from the beginning, and they're still in it, still at the top.
Yeah, well, I know we talked about Sierra Romo to kick off this segment, but I believe Tiffany Stone's caught up with Sierra Romo.
Thanks, guys. What we've talked about before is women in racing, and I am with one of them, Sierra Romo. Sierra, we've also had a chance to talk at many UTV World Champions before. You're out here. You're pretty much towards the front. Walk us what the game plan is for today.
Honestly, today I'm starting up front, so the game plan is to just run a smooth and steady race and see where we're at, like towards lap 3, and then pick it up or slow it down from there. But the goal is to be at the finish line. This is a gnarly race, and the goal is to finish for everybody.
Going through yesterday, we saw a bunch of things happening. There were ruts starting that we didn't see before, rocks coming out of nowhere. You got G-outs, you got split lanes. Going through that, did you pre-run any of this? I know you guys are from the desert, so this is familiar to you.
Yes, this is just like our backyard. We spent hours out here pre-running, taking notes. But honestly, after the 2 days of racing, this whole course has changed. So this is the unknown for us going out there. But we'll take it easy and see what we can do.
Well, I know that you are a focal figure for young ones growing up, especially females. What's a piece of advice you'd like to give to them?
Honestly, stay true to yourself and just know that you could do anything you put your mind to.
And when she says stay true to herself, I walked up on her doing her hair, and she's like, hair, eyelashes, fingernails, we got it all. And she's still a badass racer out there. Big congratulations on everything, and best of luck to you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Well, and I know, obviously Sierra Roma, one of the hot contenders here, going to be definitely one to watch, but talking about hot contenders, man, we got to talk about Brandon Sims. This kid coming off a big victory at the Mint 400, multi-time Mint winner. He's also won the UTV World Championship, Matt. I mean, Sims, this kid, you spent some time with him up there in Prescott. I mean, he's a feel-good story for the UTV community. I mean, this kid bought his first UTV, financed it to go racing. He was so quick in the car he financed, he was passing Craig Scanlon at the time. Craig goes, I got to find out who this kid is that blew by me like I was tied to a fence post. Goes up, finds out Brandon Sims, who he was. Craig offered him a Polaris racing contract on the spot. Here we go years later.
Do you know that story?
No, I don't know the full story. I've just heard bits of it.
Sims who's this guy? And so he kind of blew him off, right? And then our good friend Rusty comes back around and says, hey, you better call that guy back. And that got him his factory ride. Now, this is a feel-good story because, like you said before, he doesn't come from a wealthy family. He had to finance his race car to get into the position he's in now. But I really we were talking about dark horses. I think he's the light horse. He's my bet, right? I think that he's in a place mentally where he could definitely win this race. I know his car is there. He had I would call it an upgrade failure. He just didn't move to the new platform quick enough. And so he stayed with an old car thinking it was fine. As everybody else upgraded to 2020 cars, he didn't. And so he's finally upgraded his car, and he's had really good success with that car since then. So, that's part of the game here is the equipment gets better. You got to upgrade your equipment. And I think he's right there. Like you said, I just spent some time with him. We shot a whole piece on him, the road to the UTV World Championship, and I don't know. I mean, I think his car's right. I think his head is right, and he really wants this. He's really focused on his career in off-road racing. So, to me, he's my pick. There's a lot of good guys out there, but he's the one that I look at. I'm like, I think it's going to be him.
Well, and I think talking about Brandon Sims, Tiffany Stone's with him now.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out with a champ before at the UTV World Championships, Brandon Sims. Brandon, you're from this area. This is like a back home for you. Walk us through what the game plan is. There are tons of technical trails out there.
Yeah, this is a way different course than we're used to. We're in Lake Havasu. We've never raced here before, at least I never have. It's a totally different course. Nobody's ever, at least that I'm racing against, has been out here racing on this course. It's very different than what we're used to as far as the desert-style racing that we're doing. This is more of a technical, it's a little bit slower pace than what we're used for. We're not going on dirt roads. It seems to be a lot more of a driver's course. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Not quite sure exactly how it's going to play out because it's so much different. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, we've chatted with some guys yesterday that were in the NA and the Unlimited, and once the sun starts setting and the dust starts kicking in, it's a completely different track out there. We've even seen people come with double punctures through the hot pit.
Oh, I could believe that for sure. When I did the pre-run, there was a lot of rocks that could definitely puncture your tires. I think the course is going to deteriorate quite a bit, and it has probably throughout all these races. I know the chatter bumps are going to be bad. The rocks are getting exposed. So, yeah, I think attrition is going to be a big deal here. Keeping the car together, keeping the tires on it, so I think that's a lot different than what we're used to.
Well, we just mentioned earlier that you were a champ before. Do you think that plays any factor? But like you said, this is the first time we've all been out here.
Yeah, so I mean, just being a good desert racer in general is going to be a big player here. Not necessarily being a previous champ, obviously just being a fast racer, knowing how to keep the car together, and making it to the finish. But you got to be fast. I know all the top guys are running almost 100% now. But to be that guy, you've got to run 100% and just hope, cross your fingers, you're going to have a little bit of good luck and a lot of good skill.
Well, I know that you are very familiar with the desert. You took that big win at the Mint 400 earlier this year. Have you ever thought about this? A lot of people think that winning breeds confidence.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's when you can carry some momentum into another race, it definitely makes a big difference. You got confidence in your car, your co-driver, your skills, so you know that you're capable of being that guy. So you come into a race like this, yeah, you definitely have a lot more confidence.
Awesome. Best of luck to you. Back up to you guys.
Well, and Matt, obviously Brandon Sims, he's definitely, like you said, he's not even dark horse. He's a light horse pick for this one. I mean, I think,
you saw his white car, right?
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head. He's got this new car and it's just rejuvenated his career. He went from being one of the most successful drivers of that era to there was a year or two period where he just didn't do a whole lot, and he started just having some issues, and a lot of it was, because he was driving on a car that had like 15,000 race miles on it.
Yeah, and that can rattle you mentally. All of a sudden you start questioning yourself and you're like, wow, am I good enough? Like, can I keep up with these guys? Is there something wrong? But you got to stay on that equipment upgrade path, because if you don't, you get behind that curve, and then you're racing against guys who, are really competitive and they have really good equipment, so you have to be there too.
Yeah, and obviously we're seeing Sims has got his mojo back, coming off a big Mint 400 victory, and I think one of the big things about, this year for him is he actually stepped away from trying to win a championship this year, and he goes, I'm just going to hit up the big races. And I know the Mint 400 he skipped a couple of races everybody else went to, paid off in a big way. We'll see if he can pay off here at, at the UTV World Championship. But I know at the start of the segment, Matt and I were talking about Ryan Piplick as one of our dark horses for this, and looks like Tiffany Stone's caught up with Ryan.
So when you're out here, co-drivers are very, very important. And Ryan Piplick over here has a co-driver that was with Andrew Carlson yesterday, so they kind of know the race course. Ryan, having Drew Schultz with you as your co-driver, how does that make you feel, especially since he already knows what the course is all about?
Yeah, it's huge. My normal co-driver couldn't make it this weekend because it was a last-minute entry, so I knew Drew was going to be here, and then him out with Andrew got some good sight laps. So having his knowledge, and I didn't get to pre-run because I was busy working, so it's one of those things where he's going to be my eyes for the first couple laps till we get used to it, so I'm real thankful he's here.
Talking about that, has he gave you any advice on what to look out for? Obviously, there's a lot of split lanes, there's a lot of G-outs, and rocks that weren't there even yesterday and earlier today.
Yeah, he basically said, don't be an idiot and don't hit a rock.
Well, that's some sound advice. When your co-driver says don't be an idiot and don't hit a rock, you know it's going to be a great day. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, that's really cool to see Piplick back in action. He took a little bit of time off, but now he's back and already came out and qualified well, so I expect him to be there at the end. I think you're right. He's one of the guys that could pull this off. Another guy that we need to keep our eye on is Jacob Carver. He used to share driving duties with Brandon Sims, so they've raced Baja together, they've raced in Best in the Desert together, and now they're going to battle each other. They're really good friends. They live nearby in Prescott, Arizona. But once it goes on to the track, the gloves are off.
Yeah, and I think Carver's another one. We talked about Sierra Roma, and I know Carver's won in the past, but I feel like everybody knows he's fast. He's got a Polaris factory deal, much like Sierra Roma, but I think he's still looking for that breakthrough victory as well. I think that could possibly come today. It's definitely one to watch, but I know Tiffany Stone's caught up with him as well.
Hanging out with one of the Serapis brothers. We're hanging out with Brett right now. Brett, obviously you're out here. This is kind of like your hometown-ish area, used to the desert. Walk us through what you think the game plan is going to be for today.
Yeah, this is going to be a very technical course, a lot of single track, super rocky. Honestly, our game plan for the first half of the race is just to see what we got, see if anyone's dropping out, see how the car's working, and then at the halfway mark, let's go from there and see if we need to go racing or not.
We've talked to a lot of people about an endurance race, not necessarily going fast, but making sure you hit the right lines, making sure you don't get double punctures out there. The course is very, very technical. Have you and your brother, have you guys come out to pre-run it at all?
Yeah, we've actually been out here since last Saturday, so we've gotten a lot of homework done, tried to mark as much as we could, see the course as much as we can, so we built that muscle memory in there. Now it's just go out there and try to execute for race day.
Well, between you and your brother, you guys also drive some trophy trucks. How different or how similar is it, a trophy truck, to one of these?
In a weird way, the all-wheel drive is very similar to these UTVs, minus the power and the wheel travel. I mean, but these things are very, very fun to drive. They're super fast in the tight stuff. They actually work pretty good compared to a trophy truck. They honestly impressed me first time I drove one of these cars. But all in all, it's still a race car, and you still got to drive. So we're just happy to be out here and be racing.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. And like Brett was saying, all in all, it's still a race car. You got to go out there and drive it, even though it's a little technical. Back up to you guys.
Well, that actually wasn't Jacob Carver. That was Brett Serapis. And another interesting story we were talking about earlier is that Brett is a trophy truck racer. championship 6100 racer spec truck, right? And has decided to begin racing UTVs. So they debuted that car. That's one of the Orion cars that's made out of the Fortin parts at the Mint, and they were still having some teething issues with it. Now they've shaken that car all out, and they're here to win. And Brett's like, again, another one of those guys who, you know, he definitely could be there at the end.
Yeah, well, and another one we were talking about earlier, you know, and you know, he's been very vocal. He's got some fast equipment. Obviously, yesterday in the NA class, we saw that they were ridiculously quick. But we got to talk a little bit about the man, the myth, the legend, Robbie Gordon, Matt, because Robbie's out here, is ready to play, and he's ready to make a statement.
Well, which is really cool. I mean, you know, how many racers are willing to put their reputation on the line and just jump in with everybody? You know, that's one of the things that I really respect about Robbie. So, you know, he's here, he's ready to battle, and, you know, we'll see. But the field's stacked. The field's stacked, and we're just about to start the race here.
So Doug Fortin, he's qualified on the pole. He's going to get to start off by himself on the front row, which is going to be dangerous for everybody else. Doug Fortin, clean air by himself. This is a guy who knows how to lead a race, as we've seen at the Baja 1000 before. So be looking for Doug Fortin out there. You know, he's going to be the one out there, and everybody's going to be chasing him down. But he's sitting there, and Matt, I mean, that car, it looks radically different than anything else. And, you know, I think he's going to put on a show today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, one of the dynamics we talk about quite a bit is racers and builders having the advantage of knowing how hard they can push their car.
There goes Doug. He is off into the Lake Havasu Desert here. And now on the next row, it is going to be Sierra Romo. And somebody a little unexpectedly in the third spot, Cole Clark.
Yeah, Cole Clark's definitely a gamer, so I think she's going to have a battle right off the start. Now, the rest of the racers will be going off 2 by 2. Doug earned the advantage of being by himself by qualifying on pole, which was no easy feat in this stacked field. And especially with the qualifying loop that we created, it was pretty tough.
So we got a 2-seat versus a 4-seat here. That 2-seat, maybe a little bit of weight advantage here on the drag race start. We'll see what Sierra Romo's got in the tank starting there.
Yeah, Sierra's definitely got game. You know, I'd really love to see her, if not win, but finish in top 5 here.
The thing about Sierra as well is that she's done a lot of works racing, a lot of that door-to-door banging, and I think it lends itself well to this track.
Yeah, definitely. That style of aggressive driving, I think, is necessary to come out on top here.
So it looks like Cole Clark going to get the best of Sierra Romo on the drag race starts. We go down to the next row. This is Ryan Piplick and Dean Wheeler. Piplick, as we'd mentioned, kind of one of our dark horses. Took a little bit of time off. He's back, but don't let that undermine anything. This guy is here to play. He's one of the best in the business. Ryan Piblick can take a win at anything. He's a factory racing guy with Polaris RZR, rightfully so, and he's one of my picks to watch as this thing puts itself together, you know, over the course of these 5 laps. Dean Wheeler sitting there in a Polaris RZR as well, so we're going to see them off in drag racing. Looks like Piplick, a little bit lighter weight car, got the best of Wheeler there on that drag race. We're going to have Brandon Schuler and Brett Serapis here.
This will be interesting.
This is going to be an interesting one. Can-Am versus Polaris. One of the newcomers of the division versus the veteran of the division.
OG versus new G, right? Is that what we're calling it?
I got to give the Schulers credit, man. Their cars always look on point.
Yeah, those guys do a great job and not just race well, but represent themselves well.
Look at that, big jump for Serapis.
He's definitely here to win. You know, and talk about a family of racers. His dad, Steve Serapis, one of the OG trophy truck racers, won pretty much everything, and still a fanatic about it. I probably talk to him a couple times a week, and we're always talking about off-road racing.
Well, Steve, he was the guy, didn't he win the overall Baja 1000, a Class 10 car? One of the few that has ever accomplished that.
That's right, that's right.
All right, so now moving down the list, we got Bruce Binquist and Robbie Gordon. You know, Robbie, he's done a lot of homework. Trust me, that car, it's probably got some launch control in there. I know some of the Can-Ams have launch control system. I think Robbie's probably got something similar. You hear that distinct whine of...
He's got Max in the co-dog with him.
How great is that for Max to be able to learn from Robbie and you ride with him and just see what his dad does?
That's crazy, right?
Robbie shifting lines, going to try and get around him quick. All right, so we got Steve Poole and Jake Carver here.
So Jimmy, as a driver, you know, when you're lining up 2x2 like this, like what's going through your head? Do you care about beating the guy off the line, or you know, is it?
I can tell you from yesterday's race, beating the guy off the line is crucial. You know, I went up against a two-seat car, a little bit lighter weight than mine. He got the he got the advantage going into the first turn. He ended up getting the whole shot on me, and I rode his bumper for almost 9 miles in his dust before I could get around. And so this course especially, and then after that the dust cleared and everything was good. But you want to get that drag race and win that drag race, because if you don't, you're just going to have to eat dust until you can get around him. And the first section of this course doesn't lend itself to passing real well, and then it opens up, you know, about mile 8, 9, 10. So definitely a tough thing if you don't get the you know the whole shot.
You know, and back to, you know, the fact that this is all based on time, right? So if you're losing time right out of the gate, you know, that's a problem if you're being held up by somebody who's slower.
So we got Brandon Sims and PJ Jones in this one. Obviously, P.J. Jones, son of Parnelli Jones, legendary family in motorsport.
And P.J. has a big shop here in Arizona, builds cars, races cars, does a lot of UTV rides. In fact, I know he has got one going this next week. He was telling me about, and so if you get a chance, go check out his website, pjperformance.com, I believe it is. And they're off.
Actually, that may have been Van Elstrom, possibly. I don't know. I didn't get a number there, but
it looks like Jones's colors.
Yeah, it was Jones. Tell you what, if you've ever sat down and listened to Parnelli Jones stories too, you want to talk about a guy who can tell stories from Baja, man.
It looks like this is Elstrom on the outside.
Yeah. So we got Elstrom and Castaneda, it looks like.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm real fortunate to have spent some time with Parnelli, and you know, he was a Grand Marshal one year for the Mint 400, and just an awesome human being, a legend racer, and just the throwback. You know, one of the guys who won Indy, won the 1000, won the Mint, you know, and just. I think he, you know, went over race Le Mans. Like he's done it all.
Yeah. Next matchup's a little bit interesting, Matt. So we got Elliott Watson and Michael Ward here. Honda versus Honda. Only a couple of Hondas in the field, and they are both here going to drag race each other.
Which is cool. I mean, the Honda platform is, you know, just now getting into racing. They started just last year, so all new. Really cool to see another manufacturer jump in. Their vehicles are a little bit different. They have a direct drive, so basically like a transmission. So unlike the Polarises that run a clutch system with a belt, it's a little bit different. You can shift the cars as well.
It's their first year really coming out and racing. I know, you know, things have had some successes. Surprised a lot of people earlier this year at King of the Hammers with their results there. I think a lot of people kind of counted them out, and they put on a show there. And I think, you know, as they continue to develop this platform, it's just another major manufacturer that's going to be battling up there with Polaris and Can-Am for the top spot.
Yeah, I mean, look, more manufacturers are getting into this. You know, Yamaha's in, Kawasaki's in. They came out with a really great vehicle, non-turboed vehicle. You know, so I think, you know, we're going to have a lot of variety to choose from in racing.
And here's a former world champion here, Justin Lambert, one of the best in the business. I know he's another guy who, I feel like Lambert needs to get his mojo back. I feel like, you know, he's had a run the past year of probably results he's not happy with. And I'm not saying he DNF'd, he just wasn't finishing on top for one reason or another. This is a guy who he can go on a string of wins like nobody's business. We saw him do it a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean, he had the car that Dodge Pullman was driving was that series of car that he had that was the non-turbo. The one that he piloted a couple of years ago and basically swept the series. So he's definitely due for a win. He also has, you know, like a few of the other guys out here, a high level of IQ when it comes to off-road. So that's really going to come into effect in these later races, or I'm sorry, the later laps. You know, you get through your first 3 laps, and now you've got to really race the last 2.
Got Vito Renullo and Justin Smith. So this next lineup, good friend of yours, we got Austin Whalen, but Mike Caffro in this next lineup.
Yeah, that's right. We were talking about Mike earlier. Not only is he a good friend, but we've been doing some trips together in Baja and some filming. And, you know, he's a funny guy because for all of his victories, he's very humble. You know, he's won the 1,000 on a quad multiple times, and that knowledge transfers over into UTV racing. He just came back and won his class back-to-back. He was racing the rally class and the pro rally class at the Baja 500. So he's won that 2 years in a row, and he's won the Baja 1000 in his class 2 years in a row. So he's another dark horse, you know, has a lot of off-road knowledge, and if he has a clean race, you know, he's going to be there at the end and be one of the ones contending for the overall, I believe.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the big keys here is running a clean race. You know, you've got to, especially if you're starting mid-pack, you got to run clean that first lap, stay out of trouble, and you know, get to that second, third lap when you can really start stretching your legs and going racing.
Definitely. You know, it's interesting because Caffro's strategy is to have a closer to stock vehicle for this particular race, and he thinks that that's going to be the right tool for the job here.
Yeah, it looks like he's sticking with a 64 inches wide while his other competitor's 72, so see how that plays into his favor. Now we got to BJ Eskew and Wes Miller. Wes Miller coming off a victory down there in Baja, you know, and here's a guy who, you know, he's won a lot in Baja. He's been around a long time, legend in power sports. I mean, going back to Huevos film, you know, franchises and things like that. But definitely one that I think could charge here and make his way to the front.
Yeah, his car is a little bit, it's a 4-seater. It's a little bit long. It was a Reese Millen chassis. So those cars have been successful, and he definitely has the knowledge to win this race and the discipline. So another guy who, you know, could win this race. I mean, like I said, the top 20 is just stacked.
Looks like Miller with that heavier, longer car. Took him a little while to get around.
But look at how well that car works and just soaks up the terrain, man. You know, I mean, he really, you know, like I said, that's a Reese Millen design chassis that really has figured out, you know, how to work.
So this is going to be this is going to be Randy Romo and Mike Mamelli Jr. Now note Randy Romo there. That is not his typical race car. He wrecked that at Glen Helen. It's under the knife right now, trying to get it ready for a race in 2 weeks. So it looks like Randy has come out here to play, but he's looking to race something that normally we don't see Randy Romo behind the wheel of.
Yeah, that makes it really interesting. And Mamelli is no slouch either. A lot of racing knowledge under his belt, and you know, a lot of time in Glamis as well.
Yeah. So, you know, truthfully, Randy Romo in that 2-seat, that's going to be interesting. I think that car actually could do quite well here. So, yeah, one to watch. I'm never going to count Randy Romo out in anything.
No, definitely. And, you know, one of the things he's known for is his toughness, his ability to be there at the end, just battling it out. And I think, you know, being that these are turbo cars and they're a little bit faster, and the level of attrition that we saw in the naturally aspirated cars yesterday, I think that's going to come into play, you know. Stamina and how tough you are, you know.
Yeah, so we got Don Daly and Eric Aguilera up next.
You know, it's funny because as a promoter, one of the things that we're always looking at is the length of the lap, right? Because one of the challenges we have at this race and at the Mint 400 is getting all the racers off before the race leaders come around, right?
Yeah, and with a class as big as this, right around 40 entries, I mean, it takes a while to get everybody off the line, even when you're doing them 2x2.
Yeah.
So up next, this is Bradley Howe and Williams Michael. They go off the line. Well, Matt, I mean, you know, the next one here is kind of an interesting matchup, mainly because we got one of the baddest dudes on the planet here, Donald Cerrone versus Tim Matheson. This is exciting, man. Seeing Cowboy Cerrone take the green flag of the UTV World Championship. This is a story within a story.
You know, you got to give him credit for sacking up. I mean, really, it's not advisable, but he's doing it. And, you know, he told me, he says, look, this is the way I do stuff. I jump into the deep end, and, you know, he's a grown man. I can't prevent him. No, I think it's going to be great. No, I went testing with him. He did a great job. He was running a lot cleaner than I thought he was going to do, and I think this is just going to be a great experience for him. You know, in his head, he's out here to win. The field's so stacked, I think there would have to be some pretty big disasters for that to happen. But, you know, if he can just get a finisher, even top 10, top 5, that would be awesome.
Yeah, and truthfully, you know, in his first race in Pro Turbo, especially as brutal as this course is from what I know yesterday, if he just finishes, I'm going to consider that a win for him in his first race. Absolutely, you know. But it looks like he got the whole shot there, so he won the first fight.
Yeah. No, that's great. You know, again, just love sharing off-road racing with people and just sharing the stoke and helping the whole sport grow.
Yeah. So next up here, we got Landon Phillips and William Long. He's got a few more groups to go, and then we'll have everybody off the line, and they're going to be out battling this 29-mile course. I know what was lap times for the leaders in the low 50s yesterday, Matt. What's your ETA today?
You know, I think it's going to be about the same. I'd be really surprised if these guys are actually faster than the NAs, just due to the course deterioration. I think that's going to slow them down a little bit.
I could see Doug with the clean air, fresh car, this lap one. I could see him doing something in the high 40s possibly.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, but you know, I'm curious to see.
But I agree with you. I think overall, I think we're going to see pretty close to where we were yesterday.
Well, that's one of the things I really love about off-road racing is, you know, as a promoter, as a fan, as a racer, I really don't know. You know, I think the day that I think I have everything figured out, it probably will be boring. But I just, you know, I don't know that that off-road racing is predictable. I mean, anything can happen. A part can fail, a rock can, you know, come in your way. You can make a mistake. Another racer can take you out. There's so many variables that can happen. I just don't think it's predictable at all. I think, you know, it's kind of like putting on a an MMA match with 40 guys, right? Or 40 men and women, and you're like, okay, go.
So I believe this is Savannah Stocking and Russ Bowers. And finally, our last tandem, I believe this is our last tandem, unless we got a few late entries snuck in, but it's going to be William Thomas and Stephen Rich.
Yeah, it's interesting to see all the different vehicle styles and the vehicle design styles, right?
And you know what's funny is we talk about that. Normally, I would say if we're running at the Mint, if we're running at Parker, someplace like that, I could tell you what's going to be an advantage. Today, I think the course you guys built, it's an anomaly. I don't think anybody has any idea what the hot ticket's going to be. I guess we'll know 5 laps from now what the hot ticket was, but I got to tell you, Matt, I think it's a free-for-all right now.
Yeah, basically, I mean, we've thrown caution to the wind. We've got a race, and you know, it's what I always like to call it's a proper war.
Yeah, definitely a proper war. Looks like we've got everybody off the grid now.
That's great. More laps to come. It'll be good.
Everybody out racing. Gonna get some remote camera shots. I got to tell you too, Matt, after the course yesterday, you know, like I said, if you're not the first guy, the first 8-9 miles, the dust kind of lingers there until, you know, everybody starts getting broke apart. But first 15 miles of this course, you know, you run up a wash, not too bad. Chatter bumps are going to be really bad, but you know, you make that turn to come down the first wash, and then it gets nice and tight and twisty with some canyon runs, things like that. And early on, you know, there's a bottleneck. Somebody gets a little too liberal with their speed going into one of these corners, could rip a corner off, cause a bottleneck. Then we didn't see any yesterday. I know a lot of people predicted possible bottlenecks. We didn't see any happen yesterday.
There was a couple on the short course race,
yeah.
You know, and interesting because we, you know, we talked to the short course racer who got tied up, and you know, he made it to the finish.
35-year-old Bo Barron is a 6-time production UTV and ATV short course champion who began riding motorcycles at the age of 13. Bo is a threat and spends almost every weekend either competing or riding with friends.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Vision Wheel, Rockford Fosgate, Dirt Company, and UTV Underground.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
RJ, you got the green light.
Following Rigid's legendary quality, the all-new Adapt E-Series has a seamless beam transition and an integrated active power management system that will constantly monitor your vehicle's battery state. The Adapt E-Series will make adjustments to the light output, maximizing performance based on the vehicle's capacity. Designed with 3 unique optic combinations for close-range, slow-speed driving, moderate speeds, and long-range, high-speed driving. A seamless beam transition is achieved through an internal GPS, automatically adjusting optic zones and beam paths based upon the vehicle's speed. The Adapt E-Series, the next evolution in off-road lighting.
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Welcome back to the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR in the beautiful city of Lake Havasu right here on the lake. I want to say river, but it's actually technically the lake. I'm from 30 miles down south. We call it the river there, but a beautiful area of not only the state but the country, Matt. It's lend itself to the biggest, baddest UTV race on the planet. Breeze coming in, I would say weather a little bit nicer today than it was yesterday, which is definitely a good thing for these racers, and I think it's going to help the dust conditions that we thought might happen. That breeze is going to blow things off, and it's going to make for some great racing.
Definitely. The weather's a little bit better today than it's been in the past week. You know, we've been out here working on this race, and it's been as high as 120. So for us SoCal Cali boys, it's been a little hot, but really glad to be here in Havasu racing with everybody, putting this race on, and you know, it's exciting, man. We just started the Pro Turbo race, and I'm sure we're going to have drama shortly.
Yeah, well, and I know talking about drama, we're going to have a whole lot out on course. 29-mile lap. We'll jump into the course here in a little bit, talking about the different sections, what the drivers are going to go through. I raced it yesterday, so I know exactly what they're going to be going through today. But I know we were able to catch up with quite a few drivers on the start line. But one of the drivers that you and I kind of keyed in on, and I know, like you said, he was a good friend of Brandon Sims. We didn't get quite a chance to talk about him, but that guy was Jake Carver.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Jacob Carver. Jacob, it's great to be out here. Obviously, we talked to Brandon Sims earlier. You two are great friends. Any advice that you guys have been talking back and forth about game plan?
Basically just hold it together, I think. You know, it's a really rough course and it's a short race, so I know lots of people are going to be going hard trying to win it in the first lap, and I think you just got to hang back a little bit and let the dust settle, and hopefully that works.
Well, we've been talking about the youth races with the 170, 250, you know, 570 to 1,000. Polaris RZR has backed a lot of young ones coming out there, and knowing that's going to be the future of UTV racing, how does that make you feel to be with Polaris?
Oh, it's great. I mean, it makes us feel like we're with a company that really backs our sport. And, you know, Polaris has always been big into the UTV, into the racing series, into, you know, everything we do, and really part of, you know, the lifestyle. So very pleased to be with Polaris, and I think they're the best out there.
Well, I know going off of that, there's going to be some young ones looking up and watching this race on the live stream. Any pieces of advice that you'd give them for if they want to come out here and race UTV World Champs a different year?
I would say just get out and race. Doesn't matter what class, doesn't matter what machine, you know, anything like that. Just get out and race and get the experience and have fun.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you. And like Jacob was saying, get out there, race. Doesn't matter the machine, doesn't matter what you have. If you want to be a part of this, just come on out. Back up to you guys.
Well, Jake Carver, definitely one to watch, Matt. I know we've got, you know, almost 40 of the best UTV drivers in the world battling right now out on this 29-plus mile course. But right now, we're through the first timing gate. I think you mentioned the race line timing loops is what we're calling them today. But right now, out on course physically, it is still Doug Fortin in the lead, followed by Sierra Romo, and then Cole Clark in the third spot. But interesting note, through the first timing loop, the fastest driver wasn't, in fact, Doug Fortin. The fastest driver, you and I both kind of looked at things and went, wow, we didn't expect that one. Bruce Benquist through the first timing loop, our leader there, some 30 seconds faster than Doug Fortin.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's cool about the UTV World Championship is you can't hide. You know what I mean? Like you're coming out here and you're racing with the best guys, but you could be a nobody and put a good day together and walk away as the world champion. You know, so there's a lot of guys here that you know aren't kind of unknown, and he's one of them.
Yeah, and that's it, you know, and obviously what a better way to make a name for yourself than at the UTV World Championship. So one to watch definitely is going to be Bruce Benquist there, obviously one of the fast movers. We're still very, very early on in this race. You know, what is that first timing loop, about 10, 12 miles in?
I think it's like at mile 8, right?
Yeah, so, yeah, so it's still running order, Doug Fort and Sierra Romo, Cole Clark, Ryan Piplick in the 4th spot. Piplick there, I think, with the 3rd fastest time, and we just saw that Doug Fort now cleared the 2nd timing loop. So Doug Fortin now currently is still in the lead, but he has cleared the 2nd timing loop. So should be Sierra Romo within about a minute of Doug Fortin coming through the next timing loop. So right now, Doug Fortin continuing to lead, Sierra Romo in the 2nd spot. Doug, though, through the 2nd sector of the race, only driver so far to clip that 2nd sector mark.
Well, let me ask you, Jimmy, you know, when you're racing, do you want to be the hunter or do you want to be hunted? Do you like being out in that pole position, leading and setting the pace? Or do you want to be a little ways back and able to kind of chase to who's in front of you?
No, I think in a race like this, you definitely, everybody I've talked to said, I don't want to be the lead dog. I want to be the lead dog on lap 4 or 5. I don't want to be it on lap 1 because we got a lot of great drivers behind Ford. I mean, some of the best drivers in the business right here doing battle. And to be out front and have that pressure, that's a lot. And even a guy like Doug, who's as accomplished as he is, I mean, that's a lot because when you're out there and you're the lead, I mean, you got to push, you know, and it's going to be tough.
And the only data that they can really go on is what the NA cars did yesterday. So he's probably looking at this and going, I should be right around that time, right? Maybe a little bit faster because I'm in a turbo car. But part of the discussion that we were having is, you know, is the turbo going to give them an advantage? Because there's a little bit of lag in the turbo while it spools up, and that 0 to 30, I think, is really where you know, your vehicle needs to shine. So part of that is clutching, right? The other part of that is, you know, what type of engine package you're running.
Yeah, and I think, you know, talking about Doug Fortin, I think another one we talked kind of off air, you know, earlier this morning, but Sierra Romo, I mean, nobody doubts this girl's talent. She's absolutely one of the top UTV drivers in the world. She hadn't had that breakthrough victory, but, you know, she's always starting in the top 10 because of her finishes. She's very consistent, always there at the end of the race. Sierra's never started this far up front in that 2 spot, you know, and she's usually starting about 10th, and some of the faster guys are ahead of her, and she can kind of ease into her race. Sierra's not going to have an opportunity to ease into her race right now because she's going to be looking in the rearview mirror and going, oh, man, they're coming. So we're going to see how this girl, and, you know, she's one of the best in the business, but how she can actually handle the pressure here.
Well, not just that, but because of our race line wheels timing loops, we're going to see data live. You can see it yourself on UTVUnderground.com and watch as all the racers hit the gates and see all the adjusted times. So you can see these little sub-performances within the race, the sector times, right? So it's really cool, much like Formula One does.
Yeah, and we're just getting word here, looking at our timing and scoring, same you can look at UTVUnderground.com. But Sierra Romo may have had an issue out on course because we got Doug Fortin, obviously we knew through the first timing loop. Then it was Cole Clark. Then it was Ryan Piplick. Sierra Romo in the 2nd spot hasn't cleared that 2nd timing loop yet. So Sierra may having some problems out there.
Oh, no, it looks like it just updated.
She just updated. So Sierra maybe letting Cole Clark and Ryan Piplick get around her, dropping back into that 4th spot. Now we got Dean Wheeler clearing that 2nd timing loop as well. So some movers early on. Another interesting note, Brett Serapis, he hasn't cleared the 1st timing loop yet. And there's been a lot of drivers behind him that have. So maybe Serapis having some, you know, problems out on course.
Yeah, that's really cool, man. You know, we're literally watching the times as they're coming through those timing loops. You know, it's essentially real time. You know, this timing system was something that we worked on in conjunction with our timing and scoring group that's been helping us. I mean, it's fantastic. You know, it's fantastic technology, and it helps the drivers, I believe. They're going to be able to go back and look at this data and tell, you know, about where they were fast and where they weren't fast and make improvements.
You know, and this is telling me a lot about Sierra Romo, you know, because obviously she hasn't had a problem. She let a couple cars go by her. This girl's playing to win here today. She goes, I'm not going to get caught up in this. I'm not going to be pressured. I'm going to run my pace that I want to run. She's let a couple drivers around him. She's going to ease into this thing, and she's not going to be forced into a mistake early on. Tell you what, this girl, she may only be 20 years old. She's driving like a veteran already.
Yeah, I think it's smart. I think it's smart not to be pressured by the guys behind you to overdrive. I mean, that's the last thing you want to do here.
Yeah, so definitely some interesting stuff. Bruce Benquist already throwing down another quick time here through the timing loop. So this guy, Bruce Benquist, that we don't know a lot about, the definite dark horse of this, he is dropping down some bombs here, Matt, early on.
There, I've been making a list of people that need some love in UTV Underground, right? And this guy's going to go on that list of, we need to write some stuff about these guys and give them some love. But this is great. This is what UTV racing is about, is this new influx of off-road racers.
Yeah, it looks like Robbie Gordon now just clearing the second timing loop as well, moving up, a couple of spots there. And I know, speaking of Robbie Gordon, we were able to catch up with him earlier on.
All right, hanging out here with Robbie Gordon. Robbie, they said you got about 4 minutes. We'll make this quick. Talking through everything, how's the course looking?
Well, yesterday, I rode with Max. That was a really good thing to do. We were able to learn a lot about the track, but the course got destroyed yesterday during the NA class. I can't imagine what it's going to look like after 5 laps here, which that's going to change our pace a lot. Max was running second most of the race yesterday. Unfortunately, we broke the front chassis. The ruts got so big, we were just railing corners, and it pulled the upper arms right out of it. But I think today we learned from that, and we'll back it down a little bit, and we'll see where we're at the end of lap 3, and then we'll push hard from there.
Is there any pit strategy going after that, or are you just going to wait till after lap 3 and see what happens?
This car was the Dakar car, so it's good for 250 miles. So the only time we'll stop is if we have to put a tire on it.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you get out there, Robbie. Best of luck. See you out there at the finish.
Well, Robbie Gordon definitely one to watch out here today. Obviously, he had a strong run yesterday until it wasn't. But, he brings his A game. Doesn't matter if he's in a trophy truck, a UTV, a stadium super truck, NASCAR, IndyCar. I mean, Matt, he's driven it all, and we're stoked to have him out here.
Listen, Robbie drives the wheels off of everything that he touches, and as a fan, it's great to watch. We'll see what he does today, but, he's been having a challenge, even in trophy truck racing. He was leading the 500 overall in the Unicorn, and ended up having some issues.
You want to talk about a guy that is due. I don't think there's anybody in the industry that wouldn't think Robbie Gordon is overdue for a big victory right now.
Definitely. And again, it's really cool to see him out here racing with all the average guys, right? And putting his reputation on the line. You wouldn't do that, would you?
In a heartbeat, I would. You kidding me? The gray hair tells me I need to go back out there and get after it. TPQ back on the scene. Great to see everybody. I know you guys have done an amazing job all day. I've had the live stream on as often as I could. I've been out. I've been taking care of the kiddos. Holy 170s, okay? Over 40 170s that raced here today. We had to create a new course because we had too many of them. We had to break them up in 2 sections because we had too many of them. That would have been an absolute flash mob to try to put that many little kiddos out on the track at one time. It would have been just an absolute cluster. So congrats to the UTV World Championship group, splitting that up, building the specific course for them, and having the 170s race all within a good eye shot of everybody. Some of the kids I was interviewing were 5 years old, okay? I don't know about you, but 5 years old, I was still figuring out, do I pick my nose with this finger or do I pick my nose with this finger? I was still working on that. So the 170s, probably my favorite of all the racers that come out here, because you can throw some of the funniest questions at them and the kids just come back with answers, and you make obviously you make the parents light up, because that's what it's all about, right? This is the future of our sport. I mean, this is where it starts out. Groundbreaking, the 170s. Polaris came through with a huge deal and giving back like factory support to the youth racers, like every class, the 170, the 250, 570, the youth 1000s, all that whole group, they gave back like big money, factory support, parts, and cash supplies, and also cars.
Yeah, it's really cool to see, especially when you have a brand like Polaris Razor making a product, but also supporting racing both at the top level in UTVs and the kids racing.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking 40 kids. And we got some great footage out here, too. These kids, I mean, they might seem a little quiet and a little meek, but they get out there and they were banging Nerf bars. I mean, they were totally taking the powder coating and the paint off of wheels and Nerf bars and plastics and stuff like that. They were getting after it. And that's so fun to call because, I mean, literally most of them are my exact size, too. When they get out of the car, I get to stand eye to eye with them and interview. So the 170s, which was a huge turnout, we wound up having 3 great winners. And then going into the 250 class. So the 250 class is basically the same chassis that has some motor work done to it, a little larger CCs. You can do a little bit of stuff.
Yeah, super cool, man. And, as those kids climb up the ladder system, we're going to see them move up. Like Ethan, we had him in earlier, and he's bumping his head, he said, on that 570. So, he's moved up to the 1,000, the youth 1,000, and pretty soon he'll be racing with the adults.
Right, Ethan Groom, just but a great personality too. I mean, what a lot of this, I believe, the off-road industry does. It does absolutely what we need to have the kids do is build confidence.
Yeah.
Build confidence in public. So driving a race car, in a semi-controlled atmosphere, gives you the ability to make split decisions, but it gives you the confidence to know that you can make split decisions in life also.
Yeah, and it's really great how we could start these kids in 170, then they can move up to the 250 modified class. So we have a little bit of racing to look at, some highlights from that as well.
The 250 class. So I got to witness Gonzalez, coming down the long straightaway after the scoring chute, and then coming in through the hot pits. There's a right-hand turn. There was a 90-degree right-hand turn set up for him. And these kids, I swear these kids were coming in at 40 miles an hour, 45 miles an hour, these little 250s, and this thing's all chuck-holed out. I mean, gnarly turn. And they bounce into it, and Gonzalez whipped it into it, and it high-sided on him, and he got it up on 2 wheels. There's Gonzalez. He's coming through, and we got to see his drain plug. He almost saved it. He was so close. He came in, right-hand turn, bicycled it. He has the know-how to turn out of it.
Right.
So he turned out of it. Unfortunately, it went back the other direction, and we saw his underbelly. Flipped him back over, and of course, how well these cars are built and how safe these cars are built. Flipped him back on his tires. He spun around and kept going.
Well, it's really cool to see. It's really cool to see these kids out there battling and going through some pretty serious terrain for those size vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, we're only talking 22-inch tires, right? And, minimal ground clearance. And obviously the desert is not flat track. I mean, you're going to find some obstacles out there and rocks popping up and so forth. And these kids have to be smart enough. If there's a rock right in the 2-track part of the race course, they go up on the high side, or the corner's so rutted out that they see sprocket holes, like digging through the center of the turns, and you watch them. They'll push up on the high side of the berm to get through.
I think what you're trying to articulate is that it teaches them how to read terrain, right?
Exactly. Yes. Well, that's the long way around it. I'm just excited about it because I love watching the kids develop, because that's really what it is that, they're not playing video games here. This is real life.
No, this is way better than a video game.
Way better than a video game.
Well, it's got to be interesting for you because you and I, we go back to the start. And I know before I even moved from trophy truck into UTVs, you and I started calling some of the first UTV World Championships.
Yes.
Some of those kids you and I called those races with now are like the premier drivers in this sport. That's got to be pretty cool for you to see them go through this ladder system, TPQ.
Heck yeah, man. I mean, it was my honor to do the very first UTV Worlds with Jim Beaver. Of course, obviously, I mean, an absolute staple in off-road racing, and of course, it absolutely precedes everything else that I've seen that what you've done. But I think we're going to have to go to a break or something. Is that what I hear, Jim?
Yeah, we definitely. We've got to catch up with the leaders here in the turbo class, but we're going to cut to a short commercial break. We'll be back after this. The 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Goodrich, Speed UTV, Venom Rex, VP Racing Fuels, Rigid Industries, and ORW.
I stay strong, forever young, may you live long. I'm an overcomer, I overcame it, y'all. I conquered every mountain, I've been through it all. I am fearless, you know, I am fearless, I'm fearless.
Welcome back here to the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. Jim Beaver, Matt Martelli, TPQ holding it down. We're at lap number 1. Desert Pro Turbo Racing. Last word we got, Doug Fortin leading Sierra Omo, I think in the 4th spot. It was Cole Clark, Ryan Piplick in the 2nd and 3rd. But sectors, we haven't had anybody clear sector number 3 yet. It makes us wonder if it's going to happen shortly or if maybe there's a bottleneck on the track.
Well, there very well could be a bottleneck. We had a couple of issues yesterday, and it took us a minute to clear those out. But that's part of off-road racing. I highly doubt, though, that Doug Fortin will be the cause of a bottleneck. So I bet they're about to hit that third
It's got to be instantaneously because we're about, looks like 46 minutes into this race, and we get a glimpse there out on track.
Yeah, we're coming around to what we thought would be the first lap time. But earlier, you know, we were bringing up the fact that this course is beat up and you know, may slow them down a bit.
I had interviewing all the desert racers this morning, the rally classes and so forth. Those folks looked like they just got whooped with a sack of potatoes.
Well,
I mean,
that's because they did. This is the World Championship, and we're not messing around here.
Absolutely. They said that was literally the roughest course they had to race on. So I can only imagine it's gotten better over time, like a fine wine. But yes, they did. They said this is very, very difficult, and it's a thinker's track too. I mean, and a lot of turn back and forth, and also the longer cars aren't really paying off because there's more action in it. There's not more high-speed stuff. It's turn, turn, turn. Jim, You were out there yesterday. You can speak firsthand.
Oh, you're exactly right. You know, you get into some of those downhill washes, things like that, and some of the whoops. There's a few whoop sections started to develop. The four-seat car is definitely an advantage, but all those tight, twisty canyons, stuff like that, my four-seater, even after the line's been burnt in and some of the really tight corners kind of straighten themselves out, I got to tell you that four-seat's distinct disadvantage here. I mean, there's some tight sections where even I had to go almost idle speed to get around the corners, and I'm clipping the rear tire and stuff going around, and I can feel it, and I'm just idling so it doesn't tear the car up. But those two-seat cars, they just plant, go.
Well, so back to my boy Caffro, right? That's what he's in. He's in the two-seater, the new Polaris RZR two-seater, right? And they've lengthened the wheelbase of that car about 8 inches, right? So it's kind of in this magic zone. I mean, we look at a lot of cars, and one of the cars that consistently works really well is Phil Blurton's. Looks like we have Doug Fortin coming in on the final. At the finish.
Yeah, look at that, 47.59. We talked about it. Are they going to be faster than the NA cars, Matt? You had the fastest NA time about 2, 3, 4 minutes there. So I would say Doug Fortin here to play, man.
I think so.
Doug, listen, Doug is no joke. It would be pretty wild for him to come out and win this race. You know, I mean, he definitely has a lot of experience, and like I was talking about earlier, you know, I was working with him. Writing a story, origin story for his for Fortin Racing, and he told me the story about Lynn Cheneth giving him a car, giving him a chassis, and saying, "Oh yeah, there's a race in 2 weeks. Figure it out. Finish building this car." And that was his first race car, and he's like, he did everything wrong. Went to the race, went about 20 miles, and the thing took a dump, and he fell in love with off-road racing. He's been doing it ever since.
Yeah, well, that seems like a story of a lot of people's life. You go to your first race, you do it wrong, but you get bit by the bug, and it's game over after that.
Sure is. Watching these cars work, these big cars work, is completely different than watching the kids. I got to stand at the side of the track watching these little 170s and 250s. These kids are getting worked. I mean, straight worked out on that course, and they don't even care. I mean, that's just part of the game. They don't know any different, right? And they just push. I love the heart and soul of the kids. That's why I always love doing the introductions for them. I try to run down the start line and introduce each one of them before they take off. But I don't know how many kids I talked to this weekend that were sitting in cars. It was amazing. So the turnout here was phenomenal at the UTV World Championships. Of course, people came from all over. We had Kansas, Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Arkansas. I mean, all over the country, people came in because they knew this is the premier race for UTVs.
Yeah, one of the things we're starting to see, too, is the youth racing starting to happen in other countries, you know. So that's going to be exciting over the next few years, is to have kids, foreign kids from other countries coming here to race, and vice versa. Maybe our kids going overseas and racing. So it'll be cool.
Pretty cool storyline. Looks like coming in the second spot to end lap number 1 is going to be Ryan Piplick. I know we talked about him being one of the hot shoes. Looks like he picked up a couple spots. So in lap number 1 in the second spot, it's going to be Ryan Piplick. So Factory Polaris RZR Racing's Ryan Piplick, you know, he's due for a big victory. And I think, you know, he's after looking at this first lap time, I think he's going to be, you know, here to play at the end.
Yeah, but look at the gap that Doug's already put.
Yeah, there's Sierra Omo, a glimpse of her coming in. She's going to be the third spot, it looks like. But like you said, Doug, that clean air, he's just checked out, Matt.
Yeah, going back to Ryan Piplick. So Ryan Piplick started on ATVs, quad guy.
Yep, quad guy.
Quad guy.
You're going to claim all of them, aren't you?
Absolutely, I am. Ryan Piplick and I had an opportunity to race against each other for several years. Actually, back when he was 19 years old, he'd come out to the local track out in Seattle, Pacific Raceways, or SIR back in the day, and we would race. He'd show up in his pickup. He'd get changed in his pickup. 19 years old, you know, he'd come out, and I was 30 at the time, and we'd go out and race. That was 20 years ago. Yeah. I had to take my shoes off to count through that one.
Hey, look at that. We just got news on our timing scoring. Those of you tuned in at home, the dark horse, the guy we hadn't talked about, just dropped a bomb on the field. Bruce Benquist 15 seconds faster than Doug Fortin, so he might not be first out on track at the end of the first lap, but on time, he is first. But, man, Bruce Benquist, Matt, like you said, I think this guy's he's due some kind of write-up.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to do an article on this guy, especially if he continues to put these laps together. But, yeah, wow, that's and that's off-road racing, people. You know, just because Doug Fortin's out physical front doesn't mean he's going to win the race.
Yep, that time delay, that time fix, and you can see all that on the live streaming. So make sure you go on, when you're on the live streaming watching us, make sure you smash that share button and let everybody else know what's going on in this world besides dumb stuff. This is the cool stuff. This is as I said the other day, this is the cold bucket of water on the dumpster fire that is 2020.
I stole that from you earlier. I'm definitely going to roll with that.
So, but make sure you share this so everybody gets to see what off-road racing is all about. And, you know, this is something completely different than stick and ball sports. I mean, this is a team effort. You can't do this by yourself.
Well, it does require 2 balls. You know that.
It does. Yes.
Off-road racing, I'll tell you.
Yes, it does.
So far on time, we'll give you a rundown of the top 5. It is Bruce Benquist leading, not physically, but on time, lap number 1. We got Doug Fortin in the second spot. He's leading physically, but in second on time. Ryan Piplick, Dean Wheeler, and Sierra Romo, your top 5, and the only 5 in so far.
Going back to Dean Wheeler, quad guy.
I'm almost feeling a theme of things, though, with UTVs and the quad guys and girls. Kristen Matlock. We got
Kristen Matlock, heck yeah.
You know, coming up, you know, even talking about that, I mean, you go to short course side, Corey Weller.
Yeah.
You know, Corey Weller came from a quad. So, you know, you look at that, and what does that mean, TPQ? I mean, these quad riders, you know, transition really well into a UTV.
Let me jump in there. It means they're getting smarter because they're getting into a cage, right?
And you aren't far off the truth on that. Well, the ATV industry is a fickle one, we'll say, because of how the growth in the side-by-sides have boomed so big. It's like, wait a minute, the spots for us are shrinking on ATVs, and everything on side-by-sides is growing. So why not stay in I mean, like you're saying, getting the itch of racing off-road, you're finding smaller and smaller areas to race your ATV, your quad. So you eventually hop into a side-by-side. And if it's like me, it takes me a good 15 minutes to get on the quad because my joints don't bend like that anymore.
And if you fall off, it takes even longer to get back on, right?
Oh, yeah, because the damn thing ran you over. It always finds you, just so you know. It always freaking finds you. But, gentlemen, I can't thank you guys enough for letting me pop in here for a few minutes. I'm going to go take a little break, but you guys are doing an amazing job. I'm going to have the live stream going the whole time while I'm off on break, getting a little water, getting my core temperature cooled back down, but I'm looking forward to seeing you guys back in a little bit.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you in a little bit.
Awesome.
Right. Thank you, TPQ.
Now, we just saw one of the shock therapy cars come through, and I wanted to talk a little bit about shock therapy. They're one of our sponsors, but shock setup is crucial, you know, especially in a race like this. And these guys not only set up shocks for race cars, but they do it for your play cars. So if you really want to improve your vehicle, reach out to those guys and get your vehicle set up for what your use of your vehicle is, whether you're riding sand, trail riding, or just going out and pleasure riding or racing. They'll definitely come and help you out.
Yeah, that company, I mean, I've watched them over the past, you know, decade, and they've just exploded, you know, and not only suspension, I mean, they're making racks now for UTVs and, you know, billet racks and specially made parts for, you know, high-performance parts for UTV racers, and definitely good stuff. But looking down this list, we've got a couple more in finishing their laps, and, you know, on time, we've got a big shakeup. Obviously, Bruce Benquist still leading on time, Doug Fortin in the second spot. PJ Jones now slotting into the third spot, dropping a really good time for PJ.
Yeah, hey, PJ is no joke, man. Like I was saying before, he has a lot of experience. He raced NASCAR. You know, he's raced IndyCar. He's done some rally racing, SST, trophy trucks, a little bit of everything. So, and he knows the UTV platform. He's a builder. He has a shop, PJ's Performance. Yep, he builds cars, and so, you know, he's one of those guys that could definitely win this race.
Yeah, definitely one to watch here. We got Brandon Sims now in. He's slotting into the 4 spot. Sims, starting mid-pack. He was kind of back there, and I got to tell you, that's a wicked fast time for somebody coming through the dusted traffic. So our light horse coming into today, I got to tell you,
let's just call him the white horse because his car's all white. It looks bitchin'.
Yeah, so then we got Piplick, Wheeler, Sven Elstrom, Robbie Gordon in the 8th spot, Castaneda, Jake Carver, Sierra Romo dropping back into 11th. So Sierra, I think we called it. I think she's playing it safe. She's saving the car.
Yeah, and I think it's cool. And hopefully the chase crews are looking at the timing and scoring and giving their racers feedback because, again, we're looking at corrected time, not just physical place.
Yeah, so drivers, especially Doug Fortin, well into their second lap, probably getting close to being through the first sector now, I would assume. But Fortin currently leading physically, Bruce Benquist leading on time. It is definitely a shake-up here. We got, in the top 10 here, we got a mix of Razors, Can-Ams, and even a Speed UTV thrown in, Matt.
Yeah, it's really cool to see that type of competition in between manufacturers. Obviously, our sponsor is Polaris, and they're what I believe is a premier platform. But it's really cool to see, other manufacturers not just build UTVs, but get into UTV racing and support UTV racing.
Yeah. Here we got a shot of Brandon Schuler. He started up front, and I'm wondering if he had some kind of a problem because he's dropped back, hadn't finished his first lap yet. He should have well by now. So he had to run into something. Maybe I couldn't see if his tire on his rack was flat possibly. Maybe ran into, something with maybe a belt issue. I don't know. It had to have been something minor. Car looks great.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff out there that can take you out. There's giant boulders, sticks everywhere, lots of rocks. And two, there's a lot of places where drivers can make mistakes and tear a corner off.
One thing I will say too, a lot of races, belts become an issue with, the Polarises and the Can-Ams. But one thing I noticed yesterday was there's no place really, as I like to say, flog the car. There's no place really to go wide open other than a couple of runs down the washes. So our belt temps stayed eerily low yesterday.
Yeah.
And even on a hot day, those belts never spiked. I mean, we were low 200s most of the day, which normally we can push 225, 230, and that kind of gets into the danger zone. So one of the issues, belts, I don't think is going to be a factor today at all.
No, I don't. And, in designing this course, that was one of the things that we thought about because, we've been to all the other races and, whether it's the Min or Vegas to Reno or even Baja, when you get out on those dry lake beds and you're really stretching it out, that strains those belts. It puts a lot of heat into those belts, and some of the hill climbs and things like that do that as well. This is a real specifically designed UTV race course. The big cars couldn't do this course. It's just too tight. And, all the different elevation changes really speak to, how the car's built. You can really drive the heck out of these cars, especially into the holes, and still not get hung up or smash the front end of the car.
Yeah, and like you said, being that I've been around this course quite a few times at this point, there's some sections and, these beautiful panoramic shots we're getting from the helicopters and the drones definitely don't tell the full story. We get into some of those canyons and, I mean, you're looking at them going, how am I going to get a UTV through here? They're nice and tight. You got to be very careful. And there's actually times on this course where I was probably going the slowest I've ever gone in a desert race. I mean, I was probably 1 or 2 miles an hour, crawling through the rocks, things like that. I go, this is not a typical desert race.
I know that section you're talking about, and we aptly named that Baby Hammers, right? When we went through there, it was funny because Killian, my cousin who works with me, really put this course together with me and my brother. And he looked at that and said, oh, no, we can't take people through here. And I just smiled. I said, yes, we can. They're just going to have to slow down. They're going to have to pick their way through there. Racing isn't all about flat-footing it. A lot of it's about discipline and just driving to your ability and to the vehicle's ability. And again, with the elevation changes here, because these vehicles have such a dynamic approach angle, meaning you can pretty much nose walk these things and drive out of them, it makes it really fun, going up over all these blind crests.
And here's a question for you, Matt. Just looking at a bigger picture here, and I know a lot of forms of motorsport, you look at NASCAR, and they've got, their oval cars, or they've got their super speedway cars, their short oval cars, and then they've got their road course cars. Indy cars, they've got a setup for road courses and street courses. They've got a setup for, for the ovals. It seems like a lot of the major motorsports, they've got certain stuff tailor-made to other things. Even trophy truck, we've seen guys with a quiver of trucks.
Yeah.
Menzies, he's got a quiver.
Yes.
And he brings a certain truck to a certain race depending on it. I'm looking at UTVs going, I think we're eerily close to having a situation where guys have maybe 2 race cars in their garage, and depending on the conditions, they bring something out. Oh, I know a lot of guys already do. They've got a Hammers car and they've got their Desert car.
That's what I was going to bring up exactly, is that, excuse me, that's already happening. You know, guys are building specific Hammers cars for one race. Now, what's funny is that car would do surprisingly
Very well
here, right? So it's just a different type of track, right?
Well, it sounds like we got Tiffany Stone standing by, who's been out on course. She is pounding the pavement, or the dirt, so to speak, and it looks like she's got some updates from in the field.
Thanks, guys. Hanging down here at the hot pits with Brian Bennett from Long Travel Industries. Brian's helping out Ryan Piplick right now. When they came through pretty fast. Did they mention anything about what they needed, how the course was looking, and how far off from the first place they were?
It was pretty chopped up. Everything, car looked good. They started out 4th. They're sitting physically 2nd right now, so it looks like they're doing good. Car looked great, so.
Well, I know that you've also been helping out Cowboy out here. Helped him out a little bit yesterday. What was he talking about yesterday's course, and obviously how different it is to today?
The attrition, definitely try to keep the car together, pace himself the first half of the laps, and see what he has afterwards and go for it from there.
With the pit strategy going on, 5 laps, about 29 miles, a little under 30 miles, what is the pit strategy? Are they going to try to pit after 2nd, 3rd lap? And how big of a fuel cell is Ryan going with right now?
Ryan's got about a 29-gallon fuel cell. We're going to try to probably pit between 2 and 3. Depends on where we're at. We'll look at fuel consumption next lap and make an audible. If not, then 3 for sure.
Awesome. Well, you guys have heard it here. It's all about making sure the car stays together, making sure you don't hit anything out there. And then pit strategy is a big game here as well. Back up to you guys.
Well, you got to appreciate Tiffany Stone. She's working herself this weekend, getting all the stories, Matt. I saw her yesterday. I broke early, and she was going up and down pit road. She was interviewing just about everybody. She is hustling this weekend, man.
Well, I think she's just glad to be out of Michigan, let's be honest, right? So, no, it's great to have her back working with us. She works with us at the Mint, and she actually really loves off-road racing and UTV racing. Does a lot of her homework as well. It's really nice to work with such a professional.
Yeah.
She was just talking to Brian. Brian is the builder of Cowboy's car, and he's got several other cars out here, including Ryan Piplick. So he's got a lot of skin in the game. We'll see if he can get one of his chassis on top, right?
I got to tell you, he's doing pretty well right now. Let's scroll down. I'm going to scroll down because we hadn't seen where is our buddy Cowboy Cerrone? Where is he at in this mix? We're going to go to the live thing here. Looks like he's cleared 2, so he's on his way to the finish line to finish lap number 1. So
good.
Got to give him credit. I think Cowboy, he's out feeling it out, and I think he's going to be one of those drivers. He's learning a lot today.
Yeah.
He's going to get quicker. I think he's one of those. Most guys' lap times are usually generally fastest the first lap, and then they fall off from there.
Yeah.
I could see Cowboy's lap 2 and 3 being quicker than his first.
Yeah, he's definitely learning, and he's going to be following some fast people. So I think it's good. He's in a good position, so he can pace himself off of other people. And all I told him was like, hey, go out there, have fun, and have a clean race. And he's like, hey, man, I'm here to win. So it's good, man. We're stoked to have him out racing with us.
Yeah, but a guy that's that driven and, as successful as he is in his fight career, I guarantee you, he says he wants to win. Give him a year, and I got to think he's going to put in the work, and he's going to be competing for wins before we know it.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just want more high-profile people racing with us to help spread the gospel of off-road racing. I mean, back in the day, it was, Chuck Norris and, Ted Nugent and
Steve McQueen
and Garner, right? Like, we had some big people in off-road culture back in the day, and so we're starting to see that again too here. One of our buddies, or one of my new buddies, Sid from Slipknot, came and he had his first off-road racing experience here, rode the whole 5 laps, and they got I think a 5th place finish, which was incredible. So he's hooked. He's already like, hey, so how much does a car cost? So it's really cool that our good friend BC Vaught brought him in, and we're getting more of the Rockstar guys in.
Yeah. I always give you know, BC a lot of crap because he doesn't really promote. Those of you that tuned in yesterday know who he is, but you know, he's the drummer at Head P. He's a phenomenal musician, you know, and he'll never wear that hat publicly because he doesn't want to be the self-promoter. So I always promote him when I get a chance because this guy's literally, he's a great, phenomenal musician. I mean, he's toured the country with some of the best bands, you know, in the world.
Well, and he's done a bunch of UTV racing.
Yes.
So, you know, when I asked him, it was really funny. I asked him to be a part of this, and he was kind of nervous, and I'm like, you're the guy, man. Don't be nervous. And once he got his groove, he was back into it, and by the end of the day, he was like, I'd like to go racing again. So, you know, this is a drug we love sharing with people.
Yeah, well, I know he and I have talked about doing some projects together, so maybe I'll have to give him a hard time. So, why don't you come split some drives with me, BC? He'd be fun.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
So, yeah, so looking out on course, Benquist still currently leading on time. Fortin, P.J. Jones, Brandon Sims, and Ryan Piplick, your top 5 on corrected time. I believe Doug Fortin still physically out in the lead, but being hunted by just a bunch of UTVs that are really dropping some quick times. So this one, I think, already is starting to look like it's going to be quite a bit quicker than the race we saw yesterday, Matt.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's going to be. I mean, I'm actually a little surprised. I thought the times would be a little bit closer, but hey, that's great. The turbos are coming into effect.
Yeah. And I think this track, too, one of the interesting notes is it's actually, you know, really straightened itself out. You know, those that pre-ran early on like I did, you know, now you go around the track and a lot of those really tight things have straightened themselves out. You know, they slowly worked out their kinks. All the corners that were hard 90s, now all of a sudden they become maybe 80s or 70s, things like that. So I think this course, as the turbos continue to burn through it, too, it's going to get quicker and quicker.
Yeah, and tires is going to be a big thing. You know, our sponsor BFG tires, I think, are the best tires out there. But, you know, lots of different tire manufacturers here.
We get some of these amazing aerial shots.
Yeah, you know, one of the things, and to back up what I was saying about BF Goodrich, you know, it's been a weird year, and but one of the things that I don't want to make sure isn't overshadowed is this is the first UTV race that BF Goodrich has ever come to officially with their support program. So they're down at the pits supporting any racer who runs BFG. Both you and I know the legacy of their support program in Baja, and they just brought that to UTV racing for the first time here at the UTV World Championship. So it's pretty cool. And Tiffany is down with them and is going to give us the skinny on their setup down there.
Hanging down here at the BFG pits with Weston. Weston, BFG is a huge supporter of the UTV World Championships. You guys are out here for pit support for pretty much anybody that's on a BFG Goodrich tire.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here to get our tires across the line. No matter what happens, you get tie rod brakes. We got welders, we got torches, we got grinders, we've got everything you need. Of course, flat tires. If you blow out a wheel, we'll change that as fast as you can. Yeah, we're here for you guys.
Going off of that, obviously you got a few drivers that are in the race right now. The BFGs, they're Baja proven. I mean, that is everything. If you're wanting the best, you're going to be on a BFG. How thankful has the other drivers been to you in the past about being out here to be able to give some support?
Oh, we have had people so thankful for us. I mean, it goes beyond our support. We have radio down in Baja. We have, you know, there's just an endless amount of possibilities that we help everybody out there. The cars will get lost, not necessarily broken, but they'll get lost, and their chase teams can't find them. And through our relay, we can actually recover teams and get everybody back together. But this race, we've had, I mean, I can't count on my phone how many text messages I've had about great races, you know, first places that really came down to our support helping them. You know, they came in broken and still ended up first. So got them out the door, and that really works out for them.
Awesome. Well, I just want to say a big shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I run the KM3s on my Jeep, so I pretty much love it. And I also got to say a big shout out to Pat, the pit boss over here, who's been making me sandwiches. So Pat's right back there making me sandwiches. He doesn't know about it, but he is also making sure that the live stream talent is staying up to date. So thank you, Pat. Thank you, BFG. Back up to you guys.
All right. Well, yeah, you talked about the legacy BF Goodrich Tires has, and you know, not just with their tires and their victories, but like you said, especially down south of the border, the pit support they provide is just, it's second to none. And you know, I think that's one of the reasons why so many racers choose to use them, is just because, you know, they know they're supported, whether they're in Baja or if they're at the Mint 400 Vegas Torino. BF Goodrich is going to have a presence there.
Well, I'm super stoked that they're here. To me, it's a little bit of a personal victory because, you know, years ago I started talking to them about the fact that they need to make a UTV tire because they have the tire technology, and I know they were going to make it. I just had to give them a little push and you know, give them a platform to come and compete on.
Yeah, well, we're getting a glimpse at our race now, and we've actually had a couple of drivers clear our second sector on lap number 2. That's about 20-ish miles in. So Doug Fortin now has cleared the second sector, currently physically leading. Ryan Piplick cleared the second sector there, is second place out on track. You know, again, this is, you know, physically on course. We don't know how the times are going to come into play until we pass here on lap number, or past the start-finish line. But right now, physically, it's Fortin and Piplick, 1 and 2.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see as they clear those race line wheels, timing gates, we get their times, you know, immediately in real time. So we're not talking on our scoring system, we're not talking just physical, we're talking time. These wide shots are great because you can really see how these guys get down and push through these sections.
And some of these, there's one, and I know you remember this, you know, we're seeing some of these downhills, but I got to tell you, Matt, there's one downhill that I don't know that a desert race has ever gone down a downhill like this. It's like, I'm a skateboarder and a BMX rider. It's like a vert ramp, but it's like dropping into a vert ramp, Matt. You just kind of ease over the edge with your razor, and it's just like the bottom falls out. It's almost like a roller coaster, and then you're just like down. It's like, I swear, we've got there in pre-run, I was like, this is a vert ramp.
Yeah, that's a really fun spot. I mean, what about the summit? You guys, did you take the low line or you take the high line?
I took the high line in the pre-run, but on the race day, the low line was cut in, and I took the low line, man.
Yeah. It was really funny. You know, we took the course around this little summit, and there's a big drop on the left, and we knew that was going to intimidate some people, but in Baja, that's everywhere, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, and it's funny, too, we were talking about this last night in the pits. We had this idea. It's like, you know, we've laid this course out, and there's some gnarly rock sections, and people didn't want to do that. And then there's things like the summit, like you talked about, where people cut the low line in, and we almost thought up this new type of off-road racing where, all right, so you get there and we can track all the points, right? So you get there and you have the option of taking the easy line or the hard line. But if you take the hard line, you get a certain time credit because you took the tougher of the two lines, you know what I mean? And so if you can make it through there and survive, you're actually going to get a bonus for doing it.
Yeah.
Where the people that wuss out and take the cheater line, well, not the cheater line, but the easier line, yeah, they don't get the time bonus.
Right. Well, you know, I mean, look, if off-road, I said the joke yesterday, I said if off-road racing was hard, they would call it NASCAR. I'm sorry, if off-road racing was easy, they would call it NASCAR. I'm screwing that up already.
You know what, though, and Sal Fish has said this forever about Baja. You know, I know Dave Cole with King of the Hammers has said it. You have said it with the Mint 400 and the UTV World Championship. Like, to me, to call yourself a world champion, it needs to be a little extra hard. Like, I don't think it should be a traditional desert race because it didn't prove anything. You know, you want to feel like you earned something. And I feel like after driving the course, the people that win here today, they've earned something, and I feel like they've earned the right to call themselves a world champion, you know, and I don't think going and running up and down washes for 20 miles, you know, nothing really hard that challenges the driver, I don't think that really proves a lot.
Well, not just that, but you and I have spent a lot of time in these machines, and they're very capable, and so we wanted to create a course that spoke to the dynamics of that vehicle and challenged it a little bit, right? You know, we were talking about earlier, not many other vehicles could complete this course quickly. I mean, they could do it, a Jeep could do this thing really slow. It'd probably get stuck in a few of the spots, but for the width of it, but it could do it slowly. It definitely couldn't do it in under 40. Where were we at? What was
no
that?
possible way
47
47 minutes, no.
Right? So that's a fast average. You know, we'd have to do the math and figure out what the mile per hour average is, but it's not the 30 miles an hour we thought.
Yeah, well, and even that, you know, I was looking at it and I go, you know, I'm a dirt bike fan, you're a dirt bike fan, and I'm looking at it going, there's a lot of trails here, like, I think a UTV might be quicker than a dirt bike through it, you know, certain areas of it, you know, and that's not often you would say that, but I think the way this course is laid out, like you said, we created a UTV track.
Exactly.
And I truly believe that, you know, even something like a quad, I think some of those rock piles and stuff, that'd be brutal on a quad.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, it just speaks to the dynamic platform that you know, UTVs are, you know, very capable. We're getting some wide shots of people coming in through the wash, and there's these nice S-turns in there, as you can see, and you can watch them throw the cars around corner to corner and just go after it. And you can also see the four-wheel drive work. It's pulling them through those corners very quickly.
Yeah, well, and looking down this list, we've got quite a few drivers that have now cleared that second sector, which means they're coming to the finish here at the end of lap number 2. Obviously, we talked about Doug Fortin and Ryan Piplick, but Bruce Binquist has cleared sector 2. PJ Jones, Brandon Sims. We've also got Robbie Gordon now. Looks like he's starting to push. Robbie, you know, he started back there, and it looks like he's up to about 6th place. So Robbie, you know, he's easing his way into this, Matt, and maybe he learned a lot yesterday not to push quite as much in the beginning.
Look, Robbie Gordon is a Jedi. You know this, right? So he could be down, broken, and you're like, oh, forget about Robbie. And then all of a sudden he comes back and wins the race. I've seen him do it multiple times in Trophy Truck. So doing it in UTV, no problem. So you definitely can't count him out. He's not using his new vehicle. So there are some reliability issues with that platform. You know, he's had some bugs in the past, and I think that's why he's creating his own platform, and so he doesn't have to compromise.
Yeah. Well, and Robbie's traditionally done that across the board in anything he does. You know, he doesn't go and purchase somebody else's trophy truck. He builds his own.
Right.
You know, he's done that with his energy drink company. You know, he's done that with his remote control cars, with wheels. Like, Robbie's always, you know, tried to create something better.
Definitely. He's always tried to go his own way, and you got to respect that.
Absolutely. So yeah, we are, you know, I guess 2/3 of the way through lap number 2. We got no more drivers to clear the second sector, so we got to be seeing Doug Fortin here momentarily. I would say coming into the finish here shortly. Looking at the overall time here, yeah, we're still probably, I'd say, about 10 minutes out from seeing Doug Fortin possibly.
Yeah, nice, but they're really moving, you know.
Yeah, definitely really moving. And, you know, that outside section, you talked about that, you know, that summit. And there's some really technical stuff in that last section. Some little canyons, some up and down, some really slow-moving stuff. So you see the first and second sector click off really quick, and then that third sector, we don't see them for a while. And, you know, there's some really tough stuff in that where you're down to 5 miles an hour, kind of going through these really tight, twisty, you know, up and down hills and things like that. That summit, you'd mentioned a couple of hill climbs, and when I say hill climbs, I mean almost vertical, like bring your A game to get up this, you got to pound it, you know. And
I mean, those are, and talking about those hill climbs, those are areas where you can damage belts, right? So you've got to carry your momentum up that thing and get a little gas and not too much, because you can't send it off those, because they're blind crests, and there's some in a couple of them there's turns, right? So you'd be blowing the turn into another canyon if you hit it too hard. So it's definitely technical. There's also a lot of off-camber stuff, and I found that to be fun but yet tricky. It's a funny story, I did, on one of the laps around, I was riding with my brother-in-law, and I looked at him and I said, yeah, this is a sketchy area, you don't want to, and right when I said that, I put the car on its side. So definitely some tricky stuff out there, but I think everybody's digging it. Yeah, so, you know, earlier we were talking about Robbie and, you know, his new vehicle platform. So he actually just debuted the car here. We got the first look at it, and it's pretty amazing. We're going to throw it to Tiffany. She's going to do a walk around on the car, and we got to interview him at the start. So we're going to throw it to Tiffany for a start line interview.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out with Todd Romano. And Todd wanted me to mention the reason I'm wearing a mask right now is because he is so handsome, and I'm blushing underneath, and I just didn't know what to do. But, Todd, thank you for taking out the time. You are one of the owners of Speed UTV with Robbie Gordon. Robbie's actually getting one of the vehicles ready right now for the big race that's happening. But, Todd, walk us through the whole process of Speed UTV and what you guys have come up with.
So, we were really fortunate about 5 years ago to develop the Wildcat XX. And in that process, learned a lot of things and took that technology that we've had in our business for over 30 years and said we're going to finally go play in the big house and compete with the OEs like Yamaha, Honda, Polaris, K&M, industry standards. And when you play at that level, what are you going to do? And we've never been a Me Too. In the years of racing, we've developed some of the fastest trophy trucks and have our own series called Stadium Super Trucks. So when we entered this game, we said we're going to build the biggest, fastest, most reliable, safest vehicle on the market, and that's what's behind me, and I'd love to give you a walk around.
So I'm excited for this walk around. I'll take your lead. We're going to look at some of the components that make this vehicle ready for any off-road race pretty much.
So one of the things we did is how do we be different, right, and use some of the technology we learned. So in our Indy cars back in the days when we raced IndyCar, we run a transaxle in the rear, right? So that's your gearbox. And what we did here is we did a transaxle in the front. So if you look underneath, it's a full billet bulkhead, and our suspension mounts to it just like a transaxle would on even your production Corvettes today. So if you look at this if this car was driving the other direction, that would be the back of a car. And that allowed us to mount our suspension to the bulkhead, providing us longer A-arms and more travel. So we have the most travel in the industry. Car runs standard on 33s, and as you see today, can run 35s. And then in doing that, we're very fortunate. We hold a bunch of patents, and as you notice, our shock is mounted to the bottom A-arm. And that allows us to lower our center of gravity. We don't have our shocks coming through our roof. It allows us a shock that we could package and have the biggest shock on the market with both high-speed and low-speed compression dampening. Same shock that's on the trophy truck and on our buggies. So I'll walk you around the front side of the car. So this is in race trim. In racing, you have to have a bumper that is ahead of the tires. Our pre-runner bumpers are a little different, but this is a race trim setup. But everything on this car is how a production car would look, with the exception that the cage is welded on versus bolted on. So I'll keep you walking around to the clutch side of the car. We'll go all the way to the back. Oh, actually, stop right here. So one of the things we learned in racing and even in playing with these cars, fatigue comes from driving and fatigue comes from heat. So where do we put the coolers? We have a massive radiator system, oil to air intercoolers, and our turbos, I believe it's cooled both with water, oil, and air, and all that is positioned behind the seats, and it's forcing air to the back of the car. That helps us with all-day comfort, the best cooling we can have. And that was a decision we made after driving in a lot of cars in the desert over the years. How do we not have 220-degree heat blowing into our car? Next thing I want to show you is the clutches. So this is the highest horsepower car in the market, and with that, we've developed a 3-speed shift-on-the-fly CVT, but at the same time, you've got to be able to manage that horsepower, and the liability of CVT belts has always been an issue in our industry. So one, we developed a different type of clutch that can squeeze the belt in all the different parts of the sheave. We also have a greater OD clutch on our system for higher top end. And third gear and at 300 horsepower, this car is probably good for 115 miles an hour. And it's just everything like we've done. It's all state-of-the-art technology. It uses our dual plunge axles that have been out for almost 5 years now, and it's what we've always raced on. Take you around the back to the other side of the motor and show you all the different components on the motor. So one of the things that we decided when we built this car, and if you look at the motor, there's some things you'll notice. We said electric steering is a problem on UTVs. The cars consistently, even yesterday I was racing and I had electric steer. They get overheated and they stop working. And when you're going to run 35-inch tires or even 33-inch tires, that takes a lot of load, and we didn't want that in the steering shaft. We wanted that load spread at the rack like we do in automobiles. So to do that, you need power steering. So we're the very first vehicle that actually has power steering, have a hydraulic system that is ram assist at the rack. Also, we have a massive alternator system, and just trying to be different. Full dry sump technology on the car, everything that you would want in a race car, we built in a $33,000 production car. And one thing that I'd love to show you, if you want to zoom in on the bed, is the bed is 50 inches almost squared, the largest bed in the industry. And we did it so you can go out and enjoy your weekends of camping. The guy who wants to go hunting or the guy who wants to go pre-running, we have it all. That's about it.
Wow, I think that is amazing, Todd. I'm still blushing underneath here. The mask is still on. But the real big question is, do I talk to you or do I talk to Robbie about getting one of these out to Silver Lake Sand Dunes in Michigan? I mean, when we have our little buggy whips, our flags, they're 10 feet tall, which means we have amazing sand hills out there. The first one is called Test Hill. So when you guys want to come out to Michigan and play in the big sandbox, let me know. So
I'm coming with you. I'll bring our new paddle tires. I'll bring some buggy lips, and we'll spend the night together.
That's a little presumptuous there, but we will definitely be going to Silver Lake Sand Dunes. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the walk around. 35,000, 33,000?
33,000 for the UTT.
Awesome. 33,000 can get you one of these bad boys. Come out next year and race the UTV World Championships. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Definitely an interesting build, Matt. I know Robbie's been throwing up some Instagram lives and doing some teasers the past year and things like that. But I got to tell you, seeing something like that in the flesh, they're definitely trying to innovate.
Yeah, and that was his business partner, Todd Romano, that we were talking to there. So yeah, it's really cool to see him getting in the UTV manufacturing game. But we're back to racing and looking at some of these wide shots of these guys, and the dust is moving, but it's also a little bit hanging in the air. So not too bad on the visibility, but it definitely is going to be a factor, I think, later on as the sun sets and they're driving straight into the sun, as well as the moisture content.
Yeah, so looking at our leaderboard, clearing Sector 3 so far on the first lap, we got Doug Fortin, PJ Jones, Brandon Sims, Ryan Piplick, and Robbie Gordon. So we got 5 drivers through Sector 3. Matt, I mean, Benquist looks like fell off the pace just a hair up, and just as I say that, he clears that into the 6th spot physically on course. Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see a few drivers kind of rise up and separate themselves from the rest of the field.
Yeah, this is a long race. We got a lot of racing yet to go, so really anything can happen. Just because a guy is up front doesn't mean he's going to stay up front. I mean, somebody could come from the back and really steal this.
Yeah, and those washes, it's pretty amazing. You see these cars and you see that suspension working, just bouncing up and down. I got to tell you, especially the uphill washes right now, those chatter bumps, as we like to call them, have just become horrible. They just eat the car up, and what we're talking about is like that washboard you can kind of see there in the corners, and that suspension just bounces up and down. It jars everything about the cars. The axles twist in directions the axles don't want to twist in, and it's just brutal on these cars. And I think that's what we saw yesterday. Cars that might be quick through the first lap or two, cars just don't quite survive all 5 laps going through those chatter bumps. So we'll see if that comes into play here in the turbo division, but those uphill sand washes have really become brutal.
Yeah, and there's really no way to smooth those out.
No.
You can't get on top of them like you can the bigger whoops. You just got to, bear down and get through them. Hope your car stays together.
Yeah, keep a constant throttle. You definitely don't want to be on and off, and yeah, it's the best you can do. So looks like we've got Sven Elstrom now clearing Sector 3 as well.
Yeah, really cool to see Elstrom Racing doing well right now. Great family.
I want to take a look back and see what happened to Miss Sierra Romo, and she's dropped way back here. Looks like, I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe she's taking a little too easy. Maybe she had a problem. She hasn't cleared Sector 3 yet, but I'm sure she's still in there physically on course. She's dropping back a little bit, maybe saving the car for later on in the race.
What about our boy Serapis? Where's he at?
I don't think he ever even cleared a sector on the first lap. Looking back, Brett Serapis never even cleared Sector 1 on the first lap, so they must have had some kind of catastrophic damage or failure there early on in lap 1.
That's a bummer. That's a definite bummer. Hopefully it's just his transponder not working correctly.
Yeah, but I know we didn't see him when we were watching all the drivers come through the finish line on lap 1. We never really saw him come through, so definitely a bummer for them, and hopefully, I guess hopefully it's nothing catastrophic, and they can get it back going and get some time under that car. Because I know still, like you said, Doug Fortin, they've got that new platform, and I think it's going to test miles. That thing, after it gets tested, and I think they get some miles and laps under it, I think, come next year, it's going to be a tough car to beat.
Well, Doug has a ton of knowledge, and he basically looked at all the different componentry of a Can-Am and made it better, right? So I've seen some of the parts myself, and they're trophy truck level pieces. So definitely we're pushing the limits on these vehicles and what they can survive physically. Some of the OG off-road race truck builders have those solutions and can implement those in UTV racing.
And I think that's what's going to be interesting, Matt, is we saw almost a couple of years ago a hesitancy out of some of the premier trophy truck and buggy builders. They kind of let the UTV industry do their thing, and they were really hesitant to jump in. But now we're seeing guys like Fortin, like Jimco, like guys are all get into the UTV game, and I think it's really going to elevate things. For the longest time, UTV almost had its own subsect of fabricators and car builders, and now we're seeing some of the more mainstream builders now jump into the game.
Well, I think they've just realized the value of these vehicles, and not just from a capability standpoint, but from also as a tool to bring people in, right? And, I think it's just going to get bigger and better, I know for a fact that there's other vehicle manufacturers, other builders that are starting to look at UTVs and go, okay, we'll build them, because they realize that those customers will move up into larger cars.
Looked like we saw a shot there. I believe that was Doug Fortin coming in, possibly to end his lap number 2. Shot. This is Wes Miller.
Yep.
Wes coming off a victory in Baja here about a month back, a few weeks back, the Baja 500.
Another quad guy, right?
I actually had a first time yesterday. I've got a 4-seat car, not quite as, not quite. I believe Wes's might be a hair longer than mine, but there's one of those peaks on one of those hills that we were going over, and for the first time ever, I went over a peak, and the bottom floor pan of my car drug on the top of the peak, almost like it was going to get high centered. I went right then. I go, this isn't your typical UTV track. I've never had the pan drag over the crest of a hill like I did there, and it was such a sharp, almost like a spine ramp, and it was quite interesting. But I see Wes's car going, yeah, he's going to drag in a few spots, but you get into those long runs, those washes, he's really going to be able to come into his own.
That's really cool. I'm texting back and forth right now with the Polaris dealer from Brazil. He's watching the World Championship right now and pretty stoked on all the coverage.
Awesome. So we got global viewers. Well, yeah, definitely tweet in, tag us on Instagram. You're tuning in around the world. We want to know where you are at. We're at UTV World Championship on social media. Tag us. We would love to know where you're tuning in from.
So we want to say hi to all our Brazilian racers down there and our Brazilian UTV guys down there, and especially Nuno.
Got a shot of a helicopter there following some of these UTVs. I got to tell you, Matt, it wasn't long ago when people thinking helicopters following a UTV race would be just an out-of-this-world idea that would never happen. And here we are with multiple helicopters in the air.
Yeah, and that's the shock therapy helicopter. Those guys definitely take it very seriously, not just their race cars, but all their customers' race cars. It's funny because I asked Justin from Shock Therapy to give me a list of all the guys racing. It was about 42 people. I'm like, wow, can't go through all these guys. But yeah, definitely shock setup is critical, and you should give Shock Therapy a call and let them set your car up for you for whatever use you have. Yeah, sorry, Nuno isn't the distributor. He's the international product manager from Brazil. Is texting us back and forth.
It's pretty awesome.
Pretty rad. Again, like I was saying earlier, I had the chance to travel to China last year, and I was out in Inner Mongolia, and lo and behold, guys were in RZRs and guys were in Can-Ams out in the middle of the Mongolian desert. So it was cool. We went on a couple days of riding, looking at a site for a potential race out there, but obviously COVID is going to slow that down. So off-road racing is an international culture. And UTVs are connecting the dots all over the world.
And some of those beautiful shots, and makes you wonder, you know, what drivers have sighted their lights in, Matt. I think, you know, a lot of drivers think they're going to finish probably in the daylight, you know, and obviously a little bit late of a start today by not too long, but a little bit later than they thought. I think we're going to creep into the evening hours. Makes you wonder who brought their lighting A game here.
Yeah, talk about lighting for a second. One of our sponsors here for this event, Rigid Industries, they sponsored the poker run. They build some fantastic products. And lights are like kind of like tires. They're super critical if you're going to go race into the night. And they've come a long ways. I mean, you know, when you and I started earlier on racing and driving off road, they were halogens. You know, it's like super sketchy lights. I remember like going, it's like 8 feet out, 10 feet out. Now with the LEDs and especially the LED pods and light bars we have, you know, you have just fantastic vision and can drive accordingly, drive a lot faster.
My dad told me a story about when he was racing in the early 70s. Lights were just garbage, right?
Yeah.
And so they were fooling around. I went to Baja and, you know, couldn't see anything. So my grandpa, he owned his own planes, and they, you know, used to fly around and things like that. They actually found out that airplane lights were brighter than anything that they had in off-road. They literally ordered some airplane lights in, and my dad mounted those on the front of his old Class 8, and he said it was the best lighting I ever had there for about a year or two. So, yeah, it was a really innovative era, I think, in the early 70s for lighting on these trucks. But you see those big old huge lights they used to have that put out very little light, but technology's come a long way, man.
Yeah, I just remember the big giant KC pods, you know, that everybody had, and it was like, you know, back in the day that was the best stuff, right? Well, it's come a long ways, you know, and brands like Rigid have really stepped up the technology, and they're mixing white light with amber light to help cut through the dust and doing a lot of different tricky things like the throw of the light, the focus of the light, just to improve vision. But we're definitely going to be needing lights later. I think one of the things I was talking about yesterday that's going to play into, you know, the race as well is driving into the sun. The guys who aren't used to that, you know, this course predominantly runs east-west. So as the sun sets, they're going to be turning around, driving right into the sun on 4 different fingers of this race course.
Yeah, it's definitely another one that's, you know, I've seen a lot of drivers too. You know, I know in some of our race cars we've actually got flip down sun visors and things like that we can put in to cut through the dust. So, you know, in the light, when you're running into the light, it's certain, you know, at dusk and then at dawn. So, yeah, we'll see who's brought their innovations here, because I think that's definitely going to be a factor too, especially with the dust like that. I mean, it really gets to be blinding. Sun coming through the dust in your eyes, you can't see the front of the car.
No, it's brutal. Have you ever done the trick with the tape on the helmet?
No.
Yeah, so I got taught, I think it was Rosser that showed me that one, right? And so he put tape on the top of his helmet, and you basically tilted down and used that as a visor, right?
Okay. It's a shot of Ryan Piplick, currently running second place as they're coming in to finish up this lap. Looked like Fortin still physically leading. Piplick possibly in the second spot physically on course. So Piplick putting in a good run, but Doug Fortin, you know, he's settled into a pretty solid pace, and he's looking mighty fine out front.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't know who Doug Fortin is, you know now.
Get a shot there at our BF Goodrich Arch. Should be looking for our leader, Doug Fortin. Up and over. Give it a little send. Gonna mash on the binders for a 25-mile-an-hour hot pit zone.
And like our sign up there, wipe your GoPro, yo. Nothing worse than getting back after all this off-road racing, and we've got footage in the GoPros that's just all dusted.
Yeah, I know Vegas Arena, we started in a silt bed this year, and went to my video guy after the thing, and I said, hey, what kind of in-car footage do we get? He goes, nothing. I said, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, 5 seconds into the race, nothing, dude.
Oh, heartbreaking.
I was like, oh, no. But, yeah, dust is a real issue. Wipe the GoPros. True story.
The co-drivers have gotten pretty good at it nowadays. They all want to make sure that they get all the social media love that they can, so they've been pretty good about wiping the GoPros. But just a reminder to all the teams out there, tell your driver to wipe the GoPros.
So Doug Fortin first through. Ryan Piplick second through, so physically sitting 1-2. I know that we've got a couple of guys that have charged from kind of the mid-pack up towards the front, so we're going to wait on those times. One of the ones I'm kind of keying in on is P.J. Jones. He's been really solid. Brandon Sims as well. I think they could factor into this, you know, and they've got time at their advantage right now, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, again, both of them have a lot of experience, and you know, they're going to be game towards these championship laps that are going to be the last 1 and 2 laps.
Championship laps, I like that. That's a little MMA reference right there. The championship rounds.
Straight up, we stole that yesterday.
I was going to say, I like that.
We started talking about that, and I just connected those two, and I went, yep, we're going to take that.
That's absolutely. So those of you tuning in that aren't a UFC fan like Matt and I, you got your regular 3-round fights, you know, but when you have a championship fight, they go to 5 rounds. They count round 4, round 5, the championship round. So applying that here, it's lap 4 and lap 5, the championship laps.
Well, this is a lot like MMA, right? You know, and one of the reasons why I love both sports is that MMA, you really don't know what's going to happen. You know, you can say, oh, this guy's got everything together and he's physically well and all this kind of stuff, and he gets clipped. Right, and he goes down just like that. And off-road racing is the same way. You can be the best guy, the best equipment, and you just have a part failure. You hit a rock, right? You know, as a promoter, that's one of the reasons why I still am excited and love this. Is like, you know, somebody asked me, well, who do you think's going to win? I said, you know what? I really don't know. There's 10, 15 different guys who could win, and even on top of that, all those guys could break, and Sierra Romo could come from behind, you know, and beat everybody. So it's not over until we're done with that 5th lap, and even then we got to look at the times and make sure somebody isn't in the back clicking away like we saw earlier.
Yeah, well, and Bruce Benquist, he's cleared 3rd sector, you know, and obviously he's kind of the man of the hour, the unexpected one that's emerged here and said he's ready to play. So kind of excited to see where Benquist comes in here, you know, to start his 3rd lap. But, yeah, definitely one of the early stories, still putting together a great run. Doesn't look like he's had any downtime. So we'll see how he slots in here. But so far we've had 2 through to start their 3rd lap. Ryan Piplick and Doug Fortin. Doug Fortin leading, Piplick in the 2nd spot. Big gap over 3rd, whoever that's going to be. Looks like we got a glimpse here. Is that Robbie Gordon coming in? Might be our third position.
I think we go ahead and give Benquist his nickname of Sneak Attack, right? So hopefully he can keep it up and finish, you know, either on top or on a podium and really earn that Sneak Attack.
Yeah. Well, and truthfully, I think we can both say, though, you know, through 2 laps, it doesn't matter where he finishes up. Color me impressed.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. You're hanging with the best of the best right here.
Yeah, you did it for 2 laps of UTV World Championship. I'll tip the cap to you, my friend.
Exactly.
Oh, look at that. You know, this is coming into the finish line. If you're, you know, tuning into this, you know, tuning in and watching us on this live stream as we, you know, it's actually kind of interesting. You go over these big rollers, Matt, and then it's like a 2-mile straight, and it's just whoops and rollers, and these big kind of, you cross over the ridge lines is what you're doing on your way back in.
Well, it's funny, you have the rollers at Parker, right? Now you have the rollers at Laughlin, right?
Yeah, definitely.
When we were going around naming the different sections of the course, a lot of them I always reference to, you know, Pete, like the summit. Like it's like the little mini summit that we have in Baja that's rocky and nasty. That's what it reminded me of because it's treacherous. If you go off on the left side, you're stuck there.
Yeah, no, that, when we were pre-running, I went up and I went, wow, this is hairy. This is not something you normally see in a UTV race. But, you know, that's why when I pre-ran, I said there's little, I could see nods to Baja with the layout of this track. You know what I mean? I was like, is it Baja? Is it Mike's Sky Ranch? No. But I'm like, anybody that's raced there could see little bits and be like, yeah, this is kind of like KOH. Everybody goes, oh, that's not a rock crawl. I'm like, no, but there's a little bit of it in there.
Absolutely. You know,
kind of infused in.
Yeah, and KOH is another big, tremendous race. One of the biggest off-road races in the world. Dave Cole, good friend of mine, runs that race, and I'm there every year, usually to commentate for the trophy trucks, like I was this year. It was really fun.
So we've got through on to start lap number 3. We've got Ryan Piplick, P.J. Jones, Robbie Gordon, and Doug Fortin now. So we got 4 through out to start lap number 3. I'd say Fortin probably emerging right at the halfway point of this race by now, probably pretty close.
Yeah, yep, we're getting there. He's got to be feeling pretty good, pretty confident.
And looking at that car when it rolled through, I mean, it looked just like it did at the start line.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to the start line. Tiffany got an interview with Robbie that I want to check out and share with everybody. But she'll be ready for that in a minute. Really cool, though, to see the OGs like Doug leading the race.
Makes you wonder, you know, we talked about the Serapis kids, and obviously they've had some struggles of some sort we haven't seen so far. But Steve, you know, I've talked with him. He's really interested in the UTV movement. What do you think the odds are we see a legend like Steve Serapis jump behind the wheel of one of these in a race?
I think we will. You know why? Steve's like us. He's an off-road nerd, right? It's like that thing you can't put down, you know, and like it doesn't matter. He's so passionate about it. And he's been doing it really since he was a teenager, you know? So you don't all of a sudden just go, oh, I'm going to forget off-road racing and go into golf. You know, that's not who he is, you know?
No, when you're not off-road racing, you're thinking about off-road racing. Mark McMillan's prime example, you know?
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely. You know, it's funny because Steve was out here pre-running with Brett and Christian, so you know he's not just sitting back. He's definitely involved in their careers and their racing program as well.
I know my dad, first time he got behind the wheel of a Polaris RZR, you know, he'd been hearing about it, this and that, and he went out and drove it, and he's like, this and that, and then he drove it. He comes back and goes, man, why didn't they have these 30 years ago?
Well, they did. It's actually a funny story, and we'll get more into the history of UTVs. There's a gentleman who was an early car builder named Lynn Cheneth, and he told me a story about Honda actually approaching him to build a car that basically is what led to UTVs. It was ended up being the Honda Odyssey. But that originally was fashioned from a Chenoweth chassis that was designed to be a buggy, right? And the Japanese came back to him and said, hey, we need you to shrink that down to fit in the back of a truck. And he said, well, that'll ruin the car. But that's what they wanted. And you know, we got the Honda Odyssey, and then it led to other things, right?
Honda Pilot followed that, which was quite a step up from the Honda Odyssey.
Yeah. And here we are some years later, and we have these really capable machines. Yeah, let's go back to the start line. We got a really cool interview with Robbie and Tiffany Stone.
All right, hanging out here with Robbie Gordon. Robbie, they said you got about 4 minutes. We'll make this quick. Talking through everything, how's the course looking?
Well, yesterday, you know, I rode with Max. That was a really good thing to do. We were able to learn a lot about the track, but the course got destroyed yesterday during the NA class. I can't imagine what it's going to look like after 5 laps here, which that's going to change our pace a lot. You know, Max was running second most of the race yesterday. You know, unfortunately, we broke the front chassis. The ruts got so big, we were just railing corners, and it pulled the upper arms right out of it. But, you know, I think today we learned from that, and we'll back it down a little bit, and we'll see where we're at the end of lap 3, and then we'll push hard from there.
Is there any pit strategy going after that, or are you just going to wait till after lap 3 and see what happens?
This car was the Dakar car, so it's good for 250 miles. So the only time we'll stop is if we have to put a tire on it.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you get out there, Robbie. Best of luck. See you out there at the finish.
Thank you.
How cool is it to see, you know, a father and son racing together, especially when the son's 12 years old, right? I mean, Max is just going to be a beast when he's a teenager.
Well, this kid, I mean, the videos Robbie's been throwing up, I mean, since the kid was very, very small. I mean, this kid wheeling stadium super trucks and jumping and doing just, they call him Mad Max for a reason. I mean, this kid is, you know, he's the future of off-road, you know, one of the futures of off-road. And like we said, we're talking about these kids racing the 170s and the 250s and, you know, moving into 570s. Here's Max, who bypassed all of that, and he's driving at a very high level at this young age. I believe he's about 12 years old right now. And, you know, this kid definitely, you know, his dad, you know, arguably still in the prime of his career and still very capable. Be able to ride with your dad and soak all that knowledge in. I mean, Matt, that's insane.
It's a massive advantage. Look, it's a massive advantage. I mean, I see it in other families, the McMillans, you know, the Serapis. The knowledge transfer just gets you so much further along. It's incredible.
Yeah, so definitely looking forward to seeing what's in store for Max. You know, I know he's already raced stadium super trucks, so
that's so
you know,
crazy. And those are. Have you driven one of those things?
No, I haven't driven one yet.
They are crazy hard to drive. They are not easy to drive. They're a complete handful, and so for a 12-year-old to be able to even just climb into one and not just roll it over is incredible.
All right, so looking at our leaderboard so far, we've got a few drivers in, you know, are out on lap number 3. We got Ryan Piplick, PJ Jones, Doug Fortin, Brandon Sims now out on his 3rd lap. Robbie Gordon, as we mentioned earlier. Sven Elstrom making a hard charge there to start his 3rd lap. And then Bruce Benquist out on his 3rd lap as well. Looks like Sierra Romo, she is out on her 3rd lap. So quite a few drivers now out on lap number 3. Sierra hanging tight in the top 10, dropped back a little bit. I know that's been one of the big stories of the day to see how she was going to do, but I think we called it, Matt. She's going to play the long game here.
Oh, I think it's smart. I mean, you've got to let the race come to you, you know. It's one of the things that we always talk about in off-road racing is you got to know when to push, and I really think just staying in a good position, trying to stay on pace, and then you know, pushing in those championship laps is really where it's going to be at.
Yeah, absolutely. We're starting to get there too. Out on lap number 3, that means that will be 2 to go next time they cross the line. Approaching the midway point here out on lap number 2. So it's going to be an interesting race. I think we'll probably at least get another full lap in the daylight, but I think that last lap, I think it's going to be...
I think we're in the dark.
Yeah, I think we're in the dark.
Yeah. We had a little bit of a later start than we wanted to because the add of the additional kids race. We had to break the RZR 170s into 2 heats and run about 25 minutes longer than we'd planned. So it's going to push the this race a little bit further into the dark. But hey, that's off-road racing.
Yeah, definitely off-road racing, and
it's not raining.
It's not raining, and that's one thing great about off-road. You never quite know what's going to happen, you know, and you got to be prepared for everything.
It's not raining. It's not snowing. Everything's fine. Yeah, so it's all good.
Looks like we got somebody else coming in here to the finish line. You see those videos that they posted of Cowboy Cerrone just sending it on his qualifying lap. He's a bigger send off both of the rollers than anybody.
I mean, look, the guy gets punched in the face for a living. He's definitely not afraid. You put a cage around him, and you know, I knew right away the biggest problem is going to be getting him to control himself. But I will tell you that during testing, he did a really good job. He went out and rode and set up his shocks, and then got in the passenger seat and let Wayne drive. You know, and set his shocks up, and really saw what the vehicle's capable of.
Yeah, and Wayne, I mean, that guy's just a mad genius when it comes to suspension. He knows his stuff. So for Cowboy to actually, you know, take the time and soak that in and let a guy like that work on his car, I mean, I can guarantee he's got a good setup today.
It was cool because at the end of the day, you know, Cowboy looked at everybody and said, "Thank you so much. I learned so much today, and I've got a lot more to learn." And I was just really excited about getting ready for this race. So speaking of which, where are we at with Cowboy?
Cowboy, let's take a quick look down here. Cowboy Cerrone. Looks like he is he's due in here to start his 3rd lap at some point, so he's cleared sector 3. So at some point we should see him make his way to the finish line.
Nice. So Caffro, where's Caffro at?
Mike Caffro, he's same thing. We're waiting on him. He should be in any time here on to start his 3rd lap. So
nice.
Caffro hanging tight as well. So, yeah, just another current update. So we got Piplick, PJ Jones, Doug Fortin, Brandon Sims, Robbie Gordon, Sven Elstrom, Justin Lambert now onto his 3rd lap.
Nice.
Christopher Redden, Bruce Benquist, Michael Ward, Elliott Watson. So a couple of Hondas there out on theirs as well. Brandon Schuler out on his 3rd lap. Sierra Roma out on her 3rd lap. And that is all we've got out on their 3rd laps now.
Well, you know, let's go back to Lambert for a second. You know, Cognito, they build amazing vehicles, both UTV vehicles, and he builds aftermarket suspension for trucks, right? Lift kits and whatnot. Great company, and again, another racer builder. He's been in a bit of a dry spell. He stays up in the top 3, 5, right? But as of lately, it just hasn't seemed like he can put everything together. So a win for him here would be significant.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think a win here would be very significant, and a guy who can take one. I mean, he's won at the World Championship before. He's one of the elite. You know, I don't think anybody's going to argue that. But like you said, just like with MMA fighters, sometimes the best in the business, you know, they go on a little bit of losing spell. They drop 1 or 2 fights. Everybody wonders what's going on, and then they come and deliver a first-round knockout to somebody.
Yeah, that's, you know, you never know. You know, another guy that I want to talk about, we haven't even really mentioned, is Sean Geiser out there. He's another racer and vehicle builder, and everybody knows the Geiser name. You know, he is the nephew of the Geiser brothers, right? So he grew up in this and builds fantastic product, and he's out there to prove his product is the best.
Yeah, and while, you know, Rick and Jeff have kind of taken the reins with obviously the trucks and, you know, the truck builds and things like that, Sean's kind of taking the reins on the UTV side of the business. They're getting really innovative, too.
Yeah, it's cool to see.
There's your shock therapy car coming through.
That's right. On the gas. Yeah, and you could see the deterioration of the race course there. It's starting to soften up in those corners, and that's going to play into everything. And one thing we saw with the kids is, like, you get railing these cars and you hook those big ruts and it'll bike the car and put it on its side.
Well, the thing is, sometimes you got these long sweepers and you carry a bunch of speed in there, and you think the car's going to hold it, and you know, it starts to go up on 2, and you just got to back out of the gas just a hair and let it settle back down, and then get back on it. You know, and it's like you try and push these things to the limit. Sometimes you get caught just a little bit.
Definitely.
So we are, I guess, well into our 3rd lap here, but we are going to take a short commercial break. We'll be back with more lap number 3 here at the 2020 UTV World Championship, presented by Polaris RZR.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Forden Racing, AZ West, Sea Devil Lights, JMR Performance, and Shock Therapy.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and cushion every landing. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Introducing Rigid's new SRL Series light bar, featuring a sleek 20-inch curved housing, ultra-wide forward projecting beam pattern, and a unique halo backlight feature offered in 4 color options. The SRL Series Light Bar's new optic combination projects light over 70 degrees wide, with more than enough distance to safely drive in low visibility conditions, making it the perfect lighting solution for most applications. The Halo backlight feature is offered in red, white, blue, or amber, and is wired independently from the forward projecting light. Instantly transition from style to function with the flip of a switch, making it easier than ever to own the night.
Championship from the beautiful desert surrounding Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Jim Beaver, Matt Martelli here calling the action. Thanks to all you tuning in online, at home, around the world. I know we got a lot of great friends down in Brazil tuning in. I'm sure we got friends from all over the country. We're about halfway through lap number 2 here. Looks like Ryan Piplick now, your current leader, the only one to clear Sector 2 on his third lap. So Piplick may have getting around Fortin. It looks like it just popped up. So maybe Doug Fortin a flat, maybe something minor. But Piplick taking over the lead.
Wow. You know, talk about battles, right? Like, that's so cool, man, you know? And we were talking earlier, it would be a really good win for Piplick, you know?
And he's just a great guy. His wife, his kids are always around. It's a very family effort, and he's just a quality guy, you know, and he's put in, he's earned his stripes in this industry, man. He is a grinder. He's been around for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, look, the guy will send it, too. He set some of the early distance jumping records in UTVs, and he's so humble. I remember him calling me and saying, "Hey, yeah, I'm gonna set a world record jumping." He goes, "Can you come film it?" I'm like, "Yeah." You know, so we went up there, and to be honest with you, it was pretty sketchy. You know, it was one of those situations that I was looking at him and I'm like, I barely know you, but I don't think this is a good idea. And there was no talking him down. He did it, he pulled it, and we got it all on film, and that, you know, led to a lot of much bigger jumps. In fact, one of the ones I saw the other week was Dune Fest, or no, it was the UTV Takeover, I think.
Was it Al Macbeth?
Yeah, Al Macbeth. Holy
you want to talk about a guy that was in, Al's a dear friend of mine. I love Al. He's got a screw loose, and I tell him that all the time.
He's psycho.
He's nuts. And he goes, "No, it's all calculated, man. It's all scientific." And I'm like, there's no way that's scientific.
Okay. I've done a lot of calculations with distance jumping. He's not calculating.
I guarantee he's tuning in right now. We're going to get text messages.
That's totally fine. But I saw him boost it, you know, in the dunes the other weekend, and I was like, man, you just jumped a house.
He's a guy that can wheel. He's a guy who we're missing here. Al Macbeth, buddy, we want you here next year at the UTV World Championship.
Stop jumping and start coming and racing, man. And we'll put some little jumps in there for you.
Yeah, right? Either at least come do a demo for the fans.
Yeah, exactly. No, one of the other guys that's here won the Laughlin Leap when we did it a couple of years ago, and he's like, "Where's the leap?" I'm like, "It'll come. You know, this is a funky year. We're just glad to be racing here under COVID. You know, here in Laughlin in Arizona." I'm sorry, here in Havasu, I'm having flashbacks. Here in Havasu, I'm really happy to be here. And we will start adding more elements like we've had in the past, even the pit crew challenge and things like that as things open up more.
Yeah, well, and going real quick back to the kind of the jump thing, I know RJ Anderson, you guys set one of the world records at one point. I've talked to RJ recently about it on the radio show and asked him, I said, "You got any interest in those long distance record jumps anymore?" RJ goes, "Absolutely not. I'm done. I tipped the cap to those guys. I want nothing to do with it." He's like, it's just too risky at this point.
Well, I mean, look, you know, we created the XP1K video series, and in doing that, it's an escalation, and you know, it's physically demanding. I mean, some of the stunts that we were doing with RJ were scary and physically punishing on him. So, you know, look, I don't blame him. It's not a real good career path to be a stunt guy.
No.
You know, it's a much better career path to be a racer.
Yeah, well, you know, RJ Anderson right now, I got to tell you, he's one of the top in the business, that's for sure, behind the wheel of just about anything.
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to see him here, right? I think it'd be good to have him back racing in UTVs and battling, you know, with all the top guys, because this is where he came from. But I'd also hope to see him more in the desert. I know the short course racing is having its challenges, So hopefully we can see him make the transition in the desert as well.
Yeah, I know he's been doing a little bit of stuff in some 6100 this year and having some pretty decent run and success. I'm kind of glad he picked up a ride there. I think it's good for him to kind of get a full view. But like you said, I mean, he's OG UTV. We definitely want to get him back into the fold as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah, and then speaking of the Andersons, Ronnie, you know, he had a big win yesterday. You know, I think this is going to do a tremendous amount for his career because he's one of those guys that everybody knows is fast, doesn't get a lot of credit for being fast, but he just won the UTV World Championship. So now I think people are going to start going, wait a second, there's two of them. It's not RJ's brother, it's Ronnie Anderson.
Well, I think that's one of the big things. You know, Ronnie, for better or worse, I mean, RJ's done a lot for Ronnie's career, but Ronnie's kind of lived in the shadow of his brother. And I've always said, I'm like, RJ's good. I'm like, I don't mean no disrespect to RJ, but I said Ronnie might actually be a little bit better. You know, and I think by the time he gets RJ's age, I think Ronnie's going to be bad fast.
I would say yes in a UTV, right? So specifically in a UTV, I think Ronnie's faster.
Yes.
But when you start getting into the more advanced vehicles like what RJ's racing now, Pro 2 and Pro 4,
I agree with you.
RJ's fast, man. And he's going to get better. He's still very young.
Yeah. Absolutely. So Ronnie Anderson, big victory yesterday. Waiting today to see who is going to be the big victor. Robbie Gordon now clearing the second sector on lap number 3. So we've got two through the second sector on lap number 3. 3 now. So it is now Piplick, Robbie Gordon, PJ Jones, 1, 2, 3.
Talk about a switch up there.
Definitely a switch up. And, you know, obviously we talked about Robbie Gordon. We talked about Ryan Piplick. PJ Jones, I mean, not one that we counted out. I don't want to call him a dark horse by any means, but we didn't really chime in on him. I know at the beginning of the show you said, you know, he could be a factor here. PJ, I mean, he's dropping the hammer.
Yeah, I mean, but look, PJ's from Arizona, so he knows this terrain, right? And he may not be from Havasu specifically, but he has ridden in this area quite a bit.
So PJ Jones, definitely one to look out for. Looks like Brandon Sims now clearing that second sector. So Sims slotting into the 4th spot. Big thing is we're kind of waiting on Doug Fortin to see what happened there out on track. But Fortin obviously dropping off the pace for some reason, and hopefully get that car back going because he had a great run.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully he's still rolling. But what a battle in top 5. This is awesome racing. I mean, you know, again, one of the reasons why we love UTV racing is how stacked the field is. It's really exciting racing.
Yeah, well, and Matt, I mean, we've officially cleared the halfway point here. So this race is over half over. You know, we talked about, you know, kind of setting your pace. Now, drivers are going to have to start looking at it going, it might be a little bit of go time. I mean, what do you think the strategy is going to be here?
Yeah, like I said, when you get into those championship laps, right? You're going to have to start pushing, you know, and the trick is going to be how hard do you push, what can the vehicle take, and 2, your mental and physical fatigue. I mean, this is a busy course. These guys are going to be tired.
It beats you up physically, you know, and that's the thing. You know, you drive a course, you know, with a lot of straight line racing, things like that. It's not quite as abusive on the body, but when you're going through these tight, twisty turns, the chatter bumps, and you're being thrown left and right in your seat, you know, and those chatter bumps, they just eat away on you, you know, and you feel those belts start to tighten. I mean, it takes a lot out of a driver, and I got to tell you, this course may only be 150 miles long. It's ever bit as, you know, impactful on the body as doing, say, something 500 miles like Vegas to Reno.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think, you know, one of the things that people don't take into consideration either is the heat and how much water you're losing, right? The dehydration that goes on. I mean, these guys are approaching how many hours in the car right now?
Yeah, they're well over 2 well over 2 hours. So, you know, we're looking at some ridiculously fast lap times, though. To think in another 2 hours, this race is going to be over way quicker than the NA and Unlimited cars.
That's interesting. It's interesting because we were wrong. Like I said, and you know, as a promoter, I you know, we have hunches and we look at stuff and we're like, I think this is going to be 30 miles an hour average, and they're going way quicker than that.
You know, and I'm looking at a guy, you know, Piplick, you know, his times are getting quicker. His second lap infinitely quicker than his first lap. So, you know, a guy like Piplick, he's getting faster as the day goes on. It's a scary thing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the memory part of it comes into play. You get comfortable with the track, you start memorizing, you know, the different corners and really getting into your rhythm. You know, what we call it is, you know, your Baja flow, right? You start connecting corners. you start nailing all your turns and you know, just really the rhythm of the terrain.
Yeah, just looking at going down the kind of the top 10 leaderboard here, Piplik the only driver to have a faster second lap than first lap.
Interesting.
So Piplik, he I don't know, that dark horse, he's right in there. I mean, he's setting himself up and he's having a great run out here.
That's great. Great to see it. But definitely good racing.
Starting to see some of the shadows starting to set in too out on track, Matt. You know, sun obviously is still going to be up for a while. I think generally sun going down here about what, 6:20 I think. So we've still got a good hour and a half of sunlight. You know, so, but I think we're starting to get some shadows, things like that. So bumps are going to start looking a little bit different. Look at that sin.
Yeah, that course, we cut that course in and had a lot of help from Kyle Campbell from the Campbell family here. Fantastic family has helped us put this on. They own the plant right here and have done a lot of stuff for the community of Laughlin. Sorry, the community of Havasu. I keep doing that.
Habits.
Well, we were there for 5 years, right? So
they've definitely, you know, that is one thing. Obviously, you know, we got the river communities, Laughlin, Lake Havasu, Parker, and all of them been huge supporters of off-road racing.
Definitely. Well, I mean, in river life, you know, that's kind of part of off-road racing. A lot of people in the off-road community and culture have houses out here and come, you know, off-road and boat out here. I know I'm having a blast because at the end of every day, my day ends about 10 o'clock midnight, and I go down to Cattail Cove where I've been staying in a trailer down there, go for a swim in the Colorado River, and have a cocktail, go to bed, start again at about 4 or 5 in the morning. So it's been really nice.
Well, I know your brother's been sneaking out here too and spending a lot of time in Lake Havasu area, and I feel like at some point he's going to have like Mad Media office number 2 in Lake Havasu City.
Hey, I'd be all for it. I'd be all for it. You know, I think it's a beautiful area. I love coming out here and riding, and love the river as well.
Look at that, fans still out there on the ridge.
On the AZ West Spectator Ridge. You know, one of our friends and sponsors, Stay Classy Meats, was out earlier barbecuing for everybody, handing out hot dogs and hamburgers, and hopefully we're going to see them cooking back at camp later because I'm ready for a steak.
That's one thing I'll give you a lot of credit for out here. We got a lot of great food vendors. I mean, obviously Stay Classy Meats, but you know, there's a lot of great food vendors. We brought us some great burgers here at lunch, but now we're going to look at Cowboy Cerrone coming in.
Right on. He's clicking along, man. To be honest, I mean, I don't mean to be, you know, mean, but I'm glad he's made it this far, right? I want him to get to the end of the finish line and have the full experience.
Well, and a guy like that, you know, like I've said before, there comes a point in one of these races when you're not racing for a win. It becomes a war, and it's you versus the track, and you're like, bring it. Your body's sore, you're tired, you're beat up, and you're like, this track is not going to beat me. I'm going to beat it.
Yeah.
And there comes a point where it's not comfortable. It's not fun to be in the race car anymore, and you just start battling with the track, and it becomes a mental thing. Like, I'm going to beat this thing.
Yeah, look, I was super fortunate to spend some time with the McMillans and a little bit of time with Corky McMillan before he passed, and he had a saying, never, ever give up. And I watched that family break in different races and go, you know what? We're broken. We're out of contention. We're going to go for a finish. And they did. And sometimes those finishes were really difficult and painful. But everybody got together and they got to the finish, and it gave them, their whole team, a lot of pride and you know, just sticking to it. And the other thing that it does is that gives you knowledge. If you quit, you don't get the knowledge of the rest of the race. So if you're finishing races and finishing races and finishing races, you're gaining knowledge.
Looks like the dust starting to set in a little bit. Some of those washes there. Not enough to affect visibility.
Let's see, who is that? Is that Sims? Nope, it's definitely.
Biggest thing to note about the dust right now in the daylight, it's really not bothering anybody. You can still see through it. But once the nightfall hits, that dust is still going to be there. We're just not going to see it. But when you flip on those rigid lights, that's when all of a sudden it becomes a little bit blinding, because your lights are hitting that dust and it becomes a wall in front of you.
Yeah, you get the refraction. And especially one of the things I've noticed since I've been here is we are along the Colorado River, so there is a little bit of moisture, even though we're in the Mojave Desert. We see it in the mornings especially, but that makes the dust hang a little bit. It's nowhere near as bad as it is in Baja. You know, we get that silt mixed with fog, and I don't even know what to call it, slog, you know, and that is like, you know, 5 feet away, you can't see anything. So it's not as bad as Baja, but it definitely is going to be a factor here. As you can see, we're getting a little dusty now.
So we call an Arizona whiteout, right?
Yeah.
Arizona blizzard.
Exactly.
So you know, let's take a look now. Ryan Piplick now cleared the third sector, the third Raceline Wheels sector. Timing loop through lap number 3, so Piplick almost ready to punch his card into the championship laps. Current leader out here, dropping the hammer. I think next up we're probably due either PJ Jones or Robbie Gordon to click through, or possibly Brandon Sims. And just like that, Robbie Gordon clicking through into sector number 3. They're on the home stretch here, headed for the finish line to clear out lap number 3, head into those championship laps, as Matt said.
Yeah, now we're getting shout outs from our friends in Michigan. In fact, my Uncle Terry, who's spent a bunch of time in the back of a UTV with me, you know, we gave him the full Baja experience a couple years ago when we were down racing with Christine GZ. And doing a little schooling with her and her team, and I looked at him and I said, "Are you sure you want to ride in the back? You could ride in the chase truck." And he said, "No, man, I want to have the full experience." And you know the whoops right below Loretto, the sand whoops, that super long, it's miles, like 10-mile long sand whoop section. He actually stayed in the rear seat for all of that.
Oh wow, that's definitely the full Baja experience there.
Definitely.
Get a glimpse over some of these rolling ridge lines. Yeah, Doug Fort not even clearing sector number 2 yet, so looks like he may have had some kind of major problem. So far we got 4 through sector number 3, the same 4 as before. So we got a breakout pack here, Matt. Ryan Piplick, PJ Jones, Robbie Gordon, Brandon Sims. A breakout pack, and you know what's interesting about this? We've got RZR, we've got Can-Am, we've got Speed UTV, and another RZR. So we got 3 manufacturers represented in the top 4. How rad is that?
Hey, I love it. You know, part of the reason that I tell people I love doing this is it's like putting on a fist fight, right? You're just telling people, look, this is what we're doing. We're giving you a ring. You come, you bring your A game, you prep your car, you bring your team, and let's see who's the best. And I don't really have control over it. All I have to do is present it and say, all right, let's get it on, right?
That's what's happening now. It's this breakout pack of these 4. I mean, I got to say, Piplick, he's been running strong all day. PJ Jones, I'd say he might be the little bit of the wild card out of these 4. Robbie Gordon, you know, we know his car is fast. He's a veteran. Sims, he's won this race before, so I got to say it's an interesting balance of veterans, previous winners, a little bit of dark horse in PJ. I mean, this is a great breakout group.
Yeah, awesome racing for sure. A bit of a bummer about Doug. Doug actually is the sponsor of the desert race here. He stepped up and got involved with you know, Fortin Racing and sponsored the race.
Yeah, solid run. So we are going to be awaiting Ryan Piplick at the finish line to go into these championship laps. See if he can continue to run strong. But another one, you know, right outside of that breakout 4, he got Sven Elstrom. Currently in the 5th spot, so
awesome.
Maybe somebody we probably right at the front didn't think would be running in the top 5, but over the halfway point, he's still in there.
He's had some good races, you know, but not a guy that I looked at as potential for winning this race in particular. But, you know, I mean, again, that's off-road racing. There's guys that are right there, and they're always kind of lurking right in that top 5 area. And you know as well as I do that there's been many races, big races, Baja 1000s, Mint 400s, where everybody in the front broke, you know, and somebody slid up and took the win.
Yeah, happens quite a bit. I mean, mid-400 the last couple of years, how many lead changes we had in the last lap or two?
Oh, I was telling the story. I think Abdele Lopez has led the Mint in the last lap 3 times and broken his vehicle every time.
Yeah, what was it? Was it this year when RZR had it pretty much in the bag, and then about, not far from the finish line, ended up having a flat or something like that at the Mint?
Yeah, yep. There was that, and then obviously Harley this year went out and just set a crazy pace and finally blew his truck to pieces. I was like, there's no way that you can, drive a truck this hard. But then again, you're talking about hard driving. What the I'm forgetting their name, Papas and Beer, the Ampudias, right? What the Ampudias did at the 1,000 this last year, I'm like, every time they drove by me, I'm like, there's no way they're going to make it to the next pit, and they did. And man, they drove the wheels off that truck and became the 3rd Mexican team to win the Baja 1000.
Yeah, it was a huge win for them, and really, we all knew that they're great competitors, both in short course and desert racing, but I felt like that was kind of a statement win for the family.
I think so, big time. And I was actually expecting to see one of the brothers here racing with us. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, Rodrigo, he's got a pretty big deal, I believe, with one of the UTV manufacturers. I know he's done a little racing at at the Mint and at KOH, I think.
Yeah, he raced the Mint, and he's been racing the races in Mexico. I don't know if he raced the 500. I'd have to look, but been racing in the rally class as well.
So our top 4 and then 5, Sten Elstrom, they're the only ones to clear the 3rd sector here on the 3rd lap. So we definitely have, I'll be willing to call it a breakout 5 at this point. But yeah, nobody else even in sight, it looks like. So we got a big gap with the top 5, and they're kind of broken away from the rest of the pack and set a gap. So not saying anybody else can't sneak in at this point, but it's going to be tough. I know Justin Lambert, he's been hanging in there, kind of sitting back, and he's smart. You and I both said his race IQ is second to none.
Definitely.
Lambert could have been sitting back for these couple laps, and he's within touching distance. We could see Lambert lap 4 and 5 just drop the hammer and just annihilate lap times.
Yeah, definitely. Again, these guys who are racers and builders, they have a little advantage because they know what the vehicle can do, right? Robbie's one of them. Justin's one of them. Doug's one of them. There's a few of these other guys out there. And I really think it gives them this advantage. When something goes wrong with the vehicle, they know what's happening, and they just know how far they can push it.
Yeah, definitely. So we are knee deep in, and as we say that, Justin Lambert into sector number 3. But we are almost ready for the championship laps here at the UTV World Championship. So we're going to take a short break. We come back, we should have drivers starting lap number 4 at the 2020 UTV World Championship, presented by Polaris RZR.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Kudrich, Onyx Off-Road, PCI, Raceline, Assault Industries, and Surface Sunscreen.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome back to the UTV World Championship 2020 edition. Jim Beaver, Matt Martelli, he just stepped out of the booth for a few minutes. He'll be back momentarily. We're in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, watching a UTV throwdown in the Pro Turbo class, premier division of the weekend, out on track. We're over the halfway point, getting ready to clip into lap number 4, as we started calling them the championship laps here in Lake Havasu, looking to crown a world champion. And right now we got a breakout pack being led by Ryan Piplick, then Robbie Gordon, PJ Jones in the mix, as well as former world champion Brandon Sims. Also in the mix, getting ready to come to the finish line, we've got Sven Ahlstrom, Justin Lambert, and now Christopher Redden popping through as well. So looks like we've got Michael Ward and Elliott Watson and a pair of Hondas now, and Sierra Romo now as well factoring into the mix. So our breakout pack is now being hunted by another pack some few minutes back. So we still got a lot of drivers in contention here. We're going to have these last 2 laps, and I got to tell you, Matt, I think gloves are going to be off, and we've seen some fast lap times, and I think now it's time to put up or shut up. We're going to see who is the top dog.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, at this point, you got to decide, is a finish good enough? Is a top 5 good enough, or do I want to win this race? If you want to win this race, it's time to push. It's time to get down. These are the championship laps, right?
And that, you know, you bring that into perspective, and that's a tough call. You know, there's no points on the line here.
Right.
And that's what makes this race special. It's not a points race. I like that.
No
because then it's all or nothing.
Yeah.
You know, but if you're in that top 4, that top 5 breakout group, you know you got to go. These guys are all professionals. They want to win. But, you know, you got those drivers there sitting in maybe 5th, 6th spot. Do they lay up and go, oh, top 5's good enough, maybe a 3rd if somebody breaks? Or do they drop it and go, you know what? I'm going to put it all on the line. I want to win. You know, what do they do?
I think they go for it, right? And like, let's talk about the guys in the top 5. I mean, Sims is going for it for sure. Robbie's going to go for it for sure. Piplick's going to go for it for sure. You know, and even some of these other guys that are sliding up right now, you know, that could get it. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and I'm looking at like a guy like we talked about, Sven Ahlstrom. You told me, he goes, this guy's quick. You know, not somebody I maybe thought would factor in, but a lot of respect there. Somebody like that, this is a career maker.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
you're sitting back in 5th, and you're Sven Ahlstrom. It's all on the line.
If I'm Sven and I have a good car and I'm down to the last 2 laps, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna drive the wheels off of it, because you know what? 3rd at the UTV World Championship, yeah, it's cool, but it's not as cool as 1st, right? It's not as cool as being called the champion.
We get a glimpse there of Mr. Ryan Piplick, our leader, going to be bringing it in here. Looking to cross the finish line and start first driver into our championship. Keep wanting to call it rounds, but laps. Knowing this section that he's going through, he's about 2.5 miles out. That ridge line off in the distance, as you can see, that is actually the start-finish kind of jump area. So Piplick about 2 miles out. And then we're going to get a glimpse here behind Piplick.
Yeah, it's funny when I see shots like this, I love them, you know, because to me, I look at that and that's a war, right? You can see multiple people out there going after each other, and they're pretty close, right? You see the big dust plumes coming up.
And, you know, and one of the interesting notes, we had to talk about this layout. When you see that and you see a bunch of dust plumes going every which direction, people at home got to realize the layout of this course. And I know due to certain things happening in the world today, you guys were relegated to run this course in a 4-mile square. And you guys carved out a 29-mile loop in a 4-mile square. That's no easy task.
No, it's definitely not. But, you know, this terrain really lends itself to that. And I got to give props to my cousin Killian, who really came out here, did the homework, found a lot of the lines, and you know, he spends a lot of time with me in the car in Baja and other places, so you know, he definitely knows how to do this. And we went back and we conferred it with some other racers. We had them come out and look at this and say, hey, are we crazy, or was this going to be a really fun course?
Yeah.
And you know, the funny thing is the majority of racers loved it. There are a few guys who are like, man,
leader Ryan Piplick and Drew Schultz. What they're doing is refueling right now. They're finishing the 3rd lap, getting ready for 4th. Obviously, a lot of stuff has been going on. They seem to be going great, guys. Got a chance to talk to them, and like they said, they're just refueling. finishing the lap 3, starting lap 4. Everything looks great. Back up to you guys.
Looks like he's taking some fuel, and they're checking tires. Hands up means that he's clear, for those of you who don't know. A little bit longer than he wanted to be in there, but that's okay. That's okay. Back out, doesn't look like he lost the position at all.
And lap 3, that was that's pretty much the key lap. I think everybody kind of planned on taking fuel at lap number 3. There's a few car Sims. Now we're going to have to talk about Brandon. Brandon's got a big cell in that car. Now, Piplik's in a 2-seater. He can only fit about a 20-gallon cell in that car. Sims, he's got a 30-plus gallon cell. Sims can do this entire race and not stop.
That's if he took a full tank. Now, one of the things we were talking about earlier is weight, right? So fuel's heavy. And, you know, one of the strategies that's developed over the last couple of years is going light on your fuel, not taking a full load of fuel. Reese Millen, for example, won the Baja 1000 by doing more fuel stops more frequently and keeping the car light.
So we're going to be interesting to see, and nobody knows what kind of fuel load Brandon Sims is taking. So we're going to have to watch. You know, I think we're going to see him pull in here if he indeed takes fuel. If not, maybe he's going to try and go the distance here. I don't see why he would want to stop on lap number 4. I think 3 is the marquee lap. I think you're going to see Robbie Gordon pull in here, that 2-seat car of his. And we're going to throw it down to Tiffany again.
Thanks, guys. Hanging down here with Brian Bennett. Got a chance to talk earlier. Ryan Piplik and Drew Schultz just came through. The race leaders. What did you do at this pit stop?
Gave a visual over the car, filled him, gave him 11 gallons worth of fuel. Should get him to the end. Everything else looked good. No flats. To send him on his way.
Did Ryan or Drew say anything about how the course is panning out? Obviously, the sun is setting right now. Dust is picking up. Has that played a factor into their drive style?
Yeah, they've had to be conservative but push at the same time, and it's just really, really rocky and really dusty. No wind.
Well, just like we talked about earlier, Dusty out there, some rocks, everything's playing a factor. Just like we talked about earlier, we got 2 more laps. It could be anybody's race. Back up to you guys.
Get a glimpse there of those ridges.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite things about this course is these high ridge lines that you just go cruising over here. I love elevation changes in racing. Makes it interesting. You really get to use the suspension too.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's one thing that everybody loves about Baja. You know, it's just all the elevation change, and you never can quite know what's going to be thrown at you. And I think this race really lent itself well to doing that. You guys carved out a great course here. You know, right outside of Lake Havasu. We get a glimpse here. This is Robbie Gordon. He's going to be coming in, and I believe second spot, which means it was a big lead that Ryan Piplik has. As we talked about, both the top 2 cars, shorter wheelbase cars, Matt, those 2-seat kind of configurations, both the Robbies and Piplik's. I like to call them about a 2.5 seat. They got a little bit more length than your standard 2-seater.
Sure.
Looks like they're definitely might have been the hot ticket today.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, and you know, it's interesting because, you know, we look at tons and tons of footage of vehicles working because it's our job to film vehicles, right? And we're always, you know, down shooting vehicles, racing, testing, and we're shooting projects, right? So I look at suspension a lot, especially on UTVs, and the car that I've seen work the best has been Phil Blurton's 2-seater, right? And it's Can-Am, so it's got this kind of sweet spot. But like I think I talked about earlier, the new Polaris has added 8 inches, right? So it's right in that same sweet spot, and that's the car Piplik is in, right? So, you know, I think he's got the kind of formula to do really well.
Yeah, Robbie Gordon, we're hearing, is only about 30 seconds out there. We got a glimpse of P.J. Jones, so that's going to be your top 3. It's Piplik out on lap number 3. It's going to be Gordon coming in, followed by P.J. Jones. Looks like, is that Brandon Sims now trying to get around some lap traffic? So Sims on the hunt of P.J. Jones. We got a battle happening.
Nice, yeah, and Sims is also a Arizona resident.
Yeah, he's up north. He's a Prescott boy.
Yep, we're just up there spending some time with him. Had a good day out filming and riding.
Yep. So Robbie Gordon has officially clipped the timing and scoring loop. He is into lap number 4 now, into the championship laps. As we get a glimpse there, he's going to pull in. We're going to see if he's going to take some fuel, or maybe he's on a different strategy.
Well, nobody plays better mind games than Robbie, you know? So we'll see what he does here.
Looking over to our timing, we're waiting to see PJ Jones and Brandon Sims should be the next 2 through to start lap number 4. And Sven Elstrom out on course should be our 5th spot.
I think Sven is going to end up being another one of those guys that deserves an article on UTV Underground as well.
Thinking almost maybe something like breakout performances of the UTV World Championship, you know, and somebody like Sven, and you know, as we talked about earlier, there's a couple others in the mix, but you know, maybe it's one of those where you do a story on it, you know, 2 or 3 guys that kind of broke out.
I think it's a great idea.
We're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone with one of our racers with some mechanical issues.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out down here with Don Daly right now. Don, you guys had a little bit of mishap. You know, you've been sitting here for a while. What exactly happened?
So we were about 2 miles out from the start line, and it was super dusty, couldn't see anything, and then it cleared up. We ran into a rock, and then we drove with a broken car for 27 miles. We ended up with a right front flat, left lower A-arm, right lower A-arm. There's a lot of people out there flipped over, broken. So I'm lucky to be back here with a great team fixing this. We're about ready to go.
Well, talking about it, your team's been trying to get everything fixed. What's the game plan for the rest of the race now?
The game plan is just attrition. Try to stay in the race. We want to finish. That's it. I mean, we're way behind right now, but we have to see how the cards roll out here. Everyone else could have some bad luck coming up. Maybe we got it on early on.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you to finish that race. And like he was saying, it's all about attrition. It's all about finishing the race right now, and he wants to get back out there. Back up to you guys.
Well, that sucks to see any off-road racer having issues, man. I hate, you know, seeing people have mechanicals, but that's part of off-road racing.
Yeah, and it is tough to get to the finish line 5 laps here at the UTV World Championship, you know. A lot of drivers go, 150 miles, that's easy. Well, I go out here and prove it, because I got to tell you, what did you say, the attrition rate yesterday was over 50%?
Yeah, in the desert race it was 50%, in the short course race about 30%. So kind of interesting to see those 2 differences.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the turbos are, but you know, this is setting up an interesting dynamic here. Looking down the list, we've got Ryan Piplick leading. We've got PJ Jones, Brandon Sims, Sven Elstrom, Robbie Gordon, all out on their 4th lap. Looking to see if anybody else snuck in there, and they have not. So we got 5 out on lap number 4.
That's really cool, man. And again, they're just keeping a blistering pace.
Yeah, nobody's letting up. I mean, you know, I'm looking at Ryan Piplick's last lap, 50:20. His fast lap was 49:07, and that came on lap 2. So Piplick only dropped off by a minute 10 seconds from lap 2 to lap 3.
Wow, that's good. So what would be interesting is going on this 4th lap, does he pick it up?
You know, that's going to be interesting to see. And he's definitely got the fast lap of the day right now, I believe. We've got, looks like Justin Lambert now coming in. He's one of the guys who said might sneak into this thing. And
definitely. You
know, Piplick, he's on rails. It's going to take a bit for Lambert to catch him, but he's sitting in a really good position, Justin is. I think he's in podium contention. But if a few cards drop his way, he could sneak in there and swipe a victory.
Well, like we were talking about, I mean, it's not over till it's over. And, you know, there's still, you know, probably, 60 miles? Not quite 60 miles to go?
Yeah, well, and I almost feel like Piplick's driving with a chip on his shoulder today. I mean, he's just in full-on beast mode.
Well, you know what's funny? We were talking about it, and he called me, you know, because he was upset with the qualifying results, and I'm like, hey, man, it's just the data, right? But I think he expects more out of himself, and I think that, you know, there was kind of a regime change where, you know, he was short course racing was really what everybody was doing in UTVs, and then as UTVs became more prominent and then blew up in desert racing, a lot of those short course guys got left in the dust. You know, they felt like they were less important. That coupled with him taking some time off, I think people forgot about him. You know, and I think that's the way he feels. So I think he does have a chip on his shoulder. He wants to come back here and make a statement and tell everybody, hey, I didn't drop off. I just had to handle some life things and get some things straight before I came back and could focus on off-road racing.
There we get a glimpse of Sierra Romo. Started up front early, dropped back a little bit. She's still powering through, though, on pace for a possible top 5.
Yeah, really awesome to see. You know, again, a lot more women coming into the sport. UTV platform has given rise to a lot more people, and especially women coming into the sport. You know, we talked about Kristen Matlock earlier, and you know, one of the coolest things that is happening with Kristen now is, of course, she's headed to Dakar with Wayne and her husband Wayne and Craig Scanlon. I think we have a piece to show you on that. That was the announcement of them going. Really cool. Team USA headed off to Dakar.
It's 5,000 miles, day after day after day.
Not allowed to use GPS.
There's no map you follow. Dakar will really test the mind.
Well, and isn't that special? I mean, obviously, we've seen the UTV movement in off-road racing. We've seen it in short course. We've seen it in so many different areas. I feel like Dakar, which is, you know, pretty much the pinnacle globally of off-road racing, it's taken a couple extra years, but I feel like last year really put it on the map, especially with an American winning. And I feel like this year, now Polaris, they're bringing their A game. And I got to tell you, you know, UTV racing at Dakar, I think it's at some point in the next couple of years, it could become just as popular as some of the, you know, the main vehicles.
Well, let's talk about the truth of it, because that's one thing I want to touch on. You know, right now the format for Dakar is they're being forced to have fuel stops, right? So they accrue time. So the reality is I'm pretty sure that the UTVs are winning overall in time, but because they have to have mandatory fuel stops, they're at the end of the stages, it, you know, looks like they are back behind the vehicles. So they're fast. You know, and I think they're faster than most vehicles in that type of terrain. But I agree with you. I think UTVs are here to stay. They're going to make a big wave in Dakar. It was really cool to see Casey Curry win, be the first American to win in a four-wheel vehicle in Dakar. Big props to him. But I think it's just paving the way for more people from America to go compete. And really stoked to see Craig Scanlon, Kristen Matlock, and Wayne Matlock go over there and represent America. And of course, I'm really stoked that it's a Jimco chassis, because they have won a lot of championships with their chassis builds. Robbie Pierce knows exactly what he's doing with these vehicles, so I'm sure they're going to go over there and do well.
No, and think about that. I mean, you know, obviously you talked about Wayne, Kristen, Craig. Then on the Red Bull program, we got Mitchie, we got Seth Quintero, we got Blade Hildebrand, and then we've also got Casey Curry running his program with Can-Am. We've got 7 American drivers heading into the UTV division.
Well, let's not forget A.J. Jones. Jesse Jones' son just signed a deal for the Can-Am Monster team, so You know, he's over there, and he's definitely a gamer.
And I can tell you, Robbie Gordon's sitting back watching all this, and he's kind of one that helped kind of create some of this.
Definitely.
Americans in Dakar. I guarantee you we haven't seen the last of Robbie Gordon at Dakar either.
Oh, no, definitely not. You know, I think that he'll go over there, and it'd be cool to see him go over there in a UTV and put a spanking on those guys.
Yeah, I could see him getting Max involved, you know, pretty soon too.
Yeah, look at these shots. The car's coming in over the Havasu rollers.
Havasu rollers, the Havasu rollers. Beautiful shots there. So starting to see the sun, the shadows sink in. We might get this lap in the daytime. I think they might actually be able to run a little bit of lap number 5 in the light, Matt.
Yeah, we'll see. The light's going fast. We call this golden hour. As photographers, cinematographers, this is our favorite time of the day. Both sunrise and sunset. Light looks beautiful, especially if you're shooting backlit. And we have a whole cinema crew out there that'll be shooting stuff for post-event, in addition to the live stream crew.
Yeah, by my calculations, we got about 40 minutes before sunset here. So I think they'll be able to get this lap in possibly in the sun, and definitely going to get lights in lap number 5.
Yeah, and that's cool. That's part of off-road racing. You know, again, the night brings a little bit of drama. Some guys like it, some other guys don't. I remember talking to Larry Rossler about it. He loves the night. You know, he loves to get in on that tunnel vision and just focus.
Got the factory Honda team pulling in.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's Watson or the other gentleman, but you know, what a cool program. This is actually a full-on Honda factory team, so these drivers are paid, and a new platform for Honda, a couple of years old. They're starting to work out the bugs, and you know, we all knew that it was going to take them a couple of years.
Oh, they get 2 in the pits at the same time.
Nice, nice.
You know what's interesting about this? Those cars are so equally matched. We saw this at Hammers earlier this year as well. They ran 1 and 2 literally within seconds of each other. We see them in the desert running 1 and 2. It's so crazy that they qualify next to each other. They race next to each other. Those cars are almost like they're magnetic, Matt.
Well, it's a good vehicle platform, especially the fact that you can shift and really stay in the power band. Jeff Proctor, who runs the team, is a good friend of ours. He races the Honda truck, of course, so lots of off-road knowledge. And, you know, this is a great platform because this is going to give young drivers like Elliott Watson, you know, a leg up on his career, you know. Oh, and that's Christopher Pavorde. Which I wasn't sure that he was driving in this race.
Yeah, I thought there was a fill-in for him at this race, but
pretty sure that's not Christopher, but
yeah, I believe that's Michael Ward.
Yeah, I think you're right. But interesting thing about these cars is they don't come stock with a turbo on. They have an aftermarket turbo that they sell that you can connect once you buy the vehicle. And because it's a Honda factory part, we homologated it for this race.
Interesting note, when they pulled in, neither one of the Hondas taken a top light bar. They've just got the ambers, and looks like they've got a couple of them not flipped on. But I wonder once the sun goes down if that's going to affect them much.
I don't think that's enough light.
No, that's what I'm thinking. I think that's definitely going to be an interesting call. You know, not running the top light bar, not having any. You know, I don't know if they're going to have enough lights, but we'll see if it comes into play. Maybe they're planning on finishing before nightfall. And looks like, who do we have here? Is this Brandon Sims?
Yep, white car.
I believe that is Mr. Randy Romo there. He's just poking along, trying to put it all together, running. It looks relatively stock Turbo S there.
Yeah, what a cool family, you know. Like actually, his wife was racing for a while. I think she's slowed down a little bit. Randy races, his daughter Sierra races. Really cool to see a whole family racing.
Yeah, and they can all wheel. I mean, yeah. They are all drivers. It's pretty impressive. I know they've got a second home here in Lake Havasu. Kind of call this place their second home. They spend a lot of time out here in the trails, things like that.
So there's our Australians there. Funny story about that is Brett Kaminsky should be in the car, but because of COVID, they're not allowed to travel outside of Australia. So who's driving the car for them for the CMS car? Do you know?
I do not know offhand. So you got quite a few drivers on lap number 4 through sector 1. We're going to be looking for a lot to clear sector number 2. Looking for Piplick anytime to clear sector number 2.
See, we're going on, what hour is it for us here? I knew we'd be up 10 hours.
Oh, I was going to say, we're almost 3 into this race, but...
I think we're 6 hours in, right?
Yeah, we started, what, 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, yesterday. Okay, cool. It sounds like Tiffany's standing next to Jeff Proctor, the team owner of the Honda team.
Thanks, guys. Hanging back down here with Jeff Proctor again. Both Honda teams just came through with Elliott and Bud sitting possibly P7 right now. Not sure. We still need to look at everything. What was this pit stop all about?
This stop was all about just refueling the car so they can get to the finish. We forgoed our pit number 2 and had them come in on number 3, which turned out to be the right strategy, and now they can take it to the finish right now. So we're really happy with the pit stop, physically running 8 and 9, and really gaining on our competition.
Going off of that, did you have a chance to talk to Bud or Elliott about how the course is panning out right now?
Yeah, they just said it was really rough out there, but they were just really happy with how these Honda Talons are holding up out there. Those Honda Talons are tough as nails, and we know we're going to get these cars to the finish line.
Well, what you guys did was incredible. It didn't seem any time. Out of normal race situations, how much time with something like this with a pit stop outside of normal race situations, though?
You know, we're trying to make our pit stops under 60 seconds and make sure we have good visuals. We want to make sure we address anything in the pits here before they get back out on course. So for us, that was a really successful pit stop. Drivers are happy, cars are happy, and we're going to bring this thing to the finish line.
Well, you guys have done it here. Like you said, 60 seconds is a normal race time pit stop. You guys did a great job out there. Back up to you guys.
Well, you know, you got to give Jeff Proctor a lot of credit. Good friend of mine. I know he's been a big supporter of a lot of different things. I mean, we can go way back to the Mint 400. I mean, you know, when he had his Honda dealership, they were a big sponsor of the Miss Mint competition of the Mint 400. I mean, Jeff is one of those guys, and he's not a very vocal guy publicly, but anybody who knows Jeff and knows behind the scenes, I mean, he's one of the great guys in off-road motorsports that really helps support the sport in so many different ways and give back, Matt.
Yeah, look, Jeff is a friend, and he's a complete class act, and you know, really what he's doing here is trying to provide a platform for young racers to, you know, really have a race program that they're running rather than having to do it all on their own. So I'm sure they're going to find success and continue to grow the Honda program.
All right, so it looks like a Ryan Piplick clearing sector number 2 on the 4th lap. So championship laps out here. Ryan Piplick continuing to drop the hammer in his Polaris RZR. We're going to see if Robbie Gordon can stay in touch with Ryan Piplick. But right now, Ryan Piplick is a man on a mission. And, you know, you hate to say he hasn't made a mistake, Matt, but so far, knock on wood, this is a wood table, Ryan Piplick's run the perfect race.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, he didn't start on the pole, but he's picked his way up through, and you know, I think he's physically up front right now.
Yeah, Piplick's physically up front. I believe about maybe 4 or 5 minutes on Robbie Gordon.
That's a good place to be, you know. I mean, clean air, hopefully. You know, I think there's possibility of him catching some lap traffic. We saw Sims catch some earlier, so that means that same lap traffic likely came by Piplick.
Yeah, you know, and that being said, we saw Sims. He was charging hard.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's got a car. That thing's like built like a tank.
Yeah. Yeah, and, you know, we were talking about that earlier. You know, it's this thing where, you know, you've got to stay ahead of the technology curve in off-road racing, or you just can't compete.
No, and Sims, I mean, like we said before, that new car kind of rejuvenated his career. I mean, he's got a lot of accomplishments to his name, and this thing just slingshotted him back to the forefront of this sport. And, you know, having a great race out here today, running in that group, that top 4, you know, that's, you know, kind of emerged and kind of separated themselves from the rest of the field. So we get a look here at the 926 pulling into the pit. Savannah stalking there in the 926. So should have Robbie Gordon at some point clipping the second sector through that timing and scoring loop. Looks like we've got a slow leak on Savannah's car. Putting on a fresh spare. Changing the tire.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier as it related to you, you know, losing 2 axles yesterday. I mean, at what point do you go, okay, I'm out of spares?
Yeah, well, we're lucky. I mean, we've got enough spare axles for 2 or 3 cars. We, you know, bring an entire box truck full of, you know, Polaris parts and spare parts, things like that. Not to say that we need them. Most of them have been sitting in there for a while, but you know, you bring them to be safe. You know, our call was simply there's another race in a couple of weeks, and we were kind of out of contention at that point. Didn't want to destroy the car. And, you know, we came here to win and, you know, at least try and go for a podium. And, you know, after the end of the first lap, it looked like we had a chance to. Lost an axle and then lost another axle. And, you know, all of a sudden that quick, Matt, you know how this sport of off-road is brutal. It can take you from in contention to nothing real quick.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things I wanted to point out here is that they're in the BFG pit, right? So that's BFG assisting them on their pit.
Yeah, it's great. You know, and I think that's one of the biggest things. Talk with a lot of teams, you know, making the switch from, say, short course or works racing, want to come to desert racing. They don't realize the infrastructure it takes to run a proper desert program. You know, with chase teams and pit support. You know, you can go to a works or short course race, have 1 or 2 people in your pits, you know, your friends, family, things like that to help you pit, and you're A-okay, you're good to go. But come out here to desert racing and, you know, to run something like the Mint 400, Matt, I mean, it takes an army of people to get a car to the finish line.
Yeah, and, you know, it's difficult, but that's also the fun of it. Is like, it's not just you and your car, it's your team, it's your fueling strategy, it's your pitting strategy, you know, it's where your team is moving. You know, when we're going and doing these longer races, you know, you've got to strategically place your spares so that if you do have a problem, you can get out and get to a pit and get it repaired and get moving again. You know, but to the point earlier, it's like typically how many spare axles do you guys carry? 1, right?
I don't carry any on the car. We've never had an axle problem until this race. I've been racing that car for 4 years and never lost an axle until this race.
Well, welcome to the UTV World Championship, brother.
That is no joke. We've never carried a spare on the car because we've never needed it. UTV World Championship 2020, yeah, we went through 2. So my perfect axle record is out the window at this race. So.
Whoops.
Looking at our timing and scoring, though, Matt, we've had Brandon Sims and Robbie Gordon clip that Sector 2 race line loop there, and I got to tell you, those 2 guys, they were right on top of each other when they went through. So Piplick's got about a 5-6 minute lead, and then you got Robbie Gordon and Brandon Sims who are neck and neck right there on top of each other.
Which is an interesting dynamic that always comes up in racing. It's like you get these little battles that are going on throughout the field, and sometimes those battles help the guy in front get further out, because when you have 2 cars pressuring each other, there's bound to be some drama and some mistakes made. You know, I know for a fact that, like, when I've seen guys get another car on their tail, they start rabbiting and a little bit over driving, right? Because they don't want to get past, especially this late in the game.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what emerges out of that battle. And, you know, I know sitting in the 4 spot, we had P.J. Jones. We haven't seen him clip that timing scoring loop, but somebody like that might play into their favor with those other 2. It allows him to, to suck up that gap because they're battling each other. And then you went from a 2-way battle to a three-way battle.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you're battling a car, you get caught up in this kind of like bubble mentality, and you forget that there's, 20-something, 30-something, 40-something, or sometimes more racers out there trying to catch you.
So right now, Piplick and then Sims and Gordon, your top three. Sims and Gordon have a battle out on course, running really close to each other. Ryan Piplick about 5-6 minutes over the rest of the field. It's going to be interesting to see the way this thing shakes out here. Still waiting to see who's currently in the 4th spot. Ryan Piplick very quickly going to be approaching the lap number 5. And here's a question. Piplick keeps his lead. He's got a very good gap over 2nd and 3rd, Matt. He starts that 5th lap, and obviously we're probably about 10, 12 miles from him doing it, I'd say. He starts that last lap and he's got that gap. If you're Ryan Piplick, do you ease up just a little bit on the car, or do you keep pushing, because only a flat tire, that gap goes away?
It depends, and time splits are key here, right? So if his pit is feeding him time splits and helping him with his strategy, then I think he eases up a little bit and says, hey, 5 minutes, I can win by less than that. That's okay, right? But if he's not getting that information, who knows? Like he in his head, he might push further. That's why, information is critical. Fortunately, we're within radio range here, pretty much the entire course, so they can get information. His pit can get information back to him on time splits. So if they're watching this, they could be giving him time splits.
Yeah, and remember, Brandon Sims started back in 12th, Robbie Gordon in 9th, and Ryan Piplick started up there in 4th. So, Piplick, he needs a little bit of a gap behind these guys, just because he started there up front. So he's got to have a couple of minute gap.
Yeah, he definitely does. And, like I said, I mean, going into this last lap, you got to push it.
Well, we are going to come back, hopefully have the culmination. It looks like, as we speak, Ryan Piplick just clicking that 3rd sector off. So he's coming to the finish here to finish lap number 4, go out on the final lap. So we're going to have that when we return here to the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Vision Wheel, Rockford Fosgate, Dirt Company, and UTV Underground.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
RJ, you got the green light.
Following Rigid's legendary quality, the all-new Adapt E-Series has a seamless beam transition and an integrated active power management system that will constantly monitor your vehicle's battery state. The Adapt E-Series will make adjustments to the light output, maximizing performance based on the vehicle's capacity. Designed with 3 unique optic combinations for close-range, slow-speed driving, moderate speeds, and long-range, high-speed driving, a seamless beam transition is achieved through an internal GPS, automatically adjusting optic zones and beam paths based upon the vehicle's speed. The Adapt E-Series, the next evolution in off-road lighting. We go where you go.
everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Welcome back here to the 2020 UTV World Championship, presented by Polaris RZR out here in Lake Havasu City, Arizona. We are fastly approaching the championship lap here, Matt. And right now, Ryan Piplick, the only driver to clear sector number 3 by some 5 minutes ago over the competition. So Piplick at this point checked out on the field. We're expecting Robbie Gordon and Brandon Sims at some point to come through that sector 3. Piplick with a finish line in sight here. You know, he's continuing to stretch that lead, putting on a show here. You know, I'm kind of excited to see who emerges out of this battle between Sims and Gordon into that second spot.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw a great shot of our boy Donald Cerrone coming in for probably going on his 4th lap, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be 4th.
So he's hitting those rollers coming into the infield, so that's great. He keeps going. He's racing the car that Brian built for him, Long Travel Industries. So super cool that he's out here racing with us, and he continues to do well.
Yeah, Donald Cerrone, great having those crossover personalities here. We've seen him before, and, you know, I feel like Cerrone's one that's here to stay. He's made the investment. He's got a race car. We're going to see him out in the desert a lot more often, which is definitely a good thing. You know, and a guy like that, Matt, I mean, here's a guy who's been at the top of his career for a long time in MMA. I mean, he continues to be at the top of his game. And Robbie Gordon now we see into sector 3, so he's currently physically in the 2nd spot. So it'll be Sims shortly coming in the 3rd spot. But a guy like that, he thrives on adrenaline.
Yeah,
and as he backs out of his MMA career or winds it down, I don't see it happening anytime soon. He's still got a few years left, but he needs an outlet to move that into, right?
Sure, no, and he definitely, we had that conversation about it, and he loves this, and he'd love this to be an extension of his career. I mean, you know, we've spent a lot of time with one of our mutual friends, professional surfer Jamie O'Brien. We just did a project with him and in a UTV down in Baja, and they're both doing the same thing in that they're putting a lot of content forward on YouTube to build their brand.
So I'm looking at the sectors now. Sims now clearing sector 3. Looks like 17 seconds back of Robbie Gordon.
Wow. So let's start betting money here, because I bet Sims catches Robbie Gordon. That's my bet. 17 seconds, I think he's going to close that gap. I think he gets him. And it'll be interesting to see if Robbie lets him pass, or if Robbie throws the block on him and just wags his tail for as long as he can.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. But right now, with more of what's going down, we're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys. Hanging down with Billy right here. Billy, you had a chance to tell me that this is a daughter-father team. She's 13 years old. That's all Savannah is right now. You're walking her through some things. We saw a tire back here getting changed. Instead of putting that right rear, we made it a spare tire now. Weston from BFG, he was out here helping. That shows what the BFG pits are doing. Walk us through what was happening. We saw you guys pit here for a while.
Well, our rear CV boots are starting to tear. The guys worked really hard with our Savvy Racing team to attempt to put that back together as best they can, with a team of BF Goodrich behind us and our group of privateer individuals here. The guys were able to all get the car back together and back out for their 3rd lap. So I'm super proud of Savannah. She's 13 years old. This is her first race ever. I've been working with her. I've been racing for about 20 years now, and I've been working with her for about a month, and she's logged a ton of hours in that car, as well as our pre-runner out here practicing for this race.
That is amazing. It's her first race out here. She chose the UTV World Championship to do it. That is awesome. I wanted to get a little bit closer, but you were having a private moment chit-chatting with her. What were some of the words of advice that you were giving her?
I was just trying to instill the confidence in her that she has inside herself. She's a great driver. She's a natural. I feel like she's going somewhere in this sport. I'm very proud of her. I'm proud of her family for stepping up to help. It's really been a great experience.
Going off of that, if you've been doing this for a few years, 20 plus to be exact, if somebody like Savannah's age or even younger wanted to come out, what's some advice you'd give them?
Just work hard, make a lot of friends. Your friends and the people you surround yourself with are the ones that will make you successful in off-road racing.
Awesome. Thank you, Billy. Some great words of advice. Keep a good crew around you. You'll go very far. Back up to you guys.
Always getting the good stuff down there in the pits. But speaking of good stuff, TPQ joining us back in the booth. Man, you've been watching the internet. There's a lot of comments going on, questions. What is the vibe floating around the internet right now, TPQ?
So the vibe is, and what's fantastic is kind of like third-party stuff. I mean, you guys are doing a phenomenal job, but you're a little bit kind of like boy in the bubble. Right? I mean, you're getting video screen stuff. You're getting some stuff in your head. I'm outside in the dirt watching and listening to you guys, and you guys are covering it really, really well. So the great part about Facebook Live and our live stream and so forth is people get to comment back. Make sure if you're on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, make sure you smash that share button so everybody knows what the heck you're watching. What are you watching? What are you doing right now, right? This is the quintessential thing that you should be doing right now is watching this UTV
and sharing it,
right? And then you watch it, share it, so forth. So Rick Spurgeon says fun stuff in our backyard, which is great. So local guys. Let's talk about local people. So local people can mob out here for absolutely free, come into the facility and watch all this racing. Now, coming from Washington State, it's a little bit of a lockdown state, I'll say.
A little bit.
Or a lot. How about a lot? Okay, it's almost has a yellow star and a red flag around it. But I'm not going to go that deep into it.
Did you start your own country?
Yeah, a little bit.
So coming into here, you can actually license your side-by-side and drive it on the street, drive it on the highways and so forth. You can drive that from town, come on out, and hop up on a hillside and watch this whole race for free. So, like, huge kudos to UTV World Championship to let the whole community in for free. I mean, most people want a nickel and dime everybody coming in the front gate. Oh, you want a T-shirt? That's $35 for a T-shirt. Oh, you want to come in? That's $50 a head to come in. And it's $25 for a car and so forth. No. You're like, no, come on in.
I mean, Jimmy, you're a family man. You know how expensive it is to take your kids out to any event. You're $500 in before you do anything, right?
And that's just the popcorn.
I will say, and I'm going to throw the Arizona Diamondbacks under the bus, right? So my daughter, here a while back, she goes, she wins this thing. The Diamondbacks, she got straight A's. Oh, we're going to give all the kids with straight A's in the state of Arizona a ticket to the Diamondbacks. Great. Well, it's like an upper level nosebleed. Well, if you want the upgrade ticket, you've got to pay an extra $10 for the lower level ticket. Okay, well, if mom and dad want to go, that's $75 a piece. By the way, we'll give your daughter a hot dog. We're not going to give anybody else hot dogs. Nobody gets drinks. So the free ticket ends up costing you like $400.
Great job. Actually, that's marketing. You know what? And they nailed you.
I went to Supercross earlier this year in San Diego, and it was $45 to park.
Just to park.
And I was parking next to a homeless encampment. I'm like, what is this?
You're pretty sure your window's going to be busted out and all your cigarettes are going to be stolen out of it.
That's the beauty of where we're at. We have no homeless encampments, right?
None.
And everything's free. The parking's free. Spectating's free. Bring your friends and family out and come enjoy the race. It's not over yet. We've still got a good, probably almost an hour? Maybe a little less than an hour?
Look at that. Matt, we were talking about it. Yeah, we got a little less than an hour. But Justin Lambert now slotting into the fourth spot. He's starting to push. We talked about it. Lambert, he was playing a little coyote there, I think. We're going to see Lambert push now. He's up to fourth.
This last lap is going to be gnarly.
It is.
This is it. This is where everybody goes for it, and think about it. Brandon Sims is right behind Robbie Gordon. Less than 17 seconds. I've got people texting me trying to take that bet that Robbie's not going to let him around him, right? I'm good for that bet. So I know Sims is not going to back down. He's here to win. He's not here to get second place.
Right.
We had this discussion. He's like, hey, dude, I'm tired of being top 3, top 5. I won the Mint. I'm coming to win this race. So
what a sweep that would be to win the two marquee events, the Mint 400 and the UTV World Championship.
Really the only marquee events that have happened this year, That's what's crazy.
So yeah. And just to say that too. So I mean, being able to come out and go announce out of state and so forth. The last event I was able to do was the Mint 400, which was a tremendous event. I mean, absolutely huge. And what was it, like days, hours, minutes after the Mint 400 came? Boom, lockdown. I mean, totally shut everything off. So now to come back out and have this phenomenal race out here with the doors semi-open, I'll say. It's not fully open, but semi-open because we don't have our international friends over here. But to be able to come do this, people are like, screw it, man. I'm so done and over being inside. I need to go out and enjoy the outside.
Look, there's nothing safer than coming and spectating an off-road race in terms of any type of germs, right?
Right.
We got as much fresh air as you can take on, as much sunlight as you can take on. So, it's a different type of event, and really stoked. We had to fight hard to get this going, and we did. My team, my brother, my cousin, all the people that help us, City of Havasu. I got to thank all the sponsors. We wouldn't be able to do this. I mean, this takes an army to do, and we definitely have an army to do it.
Absolutely. So going back to, being able to come out here, so people driving, side-by-sides out on the hillsides, being able to watch the road, being able to watch the race. That's a cool shot with the sun setting right there. But there's all kinds of crazy shadows and crap that's popping up right now if you don't have the proper lighting. And Jim, I heard you, I'm going to sidetrack like 6,000 times. Hopefully you can track. I'll write it down in crayon, hopefully, and I'll put it up here. So if I don't eat the crayon first before I write it down. You were talking about lighting, the Honda crew. I mean, I was listening to you guys while we were headed back, and the Honda crew running not overhead lighting, but side lighting. And you were talking about that playing a huge factor, them not being, they might have been thinking that they weren't going to run deep into the night, right, before sunset. Yeah. And that's a factor. I mean, you got to see, man. So you're going to run into crap.
And you know what? I'm going to sidetrack you. This is a perfect opportunity to talk about one of our sponsors that's lighting our pits, Sea Devil Lighting. These ambient lights are just killer, man. And it allows us to go into the night and set these lights up around all the pit areas and keep everybody in the light, right? Really cool product.
So I got to do interviews with the guys down at that. It's a tripod, goes up, inflatable light, and it gives 360-degree lighting, but it's soft lighting. It's not like hard direct lighting like we have in our face right now, like we're like roller hot dogs at 7-Eleven. That's what it's like. So we
need to write a coffee table book of list of TPQ lines.
Like roller hot dogs at 7-Eleven. That made me feel really old. You're just going through the thing.
Exactly. You honestly just went in for the free chili and cheese. I know that.
Yeah, right.
You filled up the little tub and then ran back out as a kid. I know you. But anyway, the ambient lighting, we had it out at the stage last night, and it worked perfectly. I mean, like all the spectators could come around, you could see where you're going, and then also the drivers can shut all their lights off and come up to the stage and not run into anything.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And it worked perfect. Going back again, thanks for sidetracking me, like 7 days from Sunday.
No worries.
So coming out to this event, what you guys have put together is having free access to it, which is completely different than any other race that you go to nowadays, or sporting event, right? That's what the people miss. So that money's got to be taken up somewhere. I mean, because you guys can't do this out of pocket because you're not independently wealthy. You have like 14,000, oil wells down in Texas, pumping out all kinds of crude, making money, and then just like, hey, let's have all our friends out, let's go race.
Right.
Money's got to be taken up somewhere. So that's where the sponsors come into play, right?
Absolutely.
So Polaris, huge deal, right?
And I'm going to sidetrack you again.
Damn it.
Yes, the sponsorship is key. And I'm asking everybody, especially now in this environment, go vote with your dollar.
Absolutely.
Support the brands that support us, and let's grow this thing. Let's keep this thing going. And, all the brands that support us are really high-quality products. We don't have any junk. There aren't any weird, side piece like, oh, they're sponsored. Why are they sponsored by that? It's like it's all legit brands that make high-quality products for your UTV, your truck, SUV and Jeep. So go support these brands. But anyways, back on track.
Back on track. So sponsors. So sponsors play a huge role, and it's multifaceted. It's like a 72,000 piece Swiss Army knife. You write that down.
Not 72,001, just 72,000.
72,000.
There's got to be a limit.
Well,
to it.
the 72,001 is the toothpick, but you always lose the freaking toothpick. And I know you're laughing because you already did.
Why do they put that toothpick in there? I just don't understand it.
I don't want to reuse toothpicks.
Are you actually going to put that thing into your mouth? I never understood that.
So, talking about sponsors, Assault. I have Danelle Vestermark said, Assault Industries UTV, good-looking trophies. So, trophies. And I got to hand out a ton of trophies today.
Yeah.
And it's this cool 3D powder-coated, anodized, like laser-etched.
Yeah, honestly, if we had to buy these trophies, they'd be a few $100 a piece. Marcelo from Assault Industries every year is like ups his game. Who do we got here, Jim?
This look like Ryan Piplick. He is making the turn there. That puts him about 2 miles out from coming and starting lap number 5.
Wow. Awesome. You know, Piplick, I am so freaking tickled for this dude right now. You don't even know. This dude has had such a lull. I mean, he's been super quiet for multiple years. And he was at the top of his game. Short course, you guys were talking about short course. I mean, he mobbed at short course. This guy could turn and shoot like Supercross in a freaking side-by-side. I mean, that's what Ryan Piplick did. This course really suits him because it's turn and shoot, turn and shoot, turn and shoot.
Yeah.
And it's keep it on the rails.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this is, like, we're talking about different racing styles and different types of experience, and obviously Doug Fortin somehow went out, but him, Robbie Gordon have both had a lot of short course experience, right?
Yes.
So that factors in as well. They can just really hammer corner to corner, right? They're used to that.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas a lot of the desert racers aren't used to that corner to corner, kind of battling.
Right.
So. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a factor. I'm bummed again, Doug's out, but we're seeing some great racing action, and this is going to come right down to the wire. I think that the gap's going to get closed on Ryan. Ryan's got to be a little conservative.
And Ryan looks like he just cleared the timing and scoring loop to start lap number 5. From what I understand, here in a couple of minutes, we're going to possibly be watching the pits in case he pulls in. But I think Matt and I, we both. Not planning on him pulling in, but
now you see what he's doing there, wiggling the car back and forth to make sure the
tires are full.
Tires are full, but it
suspension parts.
Yeah, it lets his team look at the suspension on the car and go, "Yep, you're good. Your corners are good. Go out there, attack the last lap."
Right. Sorry to cut in front of you, but yeah, and absolutely sidetrack. I was on the same track, but I just wanted to jump in front of you because that's how my head spins.
Right.
Car setup. I mean, Jim, you know a ton about car setup. I mean, you've raced for many, many, many years in side-by-sides. I've never raced one race in a side-by-side. I've only seen racing in side-by-sides, and I've driven side-by-sides, but I know how chassis work. And if you got a loose part, say you got a loose tie rod end on the front end, or say a ball joint or something like that in a spindle, that thing's going to make that thing handle terrible because you're going to have camber, caster, all screwing up all throughout the place. When you get into higher speed sections, it's going to get really twitchy. And you got to be able to have laser focus because there's all kinds of crap popping up on the track now, right? I mean, it's got to be like a minefield out there, Jim.
No, it is. And, there's rock piles that have formed that weren't rock piles before. There's trees broken down. There's car parts laying in there.
Car parts.
There's parts of a canyon have caved into the thing. We went over and there was literally a full Palo Verde laying across the wash at one point, like with a tree trunk. And first off, you go, man, this shouldn't be there. And then you go, what happened that it got here?
Who hit that?
Who hit that? But like you said, and coming into this lap number 5, obviously there's still probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes of daylight left.
Mm-hmm.
Piplick is going to have to maneuver some of these canyons in dark. You know, and that's going to be tough. He's one of the best in the world. He's proving it here today.
Yep.
But let me tell you, there's a lot that can happen even with that big lead. And he's got a 5-6 minute lead. We see Robbie Gordon coming in. I've got the timer running on my phone here. But, you know, you make one mistake, you get a flat, something like that, that lead is gone.
Game changer, right? So we hope, I mean, there's multiple things that you can run to help for flats. And flats, tires are the Achilles heel, correct? I mean, it's basically, it's the small distance between the car and the ground.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? So tire manufacturers have the hardest job in the world to try to figure out how to get you to the finish line in these type of, you know, situations. Because sometimes you drive over your head to try to push to the front.
You absolutely drive over your head. I mean, that's especially you, quad guys. You know what I mean?
Yes, we do.
And then the quad drives over your head.
Yes.
So
and then you end up like me.
Right. Exactly. Explains a lot. But no, tires are absolutely critical. And you know, we're in this final championship lap. You know, and there's no mistakes here. No mistakes at all.
Yeah, you got to be on your game all the way through. So watching these drivers come through this section. So, Jim, tell me a little bit about, like, coming into dusk. So now you flick your lights on. And tell me about, like, what colors do you run for, you know, non-reflective? Because I know you flick on, if you're driving at night, like a standard human, you drive at night, you have fog, you flick on your high beams, and then all you see is the windshield in front of you. You don't see any type of track. So what do you guys try to do to counteract that?
Well, I think the biggest thing is a mixture of lights. You've got driving lights, you've got spotlights, you've got multiple different ones. Generally in the evening, you know, you don't run a lot of the ambers. Amber's more of a dust daytime thing. But once the sun goes down, ambers aren't quite as effective. So it's really just a mix of running, you know, the different styles of lights, driving, floods, things like that. But the big thing is in the dust and like conditions like this, you get into, looks like Robbie Gordon just went through, and he is officially onto his 5th and final lap.
Nice.
I've got the split running for Brandon Sims here, so we'll see what Sims is. But, but the big thing is that those higher beams, like up on top on your roof bar, when you're in the dust, those become useless. So it's a game. You got to have a good co-driver who flips and toggles the lights on and off, and you shift the lights.
Sims through?
Sims is not. Yes, Sims is through, so it was less than 30 seconds. I wasn't even paying attention, but less than 30 seconds. So
he's closed the gap.
So Sims and Robbie Gordon are still right on top of each other.
Yeah, so we got,
love this.
We've got a 30-second gap between Robbie and Sims, right? So anybody else want to take that bet? My bet is Sims gets around Robbie.
But the key here is they've narrowed the gap to 4 minutes to Piplik.
Yeah.
So Piplik had a 6-minute lead. Now it's dropped to a 4-minute lead, and Robbie Gordon and Sims are neck and neck. So we got a shootout, boys, here for lap number 5.
Definitely. So think about it. We've got 30 miles. We've got 30 miles to go. They've got to make up 4 minutes. That's totally doable.
Yeah, it's totally doable. Keep in mind, too, we're going to go to commercial break.
I don't want to go to a break. This is exciting.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff.
Why do we got to pay bills now?
But keep in mind that Piplik started in front of Gordon and Sims. Sims he's actually ahead of Robbie Gordon on corrected time right now.
Okay.
But I think both of them are probably about even with Piplik. We'll have to do the math here, but
we should see an adjustment on the scoring. You know, that should factor in here in a second.
So it looks like Sims here jumps in. So it's Sims ahead of Gordon, still behind Piplik.
Interesting. So
yeah. So, all right, we got a great battle going right now. We're going to dive into this. We got a lot of storylines happening. We are going to take a commercial break, and we come back, from what I understand from our producers, we're going to be here with you for the duration to the finish, because this last lap is going to be a war out here at the 2020 UTV World Championship powered by Polaris RZR.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Goodrich, Speed UTV, Venom Rex, VP Racing Fuels, Rigid Industries, and ORW.
No fear. King, my head's up. I stay strong. Forever young. May you live long. I'm an overcomer. I overcame it, y'all. I conquered every mountain. I've been through it all. I am fearless. You know, I am fearless. I'm fearless.
Welcome back here to Lake Havasu City, Arizona. We are into the championship lap here at the 2020 UTV World Championship powered by Polaris RZR. Jim Beaver, Matt Martelli, TPQ in the booth. But right now, we got some breaking news, and we're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone, the fourth partner in our team.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out with Dale Sims, Brandon's father down here. Brandon just came through. He didn't pit. What has he been telling you?
Basically just he's running hard and he's going to catch Robbie. He's just hoping that the car stays together, everything works well, and we'll finish in a good position.
We started about an hour later than projected time, so that's going to change the time with everything. We possibly are going into the night. Brandon's won this before. How does he feel about going into the night, though?
That's his favorite time to run. He loves the night. He's fast at night. It doesn't scare him, and he'll push it harder. So the darker it gets, the better it is for him. And he's just a great driver, and he's solid, and he'll keep the car together.
Going off of that, it kind of sounds like Bane. I was born in the darkness, and that kind of seems like what Brandon's going off of that. With him coming off of the Mint 400, he won there as well. He always says that confidence breeds winning breeds confidence. How do you feel about that?
Well, and I think with these cars, everything is just in the air until you finish. So we've seen cars go right to the finish at the first place and fail. So you never want to think that coming off of one win is going to bring you into the next win, but you always have that ammunition and that speed to come into the next race. It's just one of those things, and we hope for the best and look forward to the next races. But this is a favorite race of his, and he has won it before, and he loves doing this kind of race. He loves this kind of country. He's born and raised in the desert, and this is where he likes. So he runs hard in this stuff.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for the update. Big congratulations to Brandon Sims, like I said, winning the Mint 400. He's proving what he can do out here in the desert. Thank you so much, Dale, for the update. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome back, everybody. You know, I know Jim Beaver normally cuts in, but I'm going to steal a little bit of time because
you take the thunder, buddy.
I'm just a squirrel just trying to get a nut. That's all I'm at. I only got a little bit of time up here, you know, with you guys, and it totally humbles me to be with two total icons right here in the industry. I'm going to be running out onto the stage here in just a little bit, and I get to do live stuff with real people outside. And I've been itching for that since the Mint 400. You know, it's been locked down since March, and I haven't been able to go outside. So this means so much to me to be able to be down here. And, of course, you know, the UTV World Championship just kicked the door open to, like, my personality again. It was really on lockdown, and that's kind of like the effects of this whole thing. People want to get back outside, and this is the safest place for somebody to be. I mean, coming back out here and doing this, and of course in Arizona, you know, where they're, you know, like, we're doing this. And
where it's still free.
Yeah, where it's still free. And I'm thankful for that. And here we are.
We like guns and off-road in Arizona. Let's just put it that way.
Right. So I'm going to get a few words in, you know, before I go running back outside. Truly humbled by the two people I'm sitting with. It is a tremendous opportunity for me to be with these two guys. I know I'm a little bit of a different take. I'm more color. I'm 95% color, 5% facts, and those facts are questionable that I give. You know, I know a quad guy when I see him. and that's about it. Ryan Piplik out in first place. I'm so going to angrily tackle hug him if he wins this thing. You don't even know. I mean, from the years knowing him and racing with him, and then coming out of a, like, I'm not going to call it a funk, but I'm just going to call it a kind of a lay-low. Kind of like when James Brown has the robe back on him, he's walking back out, and they're like, "Ha! Too hot in my hot tub," comes back out, you know, and starts rocking again. That's Ryan Piplik for me right now.
I would like to see Ryan Piplik do that maneuver.
Like put the robe on?
I will buy the robe.
If Piplik wins, I think he'll do just about anything.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. No, I agree with you. Look, you know, that's one of my favorite things about being the promoter of this is you know, no matter what, whoever wins this race deserves it, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And they fought all the way for it. And so being able to, you know, put on this race and just really have a proper war, it really means a lot. I mean, I love off-road racing. I love the challenge of it. But that's really what it's all about, is challenging yourself, challenging your friends, challenging your family, challenging your bank account, and then coming out on the other end a better person, right? Because you did it.
So, I mean, you guys building cars and so forth, this battle didn't begin this morning at 2:30 when the gate dropped,
no.
Right? This battle began when? Months ago?
Months of prep, some specific car builds. You know, these guys came out. I know a lot of guys came out and pre-ran the course, and they went back and made car changes because they were like, this is not like the last race.
Right.
So, yeah, a lot of prep, you know, families, friends, you know, teams, hours and hours of preparation for this race all goes into racing the UTV World Championship.
A lot of these folks still have jobs. I mean, this is not a lot of these folks.
Most of them.
Most of them still have jobs. I mean, they got to go hold down a job and have somewhere to live, put their family in, you know, buy a couple groceries or two. You know, they still have to go out and do that and then prepare for this. So the families put up, you know, like a huge deal to help the racer go do that.
And I'm going to sidetrack you right there.
Dang it, again.
I spent some time a couple weeks ago with Brandon Sims, and what was really funny to me is he has this nice house out in Arizona, and I go up to his house, and then there's this giant towering building behind it, and that's his race shop. So you could literally take his house and put it inside his race shop, and so it just shows you, like, he's more focused on racing than he is on having some sort of fancy house. And he has a really nice race shop. So, again, these people put their all into it, so all of them deserve respect.
100%. I totally agree. So going back to Ryan. So Ryan's got twin boys that he had, and then there came a daughter too. So he's got 3 kids and a very loving wife, Jamie, that stays with him, and I have no freaking idea why. It's just the sweetest gal.
Well, and he's a maniac, so he qualified, and then he left qualifying and had to drive back. Where is he from? He's in California, right?
Yeah, he's in California.
Okay, so he had to drive back home, work a full day the next day, and then drive back that night to race today.
No quit.
No
right?
quit.
No quit. And that's where it pays off. So Jim, coming into like the last lap, your arms are killing you. Like your kidneys, it felt like you've gone 12 rounds with Mike Tyson, and you turned around behind him, and he just like body bagged you like all day long. Where do you pull that from? So, like, I mean, and then it starts to go dark, and you're like, I just want to get in bed right now. Screw all this.
Well, I think there's a big difference in, say, Ryan Piplick, Brandon Sims, and Robbie Gordon, because right now they feel no pain. Adrenaline's pumping. They are on it. They know they got a chance for a podium, a win. Lambert's in the mix now. Those guys, they're not thinking about pain. You're talking about the guys, I'd say, in like 14th, 15th spot, 12th spot. We talked a little bit about it earlier, but it's one of those situations where you kind of start fighting, the track, and it's like a war. You and the track, you're looking at the track going, you're not going to beat me. And it's a war. You're counting down the miles, and you're battling with it. You're sore, you're hurt. It's tough to breathe, and you're just totally battling with it, and you want to get to the finish line, not because you think you can win, but because you know you can beat the track.
I'm not going to say the entire word because we're going to keep this PG, but does your inner B start talking to you and start going, you could quit now. You did a good job. Just pull over and have a beer or something like that.
I've never had that one kick in, but I'm not saying other people don't have it. Normally, I start throwing out 4-letter words, and I'm cussing at the course and be like, bring it. Let's go. You want to go? We're round 5, championship round. Let's battle.
That's right.
That's me, but I can tell you right now, Ryan Piplick, Robbie Gordon, Justin Lambert, Brandon Sims, they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about the glory. They're thinking about smiling and giving TPQ a hug and, and taking home one of these beautiful assault trophies and a whole lot of bragging rights on the internet.
Nice. Well, I think Tiffany is waiting for us to throw to her. She's got an interview with somebody down at the start-finish or the pits.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys. Hanging down here at the hot pits with Casey Jeffries, crew chief for Robbie Gordon. Walk us through how the entire race has been for Robbie so far.
We decided last night we're going to go ahead and run the race, and he's just been cruising. He just wanted to go get some laps, get the 3 first laps in based on what they saw yesterday, and then see what happens in the last 2.
I had overheard that Robbie hasn't fueled up or anything like that. Is that true?
Yeah, we were going to give him 5 this last time, but Brandon's right on his heels, so he decided not to stop. Roll the dice.
Seems very Robbie Gordon-like. You know what? If we're going to do it, let's just go for it. Had he talked to you at all about how the first few laps have been?
He didn't really say anything. He said he was getting a little bit tight steering. Other than that, just normal, running a normal pace.
Well, he's done it here. Very Robbie Gordon-like. Decided last minute that he wanted to do this. Decided that he didn't need to stop for fuel. Let's see how this pans out for him for the rest of the race. Back up to you guys.
Oh, well, Tiffany Stone always getting the scoops down there, and Robbie.
Do we have to let her go back to Michigan? Because I think we can come up with something else for her to do to keep her out here. She's kicking butt.
I think she actually would love to move out here. I think she'd have to convince her husband to move out here, but I think she'd love to move out here.
I've had great conversations with that gal, and I've chased her around, like on her heels a couple times, like running through, doing interviews and so forth. That girl's on it, and her knowledge of the industry is huge, and her her fight is really big too. I mean, she's a no quit girl. I mean, that's huge in this industry, right? I mean, you get people that kind of like, I need to rest my feet for a little bit. She's like, no, just cut my feet off. I'll keep running.
Good thing about her, she's a good friend of mine. She actually wheels. You know, she knows. You know, it's great to have a pit reporter, you know, that actually can get out there on the trails. You know, she's a Jeeper, you know, and she's done Chocolate Thunder. She's gone to Moab. She's done Johnson Valley. Like, she likes to wheel. And so it's rad having a pit reporter who kind of understands what drivers go through a little bit.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you just said her like, oh, you look pretty. We should put a microphone in front of you. No, she knows her crap, and she's hustle all day.
Definitely. No, we're stoked to have her out here working with us. We've assembled a great team for the live coverage, as well as the cinematic coverage, and really all the social media coverage, and we're gonna keep it rolling.
I think that's perfect. So social media means a lot to us. You know, talking about live stream. So live stream has kicked this door open as far as like your outreach, like your expenditures, your dollars for eyeballs, right? That's kind of what it comes down to, right? I mean, you need to expose the industry. Obviously, you're promoting a sport, and you got to pay the bills, right? So live stream has changed the game.
Definitely.
So Matt, tell me a little bit about live stream right now, as we're talking on live stream, as opposed to like trying to go to standard.
Well,
Channel 7.
Look, we've done television for years for the Mint and for the UTV World Championship, and it has a benefit, but it's passive, right? We know everybody's living on their phones now, and we know everybody's living on YouTube and Facebook, so that's where we're going to attack people and get new viewers into off-road racing. So obviously with the Mint, we've developed a very high-end live stream, and with this, we're doing the same thing. But we're pushing the technology envelope. A lot of the feeds that you're seeing today are remote cameras, and we're using a remote technology that has just emerged. You know, we've been able to strap these boxes into Rob Mack's truck at the Mint, Bryce Menzies' truck at Silver State, and then Menzies and Herb's trucks at Vegas to Reno. So we're going to continue to push the envelope of off-road coverage. Very quickly here, we're going to hit a point where there won't be a place on the planet that we have blind spots. We'll be able to live stream from everywhere, and that's really going to open up what we're doing. One of the biggest challenges, as you know, of the past in off-road racing has been it's out in the middle of nowhere and nobody can see it. We all know how cool it is,
right?
But it's getting the average consumer to come see it, and sometimes, you know, we're in such a remote area, people aren't going to get off the couch and come see it. Fortunately, here, we're just outside of Havasu. We're a short couple-mile drive from the downtown Havasu, so it's a lot more approachable with the UTV World Championship. That being said, you know, I was just getting text messages from guys from Brazil, guys from Michigan, you know, guys from other parts of South America, so the world is watching us, and that's the point. Off-road racing is a global culture. It's a global sport. And we want to make sure that we're reaching everybody. And the live stream is our investment to do that.
So going back to being able to visually see what's happening in the off-road. As drivers, Jim, as you know, like being out there, seeing what you're seeing, mashing through the course, you're like, you were talking about like that idle turn you had to do and like scrape the rear tire, not rip the rear trailing arm off. You can't see that back here at the pits. I mean, that's miles out, right? So the live stream stuff, you have, you know, helicopters, you have other remote cameras out there and so forth. It's stuff that we never get to see, you know, as public, standing around the ped fence, you know, around the infield.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
I mean, that's the point. You know, I've been really fortunate in that I grew up in this culture. And being a photographer and a cinematographer, I've put myself into positions where I've just seen incredible things, you know, incredible performances that come from these drivers and these vehicles. And you immediately want to share that with people. You want to drag them to the party, and that's hard to do. You know, a lot of people getting out in the desert in remote locations, a little outside their comfort zone. So the live stream is our way to take it to them, to take it to their house, to take it to their phone, wherever they're consuming content, and get them to see how incredible off-road racing is.
So the GoPro is kind of like that thing that kicked that off. So, and then you guys utilizing hundreds of them, on cars, and you guys are going to compile all that content and put it in. But the GoPro gives like POV, point of view, going into certain areas like this wash. You can talk about how tight this wash was, and you were talking about like the whole hillside falling in and going over trees and crap. I can kind of imagine it, but if you don't see it firsthand, it doesn't really have much impact.
Definitely.
But when you see it, that's what you guys are doing. So hats off to you guys for throwing all the money at it to get the public to see it.
Well, it's not just us, it's all the racers too. So the way that social media works is that you have to be social, right? And so, you know, we encourage all the teams to make their own content and to publish it on all the different social media platforms, right? That helps extend our reach, right? But as far as what we're doing, you know, we're trying to up the level of production so that people come and they look at it and they see that it's a, you know, a professionally run sport. They see that it's professionally run media, and they understand the storylines. They understand the value of it, right? And all the racers and all the fans can help us with that, with all their social media accounts, with their cell phones, like you said, with their GoPros, whatever camera they're using.
Well, and you know, like you said, it's social media's been a big part of it. GoPro's been a big part of it. You know, it's just it's interesting because as awesome as things are now, I'm looking the next couple of years going, man, this is going to get even that much better.
We're going to blow this up.
Yeah.
I mean, we collectively, not just us, but all the people out there racing with us, you guys, our team, that's what we're here to do. We're here to grow this.
As long as you have like the 74-piece crayon set, so I got something to snack on while we're doing this.
We got plenty of snacks for UTV.
Awesome.
We might even upgrade you to goldfish at some point.
Oh, man. So, by the way, the macaroni and cheese crayon doesn't taste anything like it, just so you know.
So, and a little race update. Ryan Piplick still massive lead. Looks like about a few minutes over Brandon Sims. Both of them through sector number 2. The only two drivers through sector number 2. Sector number 2, I believe, is about 15, 18 miles in. So, they're getting close, Matt. We're well over the halfway point on lap number 5. So we're probably, I'd say, 20 minutes out from crowning a UTV World Champion.
Wow, and what's the time split? What's the gap Piplick still has?
That's kind of hard to say here.
No, you can say it. I know you can. I know you got it in you, Jim.
I mean, that's one of the things about off-road racing is, you know, ultimately you're racing a clock. So if you finish first, that doesn't necessarily mean you won.
Well, and that's so what I'm looking at here, and the way I decipher it, you know, and internet may be correcting me. Piplick's got about a 5-minute physical lead over Sims, but I think it was 3 to 4 minutes that Sims started behind Piplick.
Wow.
So Piplick only has a 43-second lead on corrected time.
Oh, bonkers. Well, earlier we were talking to his father's, Brandon's father, and Dale, and I'm sure right now he's just absolutely like biting his nails going, come on, Brandon. You know, this is great. And, you know, again, I love this. It just comes down to the wire. We race over 150 miles, and we're coming down to seconds.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Both these guys are good friends. They're both team racer. You know, it's one of those where, but I can tell you, all that is out the window. If Sims sees Piplick, if there's blood in the water, I mean, if gloves are off, this is a fist fight. You know, there's none of that. These guys both want to win.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they'll rip the front ends off the cars getting into the finish line. I know they'll bounce off of stuff. I had the fortunate instance to... Oh, what do we got?
Whoa. We got a big breaking news here. So Lambert has now slotted into the 3rd spot.
Whoa.
Robbie Gordon, he got around Robbie Gordon, so Robbie Gordon must be down with an issue.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So now we got a Polaris 1, 2, 3 with
money.
Piplick, Sims, and Lambert.
I almost put a $1 bill up here. I almost bet you $1 that, you know what, if I saw Robbie Gordon out on the track and I was getting ready to pass him and I was chasing for a pass, I would pretty much think that Robbie Gordon would jump out in front of my car. If his broke down, jump out in front of my car and flip it over himself.
Yeah.
Competitor.
Yeah, Robbie's a competitor.
Love that guy for that.
Yeah, no, but that's some interesting news. So now Lambert, we talked about it. He's sleeping. He's going to start pushing. I'm going to look corrected time. What is he about? He's not far back. So it looks like corrected time. Lambert, I'm going to have to look at our sheets. It's showing he's 3 seconds back of Sims, possibly on corrected time, which would put him 46 seconds back of Piplick.
Wow.
We may have the top 3 on corrected time, not on course, within a minute of each other.
Wow.
Yikes. So nail biters. I love coming down to nail biters, but I'm standing out on the stage and I'm getting stuff in my ear the whole time. Like, oh, this is this, this is this, this is this. And
Piplick now cleared Sector 3. He's on the home stretch. So
Sector 3, so he's out past Sector 3.
Nice.
So
he's still cranking, man. I mean, we thought that he was going to slow down this lap. And I think he's decided that it's all or nothing.
Well, and teams, his team has the exact same access to information that we do. They can go to UTVUnderground.com. Pull this up right now on their phones. We got great cell service here. So they're relaying this information to him. Sims has got the same info. They know what we know. And these guys knowing they're within a minute of each other, I guarantee you it is hammered down. They are going to send it. Push.
I'm going to tell you the funniest story. One of the families that I spent some time with in off-road racing was the McMillans. And one of the things that they were masters at is strategy. And they had this army of old ladies. And I always went, what is this, right? And they all had their clipboards and they had their stopwatches. And they're on the radio. And I could barely understand what they were saying. And I really didn't understand the value of it, but Scott McMillan and Mark McMillan knew that time splits were critical to their performances, right? And to their kids' performances, Andy, Luke, and Dan. And so they created this system where they could get time splits, but it was all manual, right? So it was literally little old ladies, clocking people through the pits. Okay, you got a 4-minute gap, and they were reporting back to them. And that helped them game their strategy, just like hopefully the teams that are looking at this are like, here's where we're at. You got to push.
Using technology.
You got to go. We need 30 seconds back. It's time to go. And that was one of the things that made the McMillans so successful in off-road racing.
Nice.
Is that they would implement that strategy, and they knew split times. They weren't screwing around. They knew if they were ahead 2 minutes, they knew they didn't have to push hard. They would preserve the car and just sit there and go, okay, we're going to win by 2 minutes. That's fine.
That's fine. Good comfy spot to be.
Yeah, nobody cares. You win by 2 minutes, a half an hour, 2 seconds,
2
whatever.
days,
you
doesn't
won,
matter.
right?
Yeah, as long as you won.
You want to know an interesting storyline we haven't talked about here, but I'm looking down the list here. Our boy Randy Romo driving around in his almost stock Turbo S because his other car is being cut apart. He's in the top 10 now. He's up to 7th, and I believe
passed his daughter.
Yeah, he passed his daughter. So I'm looking at that going, oh, one of these we got a timing and scoring off with Justin Smith. So Randy Romo up into 6th place. And he's just out here having a good time.
That's awesome.
Such a great family, right? I mean, talk about just laid back. I want to go do this because this is fun stuff. And then father-daughter. I know mom laid off from racing, but father-daughter, Randy Romo, just the coolest, laid back dude. And then the daughter, just so easy going. Just like the pretty girl. You look at you look at girls and you're like, she does her hair, she does her nails and so forth. Just a pretty girl. No, that girl's hard freaking cool. That girl can drive.
I mean, look, there's the family aspect off-road racing is really valuable, I think, right?
Oh, totally.
Because how old is Sierra now? She's 20-something, right?
I think she just turned 20.
Okay, so what 20-year-old daughter do you know is hanging out with her dad?
Not many.
Not many. No.
Right?
Dad's a nerd.
Race girls. Mia Chapman, she's 18. She hangs out with her dad. So Shelby Anderson, she hangs out with her dad. There's a thing with the race girls, right?
Yes. Yep.
So dads, get your daughters racing and keep them close.
I'm going to throw back. Okay, so back to quad days. I had our daughter, Allie. She raced with us. She was the youngest girl ever to qualify for the Pro Main. So the two of us got to race together. And then we both retired right after that.
How rad was that?
That was rad. I mean, having your daughter race with you is probably the coolest thing. So these guys being able to do this right now, like right now, live TV, being able to do that.
Look, it's super cool. Again, throwing back to the McMillans, I saw the dynamic between Scott McMillan and Andy McMillan, and especially it was really touching because Corky had passed, and they were actually racing with Robbie Gordon, and that was the year we won the 1,000.
Right.
We crossed the finish line, and everybody started tearing up, and Andy was like, "Hey, this one's for Grandpa Corky," and I still remember that. But the dynamic between the fathers and the sons, and the fathers and the daughters, and even mother-daughter, things that are going to happen with some of the ladies in off-road racing. I think it's really cool. It's really valuable because otherwise, what are your kids doing? They're now, they're on the phone. they're looking at whatever, and they're definitely not interacting with other human beings, right?
Right.
So you really can't focus on the phone when you're in an off-road car. That's one of the cool things.
Yeah,
right?
you're going to run over.
It's like, oh, what was on Facebook? I don't know.
It's a cell-free zone there.
Yeah, exactly. For the last 5 hours, all I could look at is the race course in front of me.
Right.
Well, and I'm looking at this. So Sims has not been through the hoop into sector number 3 yet. It should be any time, but I'm thinking like, the way it looks like Piplick may have stretched out a little bit of lead. And knowing that second to third sector there, it's pretty tight. So that two-seater of Piplick may have been an advantage. Up, we got Sims there. Looks like behind next, 43.703 seconds. So,
man, this is down to the wire. This is down to the wire. So tell me about Piplick's car. So is Piplick's car pretty much a brand new, 2021?
It's a 2020 Pro XP. But instead of the long 4-seater, he went with a 2-seater, which, as Matt said, stretched out about 8 inches over the traditional XP 2-seat. So it's a little bit longer. It's got more horsepower. They're narrow from the factory. Obviously, Piplick's widened it out. But I think for this race, that might be the hot ticket.
It's the magic car for this race, huh? It looks like it's the magic
Nobody's
car.
going to argue if he walks away with a win.
Right. He picked the right tool for the job.
Yes, he did.
Picked the right tool for the job.
Especially, after you stop eating with them.
You know what, gentlemen? It's almost my time to bug out. I have to say I'm truly thankful to be able to be a part of this winning crew that you two guys are. And thank you so much for letting me in your house. I'm going to go yell and scream at a bunch of people out there in the dirt on the stage. And
we're stoked you're here, brother. Yeah. Mi casa, su casa.
Right on.
Thank you, TBQ.
Jimmy, always a fan of yours, my friend.
Good times, buddy.
Matt will always flying chest bump.
Oh. Well, he's going to get busy here shortly. Going to relieve us a little bit when he starts getting some podium finishers. But, Matt, I mean, right now it looks like, I don't know, Lambert started even farther back. So we're going to see. But this is going to be a wild one. Piplick, Sims, it's a home stretch, buddy.
Yeah, and Robbie's still in there. So let's see where he pops in.
Yeah, he came in behind Lambert. So he must have had a small issue with downtime. So Robbie is now back in the race. He's in 4th, corrected, I believe. That'll get reverted last time when they finish.
Yep.
So I think Robbie Gordon back on the road. So he may have had something small, flat tire or something like that. But he's now in 4th place. But he could still find himself on the podium.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think Lambert, he started quite a bit further back than everybody else. He started back here in 19th position. Lambert could factor into this victory.
No, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at corrected times right now, but we'll see how it turns out in the end. Still got some racing to go.
Yeah, and is this a shot there of Piplick? Looks like Piplick. That section there is coming around that corner. It's about 2 miles to go.
Wow.
So we're going to have here in probably, I would say, the next 3 to 4 minutes, we are going to have Ryan Piplick here too. I don't know, what do we kind of call this? The compound, the arena, but this is going to get interesting. Then it's the waiting game. Piplick's going to cross, and then it was about a 3-4 minute gap back to Sims from the start line.
Yeah.
So then Piplick's on pins and needles until Sims comes in.
Definitely. But if he has that much of a gap, I think he's pretty good. It's going to be interesting. And then what's going to be great too is to see who rounds out the top 3.
Yeah, so Lambert now has all of a sudden entered sector number 3, so he's going to factor into this as well. So we got 3 cars here, shootout for the top 3 spots of the UTV World Championship. Only a few miles to go. This is going to get wild.
It's cool, man. Like, this is what I love about off-road racing is you can't really predict it. You can guess it, you can bet on it, but you really don't know. Every time. Either I go to a race or especially the races I promote, whether it's the Mint or UTV World Championship, people always ask me, oh, yeah, who do you think's going to win? And I go, I don't know. That's why I do it.
And this is what you like. You love seeing a battle. You love 3 cars neck and neck at the finish line. I mean, that's what you like. That means it's been a great course. It's been a great race.
It should be a fight all the way to the end, right?
So we're just looking at adjustments. We're waiting right now. Everybody's anxiously awaiting Ryan Piplick. He's out on lap number 5, coming into the finish. of the 2020 UTV World Championships. Had about a 45-second lead over Brandon Sims. That's quite a bit of time with only a few miles to make up. But, you know, not putting, you know, Sims, that kid he can wheel. He knows these splits. He is absolutely on fire right now.
Oh, definitely. You know, I mean, I think it's this thing that happens to all athletes, but just people in general. It's like once they get their confidence back, you know, it's just like they're going. And we just saw somebody rip through one of the race line wheels timing gates. I don't know who it was. They're going so fast.
No, our monitor hasn't updated showing Piplick finish. That looked like somebody coming into the finish, but it definitely wasn't one of our top 3 cars. So still awaiting Ryan Piplick here at the finish line. This looks like this possibly could be him.
Yeah, and we talk about light setups. Look, he's got a top bar and a couple lights down below. That's a smart setup for this race.
We're waiting to see. It's hard to get a number on that, but it looks like that could be.
Definitely looks like the right shape.
Yeah, looks like the right shape. So that could be Ryan Piplick, our current leader physically on course. And it's going to be the waiting game.
Somebody's right on him. You know, the thing that would help us here is a bunch of spectators with fires like in Baja, but I don't think the BLM would be stoked on that. So we'll just roll with what we've got. Yeah, how cool is that, man? Just battling to the finish.
Yeah, you ever been to a Snowdrift Rally, Bonfire Alley they call it?
Oh, yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Middle of the snow, middle of January, Michigan, upstate, I don't want to say upstate, it's northern part of southern Michigan, but they've got this stage that's about 10 miles long, and literally there's 10 miles of bonfires.
It's you could say, it's not northern Michigan, but it's the north part of the mitten, right?
Yeah.
And boy, it's cold up there.
Oh. I've announced that race a few times, like negative 25.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're drinking just to stay warm.
So we're just a few moments away. It looked like that was Piplick. We're waiting for him to cross the finish line. He hasn't done it quite yet.
Yeah, I wonder who that was right on him. I wonder if that was a lapper or if that was, you know, somebody chasing him down. I couldn't tell.
So Piplick, Sims, Lambert, 1, 2, 3. Polaris, Razor, 1, 2, 3. Robbie Gordon in the 4th spot. Looks like Elliott Watson continuing to move too in the Honda. Looks like he's having a late charge. Possibly move it up into maybe the 5th spot.
Oh, that'd be great. He's definitely a great racer. Had a couple of championships in the buggies.
Bit of a waiting game right now.
Super stoked the boys from Racer Coffee are here. That's been keeping us wired all day.
Yeah, this is definitely a caffeine race, right?
Yeah.
For all involved.
Yeah, definitely. Couple of long days, but it's definitely worth it. And
I know the finish line stays open until I believe a little after 10 p.m. tonight too.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later because we had a late start too. So, you know, we try and keep the race course open so that everybody can come in and get a finish. But I can say I'm not as hardcore as the late Casey Folks, man. That guy, I remember at the Mint one year, I think it was we decided on a midnight closure, right? Midnight comes around and I can barely stay awake, and he goes, you know, I think I'm going to keep it open until 2. And I just looked at him and I'm like, you're 80, dude. What's going on with you? But just really, you know, I can't speak more highly of Casey Folks. You know, had a huge love for off-road desert racing. Created the Best in the Desert series, was a mentor to me and my brother. Without him, there'd be no Mint 400, there'd be no UTV World Championship. So I know he's looking over us right now and laughing that we were able to pull this off during a pandemic, and yeah, I really miss him.
Yeah, he's, you know, I had the opportunity, first time I really spent some time with Casey is when they wanted to come when they were coming back to Parker and bringing a, you know, there's been another promoter, there's kind of a minor promoter, and then all of a sudden, you know, Best in the Desert stepped in, so we want to put on an event in Parker. It was early 2000s. Here I am, like 20-some-year-old kid, low 20s, like 21, 22. So my dad goes, hey, I'm busy. You need to take Casey folks around in the pre-runner. So Casey and I spent a day together going and mapping the Parker course, and I was showing him he'd never been around the course before. And so I was showing him all the ins and outs and stuff like that, and it was a good time. I mean, you know, here is this 20-some-year-old kid with this legend, you know, and just bouncing around in a pre-runner for a day, and it was something that I'll never forget. It was so special, and you know, it's just he's such a solid guy. I know he's missed by a lot of people.
Yeah, definitely. I was fortunate to get actually lots of days with him in a pre-runner, and you know, learned a lot from him. So I know Casey's with us in spirit, so it's really cool to be able to you know, take the knowledge from these our predecessors. Him, Sal Fish is a good friend of mine, still to this day. One of the guys that put score, no, actually not one of the guys, the guy that put score on the map. And you know, have these guys help us and advise us. You know, knowledge is power, and I know I don't know everything, and you know, it's great to have these guys back us up.
So we are awaiting Ryan Piplick, Brandon Sims, and Justin Lambert here. Only 3 to clear Sector 3. I mean, it should be any time Ryan Piplick crosses that finish line.
Yeah, he should be right here.
You know, it's hard to see it dark. You know, some of those cars look like Ryan Piplick's Pro XP, but it's some of the lap traffic, things like that. And,
sure.
You know, that's another, you know, story we haven't talked about. Dust, night. He's getting into some of the lap traffic, you know, now. And so it's making it probably hard to pick through. And Mike, you know, you don't want to push it past too hard and tear your car up a mile or two from the finish.
No, definitely not. And it's happened, you know. We've seen guys in different off-road races blow it right at the finish. And I think Piplick's too smart to do that.
Yeah. Keep seeing our timing and scoring update, and it kind of updates in green. Those of you at home can follow along. UTVUnderground.com. The live stream is right there, as well as live timing and scoring results from all the previous races this weekend. Also follow along UTV World Championships social media handles at UTV World Championship. Also, you know, non-UTV World Championship weekends, we've got at UTV Underground. Definitely follow along on those social accounts as well. We'll keep you updated with all results. And
well, what about at Jim Beaver? You've got a few things going on.
At Jim Beaver 15. We've also got on Instagram a second account at Down and Dirty Show. I got at Jim Beaver Esports now. We got a lot of accounts.
Yeah,
too.
we need to get to that after this. Now we can get back into some esports.
Yeah, it's blowing up, man. We got Crandon now on the service, so.
Yeah, you know, it was funny. We were talking yesterday to Sid Wilson. He was talking about how yeah, I like off-road racing. I've done the Crandon track, and I'm like, how cool is that? You know what I mean? Like, how cool is that?
We talk about UTVs being a gateway. You know, iRacing could be a gateway as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So is this Ryan Piplick? Those lights look pretty right. Look like Pro XP headlights.
Definitely.
Couldn't get a glimpse of the side of the car there. That could be Piplick about 1.5 miles, 2 miles out.
Dale Sims just texted me with praying hands, right? He's hoping for a win for Brandon for sure. We'll see how it shakes out here in a second. Yep, getting other text messages from different off-road racers around the world watching the coverage, so it's pretty cool. Pretty cool to get that interaction. Friends in Baja texting me right now.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, you know, and like you said, these live stream technology is pretty amazing how it's made, you know, these events so accessible to people around the globe. You know, it used to be kind of, if you didn't have the TV package, you hoped sometime somebody'd upload a pirated YouTube video or something like that. Now live stream, I mean, anybody can watch live, real time, anywhere in the world. It's pretty special.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful as well. You know, as we continue to push and grow the sport, you know, we're reaching new audiences, and that's what it's all about.
So this could be Ryan Piplick here.
See if the timing updated. We should get confirmation here shortly.
Ryan Piplick now has crossed the timing and scoring loop. Now the waiting game starts. Brandon Sims, can he seal the deal? Can he push hard enough? We're waiting on Brandon to come through on lap number 5.
This is so crazy. It's like, okay, cool. He got it. The clock starts now. Let's see.
Oh, and Brandon Sims coming through.
Oh, my God. That puts him.
No, it updated, but it reset itself.
Interesting, interesting.
We're not watching the.
Oh, there. Somebody just came through. Finish.
Okay, so our time and scoring is blipping. So Piplick is officially finished. We're playing the waiting game now with Brandon Sims. He has not finished yet.
Okay, they just replayed a replay.
So it's the waiting game.
Yep. Now we wait and see if the finish gap is close enough for Brandon Sims to take the win.
Now remember, Sims started, I believe, 3 to 4 minutes back. I'll give you 49.54. So he started exactly 4 minutes back of Ryan Piplick. So if Brandon Sims can finish within 4 minutes of Ryan Piplick, he is going to be crowned UTV World Champion.
Which would be a huge win for him.
Now keep in mind, Justin Lambert started 7 minutes back of Ryan Piplick. So if Lambert can finish within 7 minutes of Piplick, he can take the victory.
Yep. I'm glad you can do the math that quick, because I can barely see over there. Yeah, I'm starting to get more text messages from family asking me if I know the insight to timing and scoring. I do not. I'm looking at the same thing everybody's looking at. That's why we made it public, so that it's very visible and there's no old man walking into a trailer and deciding who won. It's all visible here and very public.
Now we're seeing some lights.
Like my brother likes to say, the data is the data. So are you faster at night or faster during the day?
Well, I think everybody's faster during the day, but I really enjoy night racing.
Yeah.
I think it's its own set of challenge. If your lights are right, it's really fun. If you got bad lights, nobody likes it. And I think that's it.
Yeah, you know, it's funny on pre-running, not so much on racing. I've never actually raced at night, but I've done a lot of pre-running at night, preparing for races with people, and you know, I enjoy it. You know, some of the teams that I've worked with in the past, they go do time of day training, you know, pre-running for, you know, the Ball 1000 or some of the bigger races that they know they're going to be at night. You know, they start their sections at the time that they think that they would get into the car. So it's definitely cool. The whole thing looks like a different race at night.
Car that went by had a big Polaris RZR on the side. I couldn't quite tell though if that was which car it was. Could have been lap traffic. I couldn't quite tell if that was Brandon Sims or not.
Yeah, what happened to Jacob Carver? He was up there for a while.
Yeah, Carver, he's out on his last lap.
Okay.
Just down a bit in the standings.
So pretty big gap here that we're seeing.
Pretty big gap. I'm thinking, you know, Piplick may have this. You know, we're getting down to the crunch time. I don't have the timer running, but That gap is getting eerily close to closing, and that's Sims there.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's still coming around that corner, which is about 2 miles out. I'm not going to call this race, Matt, but I'm going to say I don't know if he's got enough time.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, again, you know, it's going to come down to seconds, I think.
Oh, and I think the one we haven't even realized, and I'm going to start the timing clock when Sims goes through, but we got Lambert there who, you know.
That would be crazy.
He may, sitting in third, come through, and you know, he was eerily close to Sims there. He's been picking up. He's been playing in the back and just kind of powering his way through, but he's got time at his advantage. So we're going to have to see. Regardless, all three drivers had a phenomenal race.
Yeah, what a great race. I mean, again, you know, just battling all day. And I really dig this format. You know, they start during the day, they end during the night. It really mixes up the disciplines.
So it looked like Sims almost ready to cross the finish line. No, that was not Sims.
Reese Millen just texted me. He loves the coverage and gives props to Jim and me, right? And says he hopes to be out there next year.
We'd love to have Reese back out in the desert in UTV.
Reese. Absolutely.
He always brings something new to the table, and that's what I like. You want to talk about somebody that pushes the envelope of the sport. I mean, we've seen cars here. You know, Wes Miller just took a victory in a Reese Millen car. We got Jacob Carver, who's always running up front in a Reese Millen car,
Yeah.
You know, Reese really pushed the boundaries of the sport with that new design.
Yeah, and what I like about Reese is you know, he takes his knowledge from all the different disciplines that he's raced in, especially rally, and applies it to UTV racing.
So it looks like Brandon Sims has crossed the finish line.
Awesome.
And it looks like Ryan Piplick is going to be crowned the winner here. Unless Justin Lambert can finish at some point in the next three minutes or so.
Think about how crazy that's going to be if Justin Lambert comes through and closes that gap. Like, what position did you said 19th, you said?
Yeah, he started back at, I think it was 19th position. Talk about the traffic and the hell Lambert's been through today. I mean, you know, to even be running in the top three at this point is a miracle to go through that traffic. The heaviest hitters in off-road.
But like I said, I mean, there was a couple of years ago where he swept the entire Best in the Desert series, you know? I mean, that's, you know, I don't know that that's been done in any other class.
No, it's going to... Last time I know of a sweep, we got to go back to 2001. Dave Ashley, Dan Smith's score swept a 5-race score series in Trophy Truck.
Wow.
And I'm not saying that it hasn't happened since. That's the last time I can remember it happening.
I honestly, I remember talking about the sweep and then looking at the available data, and I couldn't find anything. So, you know, not all the data was saved and is available or online. You know, a lot of it was, you know, written down on a piece of paper and faxed to somebody and back in the day kind of stuff. But I think over the next couple of years, we'll be bringing even the vintage data online, and so people can look all that up.
And that would be rad, and I think that's one thing. There's not really been an archive site of off-road results and things like that of the major sanctioning bodies. It'd be amazing if you guys could put that together.
Well, yeah, we're doing a lot of work with offroadracer.com to do just that.
So Lambert crossed. So it looks to me like it may be Lambert in second, Sims in third.
How crazy.
So obviously, you know, that's all tentative. You guys are looking at home, the same screen we are with timing and scoring. We got Piplick, Lambert, Sims. Robbie Gordon hasn't finished yet, but I think he's out of the equation at this point.
Of the top three.
Of the top three. So I think your podium is going to be Piplick, Lambert, Sims. We're going to wait for an official ruling, but tentative, unofficial results right now. Ryan Piplick with a win. Justin Lambert was second. Brandon Sims with third. Makes a Polaris 1-2-3, Matt.
It's a Polaris sweep. And it's a massive victory for Ryan Piplick. Super stoked for him.
He needed this one. I mean, Piplick, everybody knows he's fast.
He not only did he need it, he deserved it. You know, this is a guy who's definitely put in his work. And you know, like we've said, he's had some time off, and he's kind of got pushed to the side because, you know, again, everything's changing. You know, younger kids are getting into racing and off-road racing, and the value kind of changed from short course to desert racing, and now it's really in desert racing, you know, and it's just crazy. I mean, you remember a few years ago, everybody's like, oh, we're going short course racing.
Everybody wanted to.
Because it has a TV package. Well, now, you know, it's the other way around, right? This desert racing has a bigger value for the sponsors, for the spectators, and for the racers, because you get a lot more time in the car. I mean, you're spending roughly the same amount of money, but you're getting a lot more seat time. And you're getting the adventure. Like, let's not forget about that. Like, whether you won or whether you lost or whether you got broke way out in the back, you still had a great day out in the desert, and it was an adventure.
And I love short course racing. You love short course racing, but I think, you know, I was talking to, I think it was Tim Herbst at one point in time, and they had kind of run a little bit of short course, things like that, and went back to trophy truck, and, you know, you talk to them, and, you know, they, you know, why don't you guys like short course? And they enjoy it, but they go, look, we work hard. They go, if we're going to take a weekend off of work, we want to go and spend it in Baja, where we can, you know, where we can spend an entire weekend pre-running, behind the wheel, then go and race for hours at a time, rather than sit at a track, you know, and get to race for 30 minutes and then sit in the motorhome the rest of the day. They'd, you know,
it's definitely a different aesthetic. I mean, we have to go back to the roots of it, of why short course racing exists. Short course racing exists because Mickey Thompson wanted a way to get people to come out to desert racing, right? And so it was a tool that he would use to promote score desert racing. It wasn't the end all be all. It was just another subset of racing, which I think people forgot, you know, and it's one of the things that we're aiming to do is reconnect those dots. One of the reasons that we had short course racers here is we want to show them, you know, it's not necessary that we convert them all to solely desert racers. We want them to keep short course racing. We also want them to come desert racing as well.
And that's it. I like to see everybody do a little bit of everything.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely.
At some point, I think the Ultimate Series would be something like they have in IndyCar, where they do a mix of road courses, they do a mix of ovals. I'd love to see an off-road series where it's a mix of desert races, a mix of short course, really prove who's the best behind the wheel.
Well, you know, it's funny you bring that up, because I was talking to somebody about that the other day, and, you know, back in the day we had Riverside, and what was interesting about Riverside is you would take your desert car and you would race it at the Baja 1000, you'd race it at the Mint 400, and then you'd go race at Riverside, and it was the same car, but you had to create a different setup. And same thing with Crandon back in the day, is they were racing basically 8 trucks back there. You know, the same truck that the Flannerys would load on a trailer and go race the Mint, and then they'd go back to Crandon and race short course with it, with a slightly different setup.
Yeah, I know they still run those. I think it's Super Stock they call it back there. It's my favorite class. Those old V8s just get it.
Yeah, it'd be fun to race that one.
Yeah. So we were in a holding pattern in, I guess, staging. We got our top 3, Ryan Piplick, Justin Lambert, Brandon Sims, checking timing and scoring. At some point, we're going to send them up to the stage, and Mr. TPQ is going to do an interview. Man, it's been a wild one today. But Ryan Piplick, you know, he got the lead early on after Doug Fortin had a mechanical issue. And Ryan Piplick he is truthfully run almost a perfect race.
You know, I'm getting a text message right here, and it actually brings up an interesting point. What position did Randy Romo start in?
26th. Well, and that being said, we're talking about Ryan Piplick, we're talking about Justin Lambert, we're talking about Brandon Sims. Right now, we got to bring in the other partner in our team, Miss Tiffany Stone, who is standing by with Ryan Piplick down, determining who is the actual winner.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out down right now with Ryan Piplick. And we're going right now. Thanks, guys. Hanging out down here with Ryan Piplick and Drew Schultz. Ryan, there was an intense race out there. It's going to be minutes, seconds. We don't know yet. But walk us through the week, how it went for you leading up to today's race.
You know, it was a busy week for me because I actually, not going to lie, I wasn't planning even going to come here until last weekend. So I prepped the car, got it ready. I was still working my full-time job. I came here and qualified Thursday, went back to work in Vegas on Friday. drove back down here this morning, and it's been a chaotic race week for me. Normally not this busy, so in circumstances I can't be even more excited. You know, this is an awesome race, awesome event, and happy to be here.
Well, we mentioned earlier that your normal co-driver wasn't here. Drew stepped in. He had a chance to run the course yesterday. Gave you some solid advice. Obviously, it panned out for you. How was it going into the evening, obviously, when the lights went down?
You know, first off, you know, Blake Barnum is my co-driver. Phenomenal guy. He's a Las Vegas Police Department officer. Can't thank him enough for what he does. It's just short notices. Thank you, Blake, for everything you do. But Drew stepped in last minute. I called him up, and thankfully he went out with Andrew Carlson, got some notes for us because I wasn't able to pre-run either. So he was my eyes, and he basically said, "To here, go here," and it worked out very well.
Awesome. Well, we're still finishing up stuff with corrected times and everything. Hopefully you still got that top spot. Best of luck going up there. Obviously you did everything. Back up to you guys.
I got to tell you, Matt, Ryan Piplick looked a little bit nervous right there.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I'm like, you know, we were just talking about it off camera, but like, you know, you put together a course like this, or my team, you know, my brother, my cousin Killian, the whole team puts together a course like this, and you wanna race like this. This is what we hope for. We want it to come down to the last minute. You want these guys to be like, man, that was a tough race. You know, I'm exhausted, but we got to the finish line. So for me, I'm super stoked, but I am nervous. I would like to see, you know, Piplick win.
All right, sounds like Tiffany Stone is standing by once again with the next driver in line. We're going to toss it down to T-Stone.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out down here with Brandon Sims right now. I know you're just hopping back in the car. You guys have spent hours in here. Brandon, you were a world champ out here before. Walk us through what the course was like today.
It was literally like unlike anything I've ever raced before. I don't even know how to describe it yet. I'm probably going to have a little bit of time to figure it out. But brutal would probably be an understatement. It was like a battle zone out there. There was broken down cars. There was rollover cars. It was dusty. The bumps were extreme. I'll have to process it and try to give you a little bit better later.
Well, we're still figuring out things on corrected time. Hopefully everything works out for you. Nice job, Brandon Sims. All right, guys, heading over to our third place, Justin Lambert. Justin, your seconds in between first, second, third right now. Walk us through how the week went for you preparing to today.
You know, we came out here Wednesday. Obviously got qualifying out of the way. Qualifying didn't go well for us. I was hoping for a top 10 in qualifying. We got 18th or 19th, but it's a real tricky course, really weird course. We've never raced anything like this before. And, you know, I knew being the last race of the weekend, it was going to be brutal, and it did not disappoint. It was absolutely relentless. I mean, 5 laps, I was ready to tap. But that last lap, we hung it out there trying to catch, you know, the front pack, and it looks like we did. So hopefully we landed on the box. I don't see anybody behind us, so that makes for a great day of racing right there.
You said it here. Well, obviously we have to do a lot of things on corrected times, make sure everything's set. But like you said, hopefully we're still on the box. Back up to you guys.
Vision sponsors him and he doesn't give us.
Man, all of those guys look nervous right now. It's making me nervous, right? Either one of those guys wins, and I'm stoked for them. Lambert, man, that would be crazy. That would be a crazy one. Sims obviously just charging, and his dad's texting me right now like, hey, do you know anything? I don't know anything. Sorry, Dale, but we're going to find out here in a minute from timing and scoring. And, of course, Brian Piplick. You know, the guy is just charged all day, super deserving of a win, but we don't know at this moment who won, and we're going to find out here shortly with timing and scoring.
Yeah, we do know who our top 3 is, but we don't have any official results. And, you know, like we said, we're getting to see the same screens you guys are, but we've got another layer, the official timing and scoring. They're going to look into this. You know, there's a lot on the line here, Matt. We definitely want to make sure we make the right call.
Yeah, and we're just double-checking and making sure that we have all the redundant data as well. So worst thing we could do is say, tell a guy, hey, you won. And, oh, by the way, somebody just came in and he won. So we don't want to do that. trying to be as professional as possible, but also declare a winner right here and right now.
Yeah, like you said, it was quite interesting. Normally a driver finishes and they're ecstatic, they're happy. All three of those drivers like ghost look almost.
Yeah,
it was just like nerves.
Yeah. Because, I mean, look, you want to cross the finish line and be like, woohoo, right? And that's just, like, in our sport, we've got to do a little bit of data first to determine who the winner is.
It's not like the Indy 500 where you cross the bricks, we all know who won.
Yeah. I mean, if we started all the cars at the same time, it'd be one thing. But there's a little bit of a math equation that has to occur to make sure we have everything right.
Yeah, that's one of the fun things about off-road, though, right?
Absolutely.
So waiting game is upon us. Ryan Piplick, Brandon Sims, Justin Lambert, top three across the line. We're waiting on timing and scoring. Everybody started different times.
You know, it's funny. We have a hard charger award that we're going to give out, and Robert Blanton determines who that hard charger is. But, you know, I'm curious, like, has Randy Romo finished yet?
Randy Romo is
coming.
Yeah, he's still coming. He's out in his third sector, so he's up to 6th according to this, you know, and he's started way deep.
Well,
I mean,
no, he said 26th, so he's
up to 6th place, though.
I know, but I'm just saying he gained 20 positions. That's crazy
in a car that's not really a race car,
right? I'm sure there's some other stories like that, some big position gains, but big props to Randy Romo. You're almost to the finish line, man.
Yeah, and he's one nobody really counted on, you know, just, Randy's building his car, he's coming out here having some fun.
He's just going to hang out and pass 20 people, right? Like, that's your dad.
Yeah.
You better be fast if that's your dad.
Yeah, you know, Robbie Gordon, waiting on him at the finish line, too. Looks like he's probably going to slot into the 4th spot. Another guy we talked about going to pull in a top 5, it looks like, possibly Sven Elstrom. Great run by him. He was kind of in there most of the day. Looks like he's still out on Sector 2, though, but he's going to finish with the top 10.
Hey, and I'm going to call out all the other trophy truck racers. Look, if Robbie Gordon if Robbie Gordon can come out and put it all on the line, so can you. Come out and race with these guys.
Yeah, right? Doug Fortin did, you know.
Doug Fortin did.
He was quick for a couple of laps.
No shame in his performance. I want to hear what happened, what slowed him down.
Yeah, Serapis brothers, their trophy truck guys come out here and play games, you know, or, you know.
They're putting it on the line, you know.
Absolutely.
They're not afraid.
So I know Rob Mack, he wants to get in there. Caden, his son, is, you know, he's doing some racing. I know Rob's, he's got the itch. We just haven't been able to push him over the edge yet.
I know. I saw him here. I'm like, dude, why aren't you in the mix? He's like, well, and I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, he's been itching for a few years to do it.
But no, it'd be really great. I mean, I think, you know, these guys look at the field and they're like, hey, I really don't want to just go out and get beat by a nobody, but I think this is different. I think it's, you know, you come out and you go into UTV racing and nobody looks at it like it's a big deal if you get beat by somebody who's one of the top racers. So,
well, that's kind of it. You talk about a nobody, but I look at the top guys in the sport. I mean, I look at a guy like Piplick, Lambert, Brandon Sims. I mean, you can go on past guys, you know, and I know obviously Mitch Guthrie would have been here, but he's overseas racing, doing some Degar tune-up. Guys like that, you know, I don't see them as no names. I see them as the top of the UTV sport, you know, globally.
They are, and you know, again, let's talk about the competition in UTV. It's just, it's crazy, you know. I think some of the UTV racers are better than some of the top trophy truck racers. I truly believe that.
Yeah, well, I've said that for a long time. Put Mitch Guthrie, put Brandon Sims behind the wheel of a 6100 truck, get them a little seat time, and then put them behind the wheel of a trophy truck. I think these guys are going to run up front.
Well, it's going to happen. I mean, eventually these guys will climb out of the UTV class and they'll start applying their skill set to other races. So we're going to throw it to the stage right now. Tiff is up there, and I think we have a winner.
Okay, so we have it now. We have official time. The official time. It is a Polaris RZR, right? It is a number of a 915 of Ryan Piplick wins the Pro Turbo. Bring it up here, Ryan. 15, bring it up here, Ryan. The Pro Turbo of Ryan Piplick in that Polaris RZR takes the win. I'm going to angry tackle this dude when he finally gets out of the car. You have no idea how exciting this is for all of us. Ryan Piplick It's okay to cry, man.
Exciting.
So freaking exciting. How long has this been that you have been on the comeback charge, the comeback kid, right? You've been in a lull. You've broken a few 100,000 things on many races from time and time and time again. You've pushed. You've always had family support. Finally, a race comes to you, and you mash it. When the race comes to you, you mash it.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm so going to tackle you when you get out of this car.
I can't move my head, though.
I know it's a rough thing. Get out of that freaking car, Ryan.
Oh, my God.
Ryan, here's that number one. Look at that bad boy right there. It's been a long time since you've seen one of those. It's been a while.
It's been a few years. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. This is kind of a long time coming, so I'm really excited.
That's right. It's like seeing like the Chupacabra or something like that, right?
Hop in here, Drew.
So Drew, helping him get through. I'm going to not talk to him right now because he's a blubbering mess. I'm going to talk to you right now. So talking Ryan through this course and knowing that we were within seconds, and I know you guys got the same information coming off of live timing back to him, saying that telling Ryan how to drive the course, because you know Ryan's such a loose cannon, right? He could just mash into a corner and then blow all the tires right off the freaking car. But he didn't, right? So how do you talk Ryan through this race?
Well, I think the scariest part about all this was Ryan actually taught me how to drive back in 2015. So I learned a lot from UTV racing from Ryan. So we both cut our teeth back in another series racing a short course version of this stuff. So pretty much I was very comfortable with the way he drove, and I was having the time of my life with him. I'm just so grateful for this opportunity to be up here with him and his team and get to share in this great opportunity.
So that's right. So knowing Ryan for a long time, that's great. I mean, going in short course stuff. So playing into the short course thing, how about you hold that? Because that means a whole freaking lot right there. Because only guys with that get that. So going into short course stuff that we're talking about, yeah, I mean, I know you are all about short course stuff. I got to ride with you a couple times, literally peed myself because I was no idea how you could. It was damn near like Supercross, I'd call it. Supercross side-by-side racing, because you would go into corner and point and shoot.
That's short course. You know, you basically take the car and you manhandle it like you could a machine. And it's if you don't do that and you don't put 100% into it, you're going to lose the race. And, you know, that's what this race actually felt like. If you didn't come out here and put 100%, it was like game over. You know, we had word in the pits until we lost the radios on like the end of lap 3, beginning of lap 4. We had no idea. We just said 4-minute lead, and we're like, well, that's not enough. So we're like, well, that's all we know. So we're just going to keep pushing and see what happens.
So, I mean, you lost the radio, so that makes no sense to me right now.
That's not the last of it. We also lost, well, at the same time, we lost the GPS.
I lost the GPS, too, and then it got dark. So, whatever. So, 3 blind mice. You're out there.
Yeah, basically. Right? You know, we're out there guessing where we're going. But the track got burned in. There was a lot of lines out there. You couldn't tell which one was the race line or the cut line or whatnot. But I think that's what made this course so much fun, is it was an open course, and you can just pick and choose your lines. And, well, I hope you don't get disqualified. But, you know, it was a very fun course because there was a lot of passing available. But the dust, holy shit. The dust was pretty gnarly.
So knowing that, I mean, you had to start back a little bit, and you had some freaking work to do. And getting through the other drivers and so forth, and you know doggone well they're not going to give it up to you easy.
No, we started on the 3rd row, so we got the whole shot in a row, so we only had 3 cars in front of us, so it wasn't too bad. We caught those people within a lap, and it wasn't that big of a deal. And it was just clear skies for like 2 laps. I think that was our saving grace. We had no dust for 2 laps, and it was just like, save the car, go fast. Hey, there's a rock, slow down. You know, drive smart.
That's awesome. Drive smart. I've never heard those words coming out of your mouth. So coming out of that lull, I mean, it's been a lull for a while. You've been kind of on quiet street. I've seen you on multiple start lines on multiple races, and I'm like, Ryan, you better push through. I better see you on that freaking finish line. And then all of a sudden I get a text, yeah, we didn't finish. I think this is a pretty decent finish.
Oh, hell yeah. You know, to win this race is probably going to be at the top of my career. This is an event for all side-by-sides. To put this on the resume is an accomplishment in itself. So I can't be more excited and thankful for the Martelli guys and, you know, the UTV World Championships and, you know, for Polaris backing me and all the sponsors, Long Travel Industries. You know, it's an amazing adventure to be on, and to be here just makes it all worthwhile.
So a little nostalgia for me, you know, going back 20 plus years.
Oh God, it's been that long.
It has been 20 plus years back up in Seattle racing on quads.
You know, you're making us sound really old right now.
I'm really freaking old. Look at my hair. I'm really freaking old. I mean, I'm damn near made out of stone. That's how old I am.
No, don't. It was 2003 is when we started racing each other, I think. So hey, it's not 20 years yet. Quit saying that.
But anyway, the evolution coming all the way through, like, hard-working guy, you've had to buzz back to work after qualifying, go work, like pay the bills, go work, and then come back here, get in the car, and go race it.
Yeah, you know, once pre-running started, I was working. So qualifying, I had to beg my boss to let me off because this wasn't planned. You know, it's like I talked to, you know, Brett, and he was like, I would love to have you at this race, and I was like, okay. I guess I'm prepping a car this weekend. So here I am. And, yeah, so I came qualified on Thursday. Thought we had the win, but I think this win's way more important than a pole. So went back to work on Friday, worked a full day there, prepped the car after I got off work, woke up at 6 a.m., drove here this morning.
Hardcore. That's what this dude is right here, hardcore. I told him I was going to angry hug him, too, because that's what he deserves. Love this guy and this whole family. Huge family backing coming from, like, decades past. Your mom, your pop, and then, of course, also off to Jamie's family, too. Your 3 kids. I mean, it is a...
Now you're going to make me cry.
Right, I am going to make you cry. That's my goal right now, because I'm going to freaking cry, too. But anyway, congratulations, man. This is a huge deal. So, first of all, before you start crying, I need you to talk about your sponsors. Who gets you here? And I know that one's big, but that one's super, super duper big.
You know, everybody on this car puts in a lot of effort to make sure my program keeps going. So, Polaris, Long Travel Industries, CST, Method Race Wheels, Rugged, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Beard, AIM. Starting to get a little teary-eyed.
It's all right. Tough it out. Tough it out.
You know, you guys can read the sponsor list. I can't thank everybody enough, but it comes down to my family. You know, they put up with a lot. You know,
because you're a dumbass.
Well, you said it, not me. You know, I spend countless hours in my garage working on this car while my wife is in the house taking care of our kids. So it's thankful that she can do what she does to make everything work out.
Oh, look at that. The kiddos come running up. Oh, yeah, send them all up. Are you going to hold it together? Yes, I'm good. You're such a liar. You're not going to hold it together. Get on in here. Anyway, so this is a massive moment for Ryan. We, as a community, as an off-road community, could not be more happy for you to pull off this win. This is like... in the trenches, the working man pulls it off. So we're so thankful. Give it up for Ryan Piplick on the #1 spot right here.
You have to ask the kids where.
So where are we going? Come here, kiddos. Where are we going?
The Disneyland.
Unfortunately, it's going to take twice as much money as he won here today to get through Disneyland for one day. So hopefully you get a job. I'm pretty sure you can make cotton candy, and you can check tickets at the front door, and I'm pretty sure you could be Cinderella. What do you think? Oh, you Princess Gwen. Anyway, this is fantastic. So this is a huge win right here. And, hey, you guys need to shoot off that champagne right here, and you need to get on top of that damn car.
Come here.
Ryan Piplick pushing off that win in the 815 Polaris RZR Turbo in that Premier class. And that's the finest money champagne can buy right there. That is the taste of victory. Live streaming family, I hope you got all that, because the emotions here are super thick on this podium. Ryan, we're going to take you off to live stream. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the gift that just keeps giving right here. And, of course, our fabulous Maria Shellman delivering the big old check. Off-Road Warehouse delivering $2,500 right there to the winner. Off-Road Warehouse, a great sponsor of UTV World Championships. Off-Road Warehouse, we can't thank them enough for being out here this weekend and providing all kinds of racers with all kinds of parts and supplies to make sure their day goes smooth. Of course, the whole crew needs to get all the pictures and so forth. Ryan, I'd love to see you go into the bank on Monday and hold that check in line and just like toe tap. Hey, I endorsed the back. ORW, such a great company, of course, kicking in another $2,500 to the Pro Turbo win. Yep, we're going to give you a shiny new one. This one's been around the block a couple times. That'll be mailed off to you. So, Ryan Lonnie's going to take you off to live stream out and back. We're going to talk a little bit about the race and so forth. Matt and Jim Beaver are going to cover you back there. Into the live stream. Live stream, we got to be in there and call the race out, which is kind of cool because we got eyeballs on the ground from multiple cameras all the way around the whole racetrack. We're going to bring up the second place.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Ford Racing, AZ West, Sea Devil Lights, JMR Performance, and Shot Therapy.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and cushion every landing. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter, for the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Introducing Rigid's new SRL Series light bar, featuring a sleek 20-inch curved housing, ultra-wide forward projecting beam pattern, and a unique halo backlight feature offered in 4 color options. The SRL Series light bar's new optic combination projects light over 70 degrees wide, with more than enough distance to safely drive in low visibility conditions, making it the perfect lighting solution for most applications. The halo backlight feature is offered in red, white, blue, or amber, and is wired independently from the forward projecting light. Instantly transition from style to function with the flip of a switch, making it easier than ever to own the night.
Welcome back to the 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris, where we just saw a Polaris sweep of the podium. And sitting to our right, I got to say, Ryan, we saw the interview with T-Stone, and you look like a ghost, man. It was like you must have been stressed waiting, like sitting on pins and needles. You got a smile on your face now, man.
Yeah, once the results come out, it's all freaking excitement now. It's like you guys made us wait, and it was like, oh, my gosh, what's going to happen? You're like, it's down to milliseconds, and I didn't know what was coming. So got the official word, and I was like, oh, my gosh, is a dream come true. Cause
what a huge win. Look, we've been friends for a long time, right? And we've been talking about it all day. You've been sitting out for a while, and, you were a short course racer, and kind of the values changed, right? Like, desert racing kind of got more valuable, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like one of these things, like, and I'm just speaking how I saw it and how I felt, but like, people started looking you over, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And now you're back. You just won the UTV World Championship on the hardest course we've ever had.
That's
right?
the truth.
with the most stacked field, right? And you had a dominant performance. Tell us about your race today.
It basically started from the start. I knew I had to get out and get cleaner as soon as possible. So starting side by side, I had to get the jump. So that's what I did. Pushed the car really hard until I got in front, and then it was just like, okay, this track is going to be gnarly. I had no idea because I never got to pre-run it. The only thing I got to do was that qualifying lap, and I went out and did it. And next thing you know, it is holy shit. This track is nothing like I was expecting it to be. It's boulders, it's washboards, it's blind corners. You guys sent us through a freaking mini King of the Hammers, basically. And it basically sent our cars through the ringer. And I can't be more excited on how it worked out.
Well, it's funny because we were talking about... Go ahead.
The lap time. So you were the only guy in the field that your second lap was faster than your first. You were pre-running your first lap, basically.
Yeah, well, I think because I was catching people and I was getting in dust, so I had to back it down. And it was basically, okay, drive smart. That's basically my biggest hurdle getting over coming from short course. I'm so used to pushing so hard. And that would be my Achilles heel. I'd push so hard and I'd break something. So it just, unfortunately, took too many years to figure it out. But I think the speed at desert has gotten to that point of the short course. If you don't push 100% the entire race, you're not going to finish.
Absolutely.
And you're not going to get on the podium.
Absolutely. It was funny because this course in particular is not a traditional desert race. It's not a short course race. It's somewhere in between. So we were talking earlier, kind of favors your driving style.
Well, I want to say I love high-speed racing, but, put me in a desert where I can go 100 miles an hour and just hold it. I feel like I do better there, but my 2 best performances this year are on the rougher tracks. I don't know why.
Well, let's talk a little bit, too, because I went 2 weeks ago and pre-ran this. Matt goes, what's your feedback on this course before pre-running open? And I went and I said, man, this is going to favor 2-seat cars.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, anybody running a Can-Am or anybody running like a Pro XP or even some of the NA cars I was thinking might do really well. But you are one of the only guys with the Pro XP, and it's got that, I call it like a 2.5. It's like a 2 with a little bit extra, like that extra 8
inches. It gives you that little boost, I'm not going to complain about it.
But no, you think your car, some of those tight washes, some of them straightened out. People started bumping and banging and straightened some of it out. There were some tight sections, and I know my 4-seat car yesterday, it was tough getting it through some of those. I mean, it had to favor you.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's like when you, especially on a Pro XP platform, that car can handle, it can turn on way better than some of the other cars I've been in. So going into these rock sections you guys put out there, I was like, thank God I'm in this car, because you physically go through a section, have to take an immediate right, and it's like 90 or you're going to run into a wall. So.
Well, and that's actually a really cool thing, because we were talking about the feedback that Polaris gets from the racers and from all the different races that they do. And so they take that back and they make the car better. And this car, this 2020, right?
Yep.
That is a better car than all the two-seaters previous to it, right?
Absolutely.
They lengthened the wheelbase about 8 inches, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And then they worked on the clutching. They did a bunch of the things that we were all saying, hey, we need this and we need this. I mean, we are a little sick in the head because of what we want to do. We just want to go faster and harder, right?
Absolutely.
Through the roughest terrain. I mean, normal consumers of the UTVs, they aren't going to do this, but it is capable of doing this. And I think that this is a great testament to the platform and to what you just did. I mean, we basically just put on the biggest fist fight in UTVs, and we invited everybody here in every platform, and you just won it in a Polaris RZR.
And I still feel like I got beat up by Mike Tyson.
I bet. You know?
We were talking about that, and I go, you know, they were asking me, they're like, how does it feel you going into this last lap? Your body hurt? And I said, well, if you're the guy in 10th place, you start feeling everything. I said, Ryan right now, he's not feeling anything. As soon as he crosses the finish line, he's going to have that adrenaline dump and go, what the heck happened to me?
As soon as we basically stopped and I saw Tim, I tried to turn my head and I couldn't. Like right now, I'm struggling to turn it to the left. So I'm going to feel it tomorrow. But you know what?
Definitely.
Everything that's going to come from this is going to be nothing but excitement and joy. So, you know.
What does this do? You know, you're accomplished. You know, you're factory Polaris RZR racing guy. What does this do for your career, though, here? Because, I mean, this is a big slingshot into next year. It's a big slingshot into sponsorship season. I mean, this is a big deal for you to win right now in October.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Life has been a little bit stressful for me. You know, the results have been struggling a little bit. So to come out swinging on this, and that was my goal this year. I wasn't planning on building a new car because I was waiting to see what's going to come around the corner.
Sure.
And I said, if I'm going to continue to do this, I need to be competitive.
Yeah.
And I went and did what I wanted to do. I told my sponsors, I want to build this car. I want to race this car. I know I can win on this car.
Definitely.
And now the results are proven because I just won on the #1 desert racing series on the planet, basically.
Yeah, that's so rad. We have a saying that we started with the Mint 400, and it's respect is earned 1 mile at a time. So you just got 150 miles of the brutal Mojave Desert.
Yeah.
And after what? I think that was, you guys were the 4th race, right? Yeah, it was the 4th race on that track. So, you know, there was no grading.
Yeah.
Nobody fixed the track. We just left it and went, hey, this is off-road racing. You guys are going to have to handle it. You're big boys.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah. Lap #1, you hadn't been around this course in pre-running anything. You got shot in. I know how the chatter bumps were yesterday. You went on lap #1. You had to have been thinking, what the hell am I in for?
My words were a little bit different, but
yeah,
yes.
which is also another crazy story, because all these other guys you're racing against, they were out here, most of them for days pre-running. So you had no pre-running?
None.
Wow.
The only time that I got to see the track is when I came out and did qualifying.
Big props. Big props to you, man. That makes it even more impressive.
Oh, well, I'm not going to lie. I questioned myself on some of the lines that I was taking out there, because you guys put Ys out there, which is great, but the Ys disappeared.
Yeah.
So and when we lost our GPS, I was like,
oh, you lost GPS, too?
Yeah, we lost GPS on the end of lap 3.
Oh, wow.
So we were like, by that time we kind of got familiar with the course.
Sure.
You can generally remember stuff.
Yep.
But the course lines that you would take, you're like, oh shit, there went the one I wanted.
I mean, so the people out there who don't understand what he's talking about, so we give people GPS coordinates and we go, hey, here's the course, but we don't give them all the either or lines, right? They have to go out there and mark them and figure that out for themselves, right? The other thing that happens is course marking. We put up a ton of course marking, but when you're having a 40-car war, those markers go away. They get knocked down.
And there's a couple of questionable lines that were out there.
There are.
I was like, in my profession, should not have been a legal line, so I never took it.
Sure.
And I was like, God, and then I came around one time, and I was like, sure as shit, somebody took that line. That should not have been a legal line. And I was like, you know what? I've always raced up stay on the marked course, stay the defined course, don't cheat.
And
so
you won.
not once I ever took that line.
You know, and it's funny, and you won. So what's the life lesson there? Don't cheat, you might win.
Yeah, what were you thinking at first lap when you go through and there's that downhill wash and you got kind of a couple like mini little King of the Hammers like rock crawl sections? You're coming in there, you're like, am I really seeing what I'm seeing? Is that really on this course?
So I think I know which section you're talking about. I wasn't worried about that one. It was pretty much, I want to say it was like 10 miles into the course. You go through a section, all of a sudden it gets you back into another wash. And it was like basketball, beach ball sized boulders. It just all of a sudden came out of nowhere because I'm doing like 40, 50 down this sand wash. And it goes into a right-handed turn. I'm like, oh, what the hell? And
I know exactly. You know what we call that section? Baby hammers.
Yeah. And it basically jumped up out of me, and I was like, oh, I guess this is my fault for not pre-running because I don't think I would take this line if I knew it. But that's the only way through that section. So I was like, just tiptoe.
Well, you survived. Not only did you survive, but you came out on top. So I'm really stoked. We were talking about all the entire field, and obviously this is now Polaris sweep. You beat some of the best guys on the planet. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is well deserved. You earned respect 1 mile at a time. 150 brutal
150 miles is oh my gosh.
So congratulations.
Anybody that would race this course and says it wasn't brutal is lying, and they basically stayed in their camper.
I agree with you. But you earned it, right?
Absolutely.
So you're here. Congratulations.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
You are the UTV World Champion.
I am now UTV World Championship. I can't thank you guys enough for putting on this event. You know, I'm not going to lie. I actually wasn't even planning on being here. And I told you this when we were on the phone the other day. And I had a conversation with Brett, and I was like, dude, I have this race 2 weeks and then another 2 weeks. I was like, I'm a lone man doing this. I go home to my garage. I prep my own cars. I don't have anybody else working on my cars. So I was like, I have Saturday and Sunday, and then I have to go back to my real job.
Yep.
And I prep my car in 2 days, which normally takes me 2 weekends, and solid weekends. And I basically hammered it out and said, all right, I guess we're going racing. So everything paid off. Everything fell into place. So, you know, I can't thank everybody enough for doing this.
I'm stoked for you, brother.
Thank you.
Awesome.
All right, well, thank you for joining us for the UTV World Championship. On my right is the champ. On my left is who is this? Jim Beaver.
Yeah,
and we're going to go ahead and we're going to throw it. We're getting notes in here.
Yeah,
it's been a long day. Sorry.
It's been a long day.
This is a professional. I love this.
Yeah,
this is
10
not
hours
for me.
10 hours live stream. We're starting to blow bubbles a little bit here, too.
So we're going to throw it down to an interview with second and third place before we close out the show.
I'm just going to say right now, holy crap balls, how'd you pull off a 2? There is no way, like mathematically speaking, that you pulled off a second place. That's unbelievable, Justin. I'm going to hand that to you, but there's no way. I mean, did you like Star Trek your ass from like way deep in the field all the way up to the second place? That's unbelievable.
Yeah, a big long car like this was tough to maneuver out there. I can't imagine those other cars that are even longer than this one. But congrats to Piplick on his first. I think that was the perfect car for a course like this. But I'll tell you what, it was relentless out there. But all in all, second place is pretty awesome. I mean, and we knew it was going to be rough. The last race of the weekend, it's going to be super bad. I mean, there was just rocks and braking bumps and acceleration bumps. It just was one corner after the other. But this Cognito Monster Energy Polaris Razor is one tough son of a gun.
Faux show. She's still in one piece, and there's no way it shouldn't have been, because the way you drive it, I mean, I know you got a little bit of kit gloves, but you mash on stuff, but you build stuff too. So obviously the builder and the driver came together this race.
That's right. You know, that's one of the things I love about UTV racing is we get to come out here and race what we build and make it better and better and better. The tough part is everyone is progressing, so your product has to progress as well. But you know, to come out here and get a second place in this limo, you know, just 10 seconds or so off of first place, man, that's all we could ask for this weekend.
The Cogniglade. Can we call it that, the Cogniglade? I think that's kind of fitting. Anyway, man, I can't believe how you drove the wheels off, came all the way from the back on adjusted time, coming back through all kinds of traffic and dust And like that took so much skill and so much thought process to get through all this mess to get to second place. I mean, this is just me giving you props, but I know everybody else knows what you did, man. So huge props to you, and the car's still in one piece, and that says a lot about how you build a car too and your parts.
Yeah, I had to get out and go walk around to every corner of this car. I couldn't believe all the Method race wheels and all the ITB tires were still on this thing, because we heard bangs and booms all over the place with rocks out there, all four corners, same ones we started on. I mean, you just can't beat that. But Fox Racing shocks as well, FK rod ends, and VP Racing Fuels. I mean, I got to thank all those guys. You know, you got to run the best to be the best. So, man, I'm pumped to be up here. I've gotten a first before and a second before at the UTV World Championships and the inaugural race out here in Havasu. It's great to be on the box.
Justin Lambert, it is my honor to present to you the second place trophy for the UTV World Championships right here in Lake Havasu for the very first time. You're in the books, my friend. Great job. Give it up for Justin Lambert right here on the 2. Brandon Sims, you know what, dude? We were clicking down the seconds, and it was literally seconds in between 1, 2, 3. You guys were charging so hard. I can't even believe this freaking car stayed together. It should not have stayed together how fast you were going out there. We know the track just totally went away, completely went away. And the way you were catching time-wise, unbelievable, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to beat Robbie. That was kind of my main thing to do out there, so I just was trying to run him down, and we caught him on the last lap. He got a flat right in front of us, so he had to get out of the way. At that point, I was like, well, I guess we'll just put it in cruise control for a little bit, because apparently communications were pretty rough out there. Nobody was really having good communications. I had no idea I was in striking distance of first, and also that third was in striking distance of me. So we kind of kicked her down a little bit just to keep the car together. I'm sure my last lap was significantly slower, but I just kind of looked at some other lap times. We had a 47-minute lap time, which is pretty fast. So yeah, the car was phenomenal. I mean, we didn't get out of the car once. We pulled in the pits, just kind of look at the car on one of the laps after we had a fast lap. I was like, let's just make sure it's good. Everything was checked out, so we took off again, and no other issues. I mean, this Polaris RZR was flawless all day. It looks like Polaris showed a few things out there, huh? 1, 2, 3.
I would say that because that's officially what it is. 1, 2, 3. Can you get out of the car for us? Because we would need to see your pretty face coming out and show everybody that you're actually 5'2". No, he's not. He's like 6'14". Yep, lots taller than me. This is awesome. Brandon Sims, such a great dude. Of course, like I said, we were calling it out in live timing, man. We were like, holy crap. Like moving up, and you didn't have a great start spot.
No, yeah. For some reason, qualifying and me do not get along. Although I enjoy doing it, I'd much rather that than the luck of the draw.
Yes.
But yeah, qualifying, I guess I got to pick it up and put my purse down or something because I think we started 12th and we had to make up some time. But it looked like we made it up to second physical, which is pretty badass.
That is tremendous, man. That really is. Beating through all that stuff and interviewing everybody else earlier in the day, they said that was the roughest freaking thing they've ever driven over. Like literally, like, if you could put Vietnam in a course back in 1968, that's what it was like.
Yeah, I'm still trying to process what word I'm going to use for this course. I haven't quite figured it out, but brutal doesn't even count. I mean, it's not even on the same level. So maybe later tonight, maybe I'll have a dream about it, and that's when I'll figure out exactly what this course was.
So, Brandon, first of all, I'm going to start off what a great guy you are and how you influence the younger drivers out there. There were several drivers that I got to talk to that you help out personally in their race career. So let that be known. He's just not racing for him. He's also helping out the younger community, which is a tremendous effort. And that does not go unseen on this stage, just so you know. So right here, I have to say, at Brandon Sims, right there, that means something. That really does. And that does not go unnoticed. But let me tell us all about the people that help you out. I know you help out a ton of great kids and so forth. Who helps you out? Who helps get you here?
Yeah, without them, I wouldn't be able to help out the kids, So it's kind of like a chain of everything. So, Polaris RZR, definitely the machine to beat this weekend. We showed them that this is the top machine to have. So Polaris RZR, obviously, the car was flawless, everything about it. The brand, I'm probably going to go riding next week in mine. You know, that's kind of my favorite thing to do. I've got Glamis coming up, so I'll be out there cruising that. We've also got Tensor tires. I had no issues with any tires today. Method race wheels. Lone Star Racing suspension was just phenomenal. Fox shocks soaked up as much as they could for what the course had to offer. RCV axles held the car together great. VP race fuels, coolant. I finally dialed in my cooling issues. It was hot out today. I had some issues at Vegas to Reno, which kind of took me out. So I was looking forward to racing a hot race to see what was going to happen. Our cooling issues are fixed, so that's good. I'm super pumped about that. My family, friends that all came out here for this, I couldn't do it without them. My co-driver, my normal co-driver is getting married today. Unfortunate for him, but yes, he is getting married. So I have my other buddy here that's been one of my good friends for a long time, Matt Holmes. I don't think we had any time in the car together before this race, and he absolutely just killed it. I was like, man, you don't have to call every single corner. Yeah, I said, you can look at the road every once in a while. I mean, he was just doing a great job. So we got along great. Everybody in the pits just took care of us. Although we didn't need them, they were there if they did.
I'm a huge fan. Tons of people are a huge fan. Brandon Sims right here in the 3.
What an awesome day of racing, man! That was insane. I mean, this is what I love doing, whether I'm racing or putting on races. But man, amazing! And I was super stoked to see Ryan Piplick pull it off. I mean, he's one of those guys that really deserves a win here.
He does. I mean, he's put in the work. His program's on point, like you said. I mean, he hustles. He preps his car himself. He's got a day job. He doesn't do this as his full-time gig like some of the other racers do. And I got to give him a lot of credit, man. He put it up, and like you said, I think this slingshots him into next year, and he's on everybody's radar now.
Big time. I mean, look, the year, you know, I'm going to use TPQ's analogy. This year, 2020, has been an absolute dumpster fire, and we just threw some cold water on it. And really cool, you know, to see both him and Sims and Justin Lambert from Cognito on the podium. You know, a RZR sweep, but really, you know, a guy that just deserves a win. Just drove his butt off today. So I'm super stoked for him.
Yeah, I'm stoked for him as well. You know, it's been a great day of racing. I know I just jumped on the broadcast today. You've been on the broadcast for a couple of days now. But, man, we got to thank everybody tuning in at home and around the world. I mean, we've got fans tweeting us and Instagramming us, texting you, and Facebooking us, you know, from all over the globe, man. This truly is a world-class event, Matt.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We have a great team, including my brother, my cousin Killian, and our entire team. So we want to thank everybody for joining us in the UTV World Championship, and there's more to come.
Yeah, definitely. Well, on behalf of Matt, the entire team, Tiffany Stone, TPQ, I know BC Vod held it down. We had Mia Chapman earlier today. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will definitely see you guys at the Mint 400. Man, it's going to be come up quick, Matt.
Too quick. I need a nap before then.
So thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you next time here at the UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR.